We're live. Mic might be a bit loud there, eh? Sorry. I had myself ready for opening, and now I'm discombobulated. Welcome, welcome, brothers, sisters, MBs. Uh, Here today, once again and continuously, and I can't keep this up as much as most people could. So I'm sorry that I've been delayed in it, and in getting this video, I wanted to keep at it with the Palestine stuff, but I've been exhausted. Um, we need more people speaking out in Palestine. It's very paramount to this, and this whole thing. I'm just going to be going through short snippets of news bits and adding my piece and my anger and death to Zionism wherever I can pop that in. As our brother said in the chat, 3 times for emphasis: death to Zionism, death to Zionism, death to Zionism. What's it? And then after I've read this and I've gone through adding my bits and pieces, if the mic will stop redlining, I do apologize for anyone's ears who have been pierced. I've got a little treat as well at the end as a tribute thing where I'm what's it? I'm not going to spoil it. Actually, I'll leave it as a thing, but I'm just going to do some from some I care about to show tribulation through an artistic expression, because I just want to. I want this to be as sort of big every time we talk about the third world. It needs to be the biggest thing ever. The only thing that can scale the size of the third world in discussion is the fourth world, and even a lot of fourth worlders would tell me to be more considerate to the third world in that angle anyway. So it's paramount and absolutely necessary that we do all we can to show love, respect, and solidarity to the struggles for freedom across the world, not just in West Asia, in Africa, in the rest of Asia, in South America. This even stretches out to those oppressed peoples who do want freedom from the East and the West in Europe. I mean, that is a big problem that, funnily enough, is not just about the Middle East who gets talked over in this situation with Ukraine. Look at like the games that are being played with Donetsk and Luhansk. You know, they're what's it? Oh, there we go. We can see it say "fuck the Queen." You know, they're in this position where they wanted at least their peoples do. I don't know. I can't speak for the military commander or any of them lot, but they want some semblance of freedom from the fascist state of Ukraine, and they obviously want to kindle more towards their Russo culture. I can't turn around and tell them pip or squat about that. That's their business. But to be watching Russia play more about oil than they do about them must be really insulting to the people and trampled all over. And that with the Ukraine as well, the Ukrainian people who are suffering under this fascist state are watching both East and West talk more about playing games with the fascists, whether they sit down and have a chat with them or whether they're going to shoot them, than actually getting rid of them and dealing with the problem. But this is more important that we speak to the Middle East, because as much as that is a problem, that is minor compared to the fact that genocide is being silenced right now. Genocide, outright genocide, is being silenced right now for people to talk about a European war that doesn't scale anywhere near, not even thousands of miles near, what we've been doing across the world, bombing people left, right, and center. Go on, like in the first year of the Iraq war, how many civilian casualties were there? And then go and compare that to how many there'll be in this war, and I guarantee you it's tenfold more in Iraq. Where's Firefuck? Yes, I did name Firefox Firefuck. I am funny. Um, okay. I'm looking at the wrong screen. um, Angry crowd takes part in funeral of Palestinian youth killed by Israeli forces in Jenin. Jenin, from Quds News Network. Hundreds of Palestinians took part today in the funeral procession of 21-year-old Ahmad Masad from the village of Burkin, who was shot dead by Israeli forces in Jenin earlier on Wednesday. There's a tweet regarding it. Media coverage, quote, Palestinians take part in the funeral procession of Martyr Ahmad Masad, who was shot dead this morning in the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. Credit from Uday Dabieh or Dabiez. I don't know whether it's an es or an ie for the es because of different language bases. I'm just guessing, but they're on about the pictures for the credit, and I maybe the quote as well. Probably the quote. I'm not very good as a news guy. That's Jason's job. At dawn today, Israeli occupation forces raided Jenin city. And at the Jenin refugee camp, where confrontations erupted between Palestinian youths and the soldiers, the Palestinian Health Ministry confirmed that Masad was shot in the head after a bullet. Let me repeat that again. Was shot in the head with a bullet during the Israeli military raid of Jenin, and 3 others were also injured, including 2 youths aged 19 and a teenager aged 18. Hours later, Masad succumbed to his critical injury after he sustained in the head. I should have cited this again. This is another tweet for anyone who's just listening in their pocket, because I know a lot of you listen while you're working. From Quds News Network again. Watch Israeli occupation forces detain a Palestinian man after raiding his home in Jenin refugee camp, north of the occupied West Bank. We're going to watch this video now. Yeah. Look at them all in force. This is consistent behavior with the way they operate. There's always more of them than there are anyone. Anyone who saw the stream that I did on Dr. Weisfeld's protest that he did in, it was part of the stream, but it's the protest he did in Nablus, Palestine, where the occupation forces, there was like 4 or 5 police officers there at first, maybe less than that, and then 5 or 6 cars come up, at least carrying 4 men in each, including equipment. So that's you pronounce the S all right then. I was good. Okay, that's sweet. What's it? They were in Nablus. He was, they came in trucks, and there was at least 4 soldiers. What I found funny was in the maths around that, I was like, okay, so maybe for about 6 to 8 in there, but if they've got equipment, it'd probably be about 4. And then you just saw Dr. Weisfeld quicker than I could just turn around and go, about 4 people per truck, about 24 people there. I was like, hey, right on. But yeah, no, about 20 odd of them, and there was only like 10 or 15 people who had started, and then it got to more people. The more people came up to protest, but they were blocking off cars, blocking off everyone, to do the protest, to show people, this is Palestine. We're struggling for the rights of these people. This is a peaceful protest. It's public. It's visible. Everyone can see it. There's Palestinian news networks coming from everywhere. Heck, there's the Israeli spin doctors on the other side being protected by the police. But there's more military there than there are anyone. And they come in fucking droves. They're like cockroaches. You find one of them, more of them start crawling out of the fucking woodwork. And that's the same with it. You go back to the start of the video and you see one of them, and then watch it crawl over. Now there's fucking 4. Now there's 5, 7, fucking 8, 9, 10. Oh, and then it cuts forward, so I can't keep counting. But there's at least 20 soldiers there. Jesus Christ. Let's go back to where we were. Evil fucking bastards. They're going out there with military force to terrorize peaceful individuals, civilians. They're hunting out for murder. This is the extent of the murderous nature of settler colonialism. They're going out armed to teeth. This is soldiers. This isn't even police. This is straight up military occupation force behavior. We terrorize the people, get whatever they can out of them to basically give cadence to Israeli terrorism. This is their way of justifying their terrorism. They go around and shoot civilians, then the Palestinians respond with rockets, stones, or whatever they can throw, and then everyone tries to equate the Israelis and the Palestinians. The Palestinians are natives fighting to protect their land. The Israelis are people who once descended from there, but have been, they're in this horrible position. Of course, the Jewish people are being diasporized in Europe. No doubt about that. But every European person who's been colonized, or people who've came over to Europe and been colonized later on, have had that struggle and has never given them a right to anything. That logic would be like people who defend Irish people who moved over to America and oppressed Native Americans because they were oppressed by the English. That's not an excuse. You go and stab someone, that doesn't give that person who you gone and stabbed the excuse to go stab someone else unless they're defending themselves against you. Like the Irish had a right to beat the English out of their land. They didn't have a right to go over to someone else's land, beat them off their land and steal that. Same for the Jewish people. They had a right to defend themselves in Europe. And fuck me, if you look to the Jewish resistance in World War II and all the other Jewish struggles that have had to go on before them to protect themselves and their rights, you'll find that they have had done that, and they've done that for centuries. But then some dickhead called Herzl comes along and decides that, mind you, this is an atheist. The Zionism is atheistic. It talks about the Torah all it fucking wants. It's an atheist ideology. And Herzl was an outspoken atheist until all of a sudden he decided that God had given him Palestine and that he must, I do believe it was still Syria at the time, but nonetheless, God had given him Syria, and Syria was the right of the holy right of the atheist Jews. Everything falls apart. Me and Dr. Weishaupt were having a laugh about it the other day. It all falls apart when you look at its history. Its history is bankrupt. It's Anglo-Saxon settler colonialism built on a Hungarian plan made in the 1800s. Another one from our brother. Any socialist who believes in a two-state solution with quote unquote socialist be Israel is a Zionist, and Zionism is Nazism with a blue and white coat of paint. Absolutely. Yeah, that is its history. Its history is a criminal record. Absolutely right. A criminal record against human rights. Against the Palestinian people. And yeah, no, anyone who supports anything other than the absolute end of Zionism, decolonization of the region, is a Zionist. Because if you are to sit on the fence on this issue, you are to commit to the other side. You ought to be politically active, politically minded, and then sit on the fence. What's the point? Because if you're not politically minded and active, it's understandable. You're not thinking about the situation. But if you're actively thinking about it, but then choose to make a non-decision, which it doesn't matter if you think you've made a decision, when you try and even the odds and balance it out and make a lesser of two evils shit, or whatever bullshit you had to fucking stir up your wok of crap, it don't matter. You've looked at the situation, you've analysed the cruelty, and then you've chosen to turn your eyes away from it. You've chosen to sacrifice those people by analysing it and then being silent. Silence is genocide. The first world is not disconnectable in any way from the third world. Everything we have here comes from the fact that we oppress the world. We crush the world and take its resources, and Israel is a fucking burning example of that brutal oppression that we insurge across the world. And we live in luxury and think that we can just sit in the privilege of silence. Well, people can't even sit in the privilege of having running water in their own homes. To be able to turn on the radio or turn on the TV and have some form of enjoyment in their house. No, because do you know what? Even if they have them things, every now and then, they've got to go and run and hide under the table because an Israeli plane is flying over their fucking home. Have you ever heard a fighter plane fly over your fucking home in Europe, looking to bomb you? Have you? I bet not. I bet not. I bet you don't hear news stories every day of people being beaten by the Israeli occupation forces. Kids being shot dead. They literally go out of their way to shoot people who aren't their own fucking, that aren't their own press. They'll shoot the press that ain't their own press. They are fucking puritanical. Evil. I don't care if some dickhead fucking cunt who thinks they're a Marxist is going to tell me I'm being moralistic about it. Suck your mum. They are puritanical evil. And anything other than the end of settler colonialism is a cop-out to settler colonialism. I don't care otherwise. Significant damage was left at this house in Jenin. In a Jenin refugee camp north of the occupied West Bank, after a violent Israeli army raid involving gunfire that ended up with the arrest of its owner, Assem Abul Hija, a known local activist, and the terrorizing of his children and wife. Oh man. Look at these pictures. So, look, they've terrorized the house. It's not been fixed up. They've just destroyed it. They arrested the guy who owned this. This is a refugee camp. Like, it's not like they're only targeting random citizens. They, just like all these oppressive systems, they know where to go. Where do they go? They go straight to the refugee camp and terrorize the refugees, the most vulnerable people they can find. That is victimizers for you. They always find the most vulnerable groups, the groups that can fight back the least. At least if they've not got support. And what you'll find with a lot of situations involving people who are refugees or lumpen proletarians, it's hard to get support. You know, it's very rare that a blessed person who, someone who's able to own property is willing to help you. That's a fucking rarity. Trust me. So when that situation arises and there is someone, and of course the solidarity that's built in the third world, and I know this because I more often than not engage with third world people who are aristocrats and even petty bourgeoisie who are pretty decent people, even if maybe they're not as politically socialist. And some of them are very politically socialist. It differs. Because, I mean, the people who own property, not so, they're a bit on the edge. But with the Labour aristocrats, I typically, when I meet a Labour aristocrat, so my closest mates in the third world of Labour aristocrats are very socialistic-minded people. So people must understand solidarity is different depending on material conditions, even involving class. And those classes still have their problems. Heck, they'll criticize themselves for it. It's the difficult and trial tribulations. So you will get more solidarity from people who might own small property, like a small building that can be used as a refugee camp in these situations. And that's what there's being shown here. And this is where they've targeted. They've gone and arrested the guy. They've gone and shut up people, terrorized the place. Even if Mandem gets out, because he's gone to prison, I hope people understand how property works. At least for people who aren't big bourgeoisie, because they get the protections, you see. Property. When you're thrown out of your property, you don't get to keep that property. You're no longer in the capitalist system. The way the capitalist system works, if you go to prison, you're no longer a citizen. You don't have those rights. Now, of course, rights should be restricted if you've been arrested and you've been put in prison, but Here's the loophole. A lot of places like America and Israel and America, they're based off Britain. So a nice little pointer to look to those places. A lot of places like them, they abuse the fact that you can remove someone's human rights when you put them in prison. Actually, the American Constitution strictly says, I think it's in any of the Americans that watch this, please correct me later, but I think it's clause 13 or clause 14 or amendment 13 or 14. You can use your fancy amendment words. I'm going to use clause because it's easier. It's either clause 13 or 14. It might be later, it might be earlier. Don't quote me. I ain't an American and I ain't a fucking, oh my God, the Constitution. Oh, yeah. But it basically legalizes slavery in the prison system. In Israel, torture is allowed to be used to extract information. That is the same with that's the same as South Korea. South Korea is very big on torture. That's why it gets certain people within South Korea growing solidarity. Like I remember hearing one guy who he used to work in the State Department. I'm using the more British term, and State Department is very liberal with our terminology. It just means someone who is in ministry. It doesn't mean so much that they're the foreign policy minister, just so the Americans don't get confused. If I'm speaking of foreign policy, I will say the Department for Foreign Policy or State, the Secretary of Foreign Policy, because we have Secretary of States, plural, because state is not just foreign policy, you silly Americans. But anyway, he ended up, he didn't defect, sorry, it's not so easy to do that in South Korea. You tend to get shot when you try and leave South Korea for the North. He turned into a sympathizer to the North, and he helps people who are stuck in South Korea because of the trafficking. But I missed some of your other things up there as well. Zionists, oh no, not a bit. Palestinians had it. Palestinians had it worse. Absolutely, they had it the absolute worst. However, Egyptians, Iraqis, Lebanese, Syrians, and Jordanians suffered extremely as well. Yeah, maybe the Lebanese more so. Lebanon is, I quote me if quote me. Tell me if I'm wrong, but in the sort of relation scheme, it's sort of Lebanon has the closest relationship to Palestine in the sense, not in the sense of culture. I know they all have a relationship, but I mean in the sense of how close the material conditions are and the relativity of struggle. It were like Palestine. The way to word it so I'm making more sense. Lebanon is the French Palestine, because Palestine was a British colony. And then Jordan is just Britain making a second Palestine. Jordan's more complicated. I'm not smart enough to deal with that, at least at this point in time. I need to learn a bit more. I just know that Jordan is a British puppet state. Basically Britain's cop out because we had to sell Palestine to the US, which was somewhat troublesome for us because that whole terrorist movement that we started with the Israelis was just about to pull through. Because I don't know if people know this, but the British were literally doing terrorism in their own colonies to push themselves forward. It's a bit, it's an interesting way to develop empire. Let's just put it that way. The bridge of my nose is itchy. But just look at the fucking devastation, man. Everywhere they go, terrorization. Fucking look at the door. It's fucking bent on. You can't see that I'm pointing. But I am indeed pointing. Some of the cigarette, herbal smokes. I'm trying to be healthy. Let's continue on, brothers and sisters. Massad's death brings the total number of Palestinians, this is just for this year alone, killed in the West Bank this year by Israeli occupation forces to a total of 51. That's just 2022. 51 Palestinians already dead. Yesterday, 20-year-old Ahmad Ibrahim Owidat, or Oweida, I don't know how the EI connotates there, was also shot dead in the head by Israeli live bullets at dawn in Aqabat Jabir camp near Jericho. Jericho, isn't that like an old Hebrew name? Israeli forces notify family of Matarad Hazem of home demolition. You can tell that the double A pronunciation is not natural to me. I do apologize to the people who cringe when I read stuff. I would try and just read it blank in English just in case that's less annoying, but I can't help myself but accent things when I see that they're written differently. So I do apologize. I do have the autisms. Well, I only have the one autism, but because you can only have it once. But I like to say plural because it sounds funny. Um, Humor is the best defense for anxiety, and you know, I'm more anxious than I might seem to people. It's the autism savantic nature. I just roll off the tongue a bit. I've had people say that they think I'm quite confident for my stream, so I'm like, I suffer with generalized anxiety disorder. I'm a fucking mess. Actually, my older brother will know that I am a mess when it comes to it. I'm just, what's it? I'm adamantive, and I'm a bit of an angry geezer, so I can speak loud, but I doesn't mean I'm confident. Onto the continuation of the stories. Sorry, I'm just coping with fucking trying to focus and a bit. I do apologize. Occupied. Wait, did I miss something in there? Comments? No, I didn't. Sorry. Occupied Palestine, QNN. The Israeli occupation forces on Wednesday notified the family of Mater Rahad Azem of its den. I went to pronounce decision and demolition at the same time. I do apologize. Its decision to demolish his home in the occupied West Bank city of Jenin. Local sources reported that the Israeli occupation forces broke into Jenin refugee camp today at dawn and stormed the home of the Mater Hazem. The sources added that the Israeli occupation forces gave the family of Mater Hazem a period of 1 week to appeal the decision to raise their home. Earlier this month, 2 Israelis were killed and 8 others were wounded during a shooting operation in the center of Tel Aviv. The Israeli occupation forces alleged that the Palestinian Mater Rahad Azim was behind the shooting operation, and as a result, his home is slated for demolition. In a collective punishment policy, the Israeli occupation forces demolishes the homes of Palestinians accused of carrying out deadly attacks against Israeli settlers, leaving families displaced, which has been a continuous act since Israel ever existed, always displacing Palestinians. What is the diaspora number? It's like 10 million now, isn't it? Or something bigger than that. And isn't that just in the Middle East? Oh, sorry, West Asia alone. I know the number's high, because it was like, wasn't it like 3 million originally, and then it bounced up from that. I'm not good with numbers. I got things wrong. I mean, I think it was the first stream I did with you where you read the words 50,000 in front of me and my brain heard 50 million. I'm not very good with cognition. I I'm always nervous about offending and making mistakes, but I was taught young that it's best to be stupid and obvious, and because you can be corrected. Especially with a situation like this, like people are afraid of saying something wrong, and so people won't speak on like this issue, the Palestinian issue, because they're afraid of saying something wrong, or they won't show respect to trans people because they're afraid of saying something wrong. Just be honest that you don't fully know what you're trying to say, or that you're struggling with what you're trying to say, or that you might make mistakes. Be honest, say what you think, and be corrected. Because if you're honest about it, and you don't adamant that you know what you're talking about when you don't, or you don't just not say it, and you just speak the truth, you know, and how you understand it, you show respect. People will correct you. I've made so many blunders that if I wasn't showing respect would have been disrespectful, but because it came from just innocent ignorance, I didn't know. I've been taught. It happened with my understanding of dynamics regarding the Middle East, because West Asia, because I don't come from West Asia. So my Arab brother, sorry, I lost track of myself then. I saw someone fly past me. My Arab, my sorry, I can't English. My Arab brother in faith. What's it? He's corrected me on so many things that I've got wrong regarding the not just the West Asian region, but specifically the Arab people's struggles. And even he's a guy who'll turn around here in the similar sense that I've said, like, okay, there's more people in the lumpen proletariat with more experience than I am. And, if you think that my experience has gone anywhere, wait till you meet the people who have tenfold of what I got. One of the first things when I turned around and I commented, a good Arab friend, Balaboy, in the chat in here on his understanding of bits of history and his capacity to look at things, was he did the right thing as someone in a position of aristocracy. He turned around and he's like, you know what? I don't know as much as the people who are out there fighting. I don't know as much as the people who have been looking at this years. I don't know as much as these people. I don't know as much. And he understands he knows things. That's why he's being modest about it, because he knows not to get it up his own arse. Because if you get it up your own arse, you'll never know when you're wrong. And you'll never be able to do what he's also done more times than I have for him as well. Because he's much more peaceful in a discussion and much more respectful than I am, because I can be a dick sometimes and I have to apologize and clear up for myself. I hate it. It drives me mad, and I don't like the way that my temper can get in the way of discussion. And I've been told by comrades I'm doing better these days, but it's still bad, and I can still be really hostile in certain situations that stress me out, and it's not right. People shouldn't have to deal with that regardless of what disabilities and what stresses I go through. But is nature to, even if he doesn't agree with what I'm saying, to at least take a step back and listen to what I'm saying. That is paramount. And as he says, sometimes, because he understands that all of us, no matter what class we're in, whether you're in my position or anyone, we suffer from hubris. Everyone blows smoke up their ass at some point. No one is a pure modest. We all do it. I mean, I have to sometimes throw myself a compliment here and there, and I'm a guy who calls myself a dickhead most of the time during the day. Actually, half the time I yell a swear word, it's calling myself a dickhead or a cunt. But, it's that mediation, it's that capacity to throw about and engage. I just want people to really drive that in. I know I got a bit distracted on the tangent of the personal, but the examples are important, because here's the thing, is the paramount thing. I'll get back to the point I was making. So I haven't lost everyone, and everyone goes to join Summit more direct to the issue. So the point is direct to the issue of Palestine here. If people were to be like that, where they were to not either go one or two ways, where they go chauvinistic and they think they know everything and they just speak like they know. I'm not Palestinian. I'm not Arab. I can't even read Aramaic. I didn't know Aramaic was written right to left until 2 years ago. I'm telling you, I'm not an expert. I'm just someone who's showing solidarity and trying to look into these things and learn these things. And I've got, I'm engaging with people from the third world to learn these things, and trying to get more and more engaged with more people from the third world to learn these things. I've got a Twitter I rarely ever go on. but I go on it sometimes, so you can get a hold of me there. I have a Discord server now that people can contact me through. So any colonized brothers and sisters, and any brothers and sisters in general that want to come on and pop up and tell me a thing or two, happy days. I'm always happy to have the record corrected by comrades who know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But it's what's it? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by a what looks like a scab on my face, but I don't know whether it's just an artifact on the camera. So I'm like, yeah. Might just be my big bushy eyebrows getting distorted between me hair. Yeah, it probably is. Sorry, I'm trying to start taking my ADHD medication because I can't think without it properly. That's why I'm always discombobulative, because I'm not used to it. I'm now still discombobulative, but I can think, and I really do apologize. But people need to just speak up. Everyone. I don't care what you do. Even if you're someone who's watching this, you're just someone who does a gaming channel or some bullshit crap like that. And I'm not saying bullshit because it's bad to do what you enjoy. Happy to you do what you enjoy. I mean, Bad Boy is from the third world, and he likes to put out bits and pieces of him playing video games as a chill thing and a way to connect with people, or he'll converse with the chat. Fuck me. I haven't had energy to be in them recently, but it's great being in a BRB stream, because you never have a guy who deserves more consideration from the people watching him than to give out to him, who's always giving consideration to people, always making sure he's considerate about the connection, that the game's still running, that everyone can hear him, that he's engaging with the chat. And it's experience. And I mean, I remember the first stream I ever watched with him, we were chatting more about Silent Hill than I was giving him the chance to play the game. But, you know, all the people who are doing these things like that, just like Bad Art Boy does, put out content showing solidarity to people. You know those people who only run gaming channels? Like, I watched one called Grimbeard, for example. Someone like that, or Warlocracy, or any of those big channels who get like 60,000 views easily, or they can get more than that. Put out a video about Palestine. Put out a video about Yemen. Put out a video about Africa. Talk about these things. You might not get as many views, but you're still putting it to an audience that's still larger than some of us have access to, because we speak about things that are heavy-handed and people avoid them. They dodge them. You gotta not give people the chance to dodge these issues. It should be spoken everywhere, whether you're a political channel or not, because we're dealing with genocide here. Would you, during the middle of World War II, well, we know, like 1942, we know the Jews are being rounded up in death camps. We know, everyone knows. It's not unknown at this point. Would you turn around and just ignore the Jewish plight to just go and have fun in your own little world while World War II's going on? So why is it any different when we go to war around the world? Why is war with the world any different to war around the world? I really, really want someone to tell me a reason for that so I can fucking bark them down, because there's no logic to it. It's bullshit. The only thing I can see to this is the aristocratic ideal of hiding away from the real problems of the world. Sticking head up arse and not giving a flying fuck about anyone. Earlier this month, oh no, I already read that. Oh yeah, I read all of that article. Sorry, I was about to repeat myself. I do apologize. And you're welcome, brother. Like, what's it? All solidarity and respect to you. Fucking. I think you're one of the other people who also met me through me shouting, because I was speaking with JP. Like, he met me having they met me. They met me having an argument with someone who was gaslighting me. I can't remember who it was. And then me and them had a really lovely conversation, and then ever since then we've been like family. It's the same with same with my brother BRB. And you know, it's just interesting that like a lot of the connections come where I'm like yelling at someone, and then we just have like a swole conversation, and then things just snap. And it's normally the one thing that gives away that I'm dealing with someone who's neurodivergent, because we just pop like we were meant to meet, and not in the sense that I'm not preaching destiny, but just in the sense of like, wow, yeah, paste and fucking it's like paste and cement. They're very similar consistency. And they like to stick together. That was a bad analogy. I thought I was getting better with my analogies last week, but it turns out no, I'm not. But and with the two brothers, two brothers. Sorry, I'm misgendering. I do apologize. What's it? The brother and the sister regarding this. Sorry, I go brain fog when I make a mistake, especially if I do something or I feel like I've offended someone. I do apologize for all the bloops and gaps and me having to reorganize my mind. But the organization, so these two comrades were both from the third world as well, and this is an interesting thing that really goes to show how like bourgeoisificated and I'm speaking to the bourgeoisificated proletariat, not the lower section of the proletariat. I actually get on quite well with those types, and I also get on with certain sectors of construction labor. Like they show a lot of solidarity to disabled people, and truck drivers do as well. But that's because a lot of them are involved with bikers, and as much as bikers are right-wing dickheads, they do not allow people to discriminate disabled people, which I can't crime them for that. You know, I've had trucks needing to stop Even when I've been slowing down and showing that they could go past. Oh, I knocked my fag everywhere then. Trucks stop and let me go, and I'm, showing the reason why I'm saying that, anyone who knows how a truck works, it's got 16 gears. To stop a truck and let someone pass takes a lot of fucking effort put into it, and it's a pissy thing to do. And if they're already giving you open ways to pass, that's not going out the way to be respectful. And I grew up around a trucker. My mate's dad, who was like a second dad to me, I love him to bits. He still is a trucker, a Royal Mail trucker, and one of my mom's exes was an outlaw biker and a trucker. But yeah, no. But sorry, I got too confuffled in my analogy. Sorry. When it comes to solidarity with the lumpen proletariat, I find more of that from third world aristocrats than I do from first world bourgeois-ficated proletarians. That's just a really interesting tidbit, and I mean, proletarian third world people, the solidarity there is even stronger. It's sort of the thing to look at with the connection of solidarity is not just because the lumpen proletariat in the first world share similar relations to the proletariat in the third world. It's because the lumpen proletariat internationally is got a consistent relationship with each other. Like, there are people who push that only working with the lumpen works in the first world. They're full of shit. They're first world chauvinists who basically want to demonize certain sectors of the third world. I don't know. I'm only speaking from the first world perspective on this issue. I'm not speaking about how the third world people might look at this issue. That's another conversation. But within the first world, some people like to corner it to here because they, I don't know whether it's like this reverse exceptionalism or some shit like that, but it don't work. Like, you got to be consistent with class analysis. But there's a big solidarity basis with those sectors. And you're going to see this in the struggle. You're going to see people in the middle class more focused on Ukraine, including these supposed communists, because it's going to get them more views, it's going to get them more money, it's going to get them all those Patreon dollars. They're not going to talk about Palestine. And if they do, it's going to be passing. It can't be passing. I haven't spoken enough on Palestine. I feel disgusted. I know it's because of struggle, but it's not good enough. We need more. We need more voices out there. Israeli settlers attack Palestinian homes in Nablus. Occupied Palestine from Quds News Network. Extremist Israeli settlers attacked on Tuesday several Palestinian homes in Burqa town, northwest of Nablus in the occupied West Bank. Palestinian official Ghassan is it Dallas or Douglas? I don't know whether the G is pronunciated in that wording. Said that a group of Israeli settlers infiltrated from the settlement of Homish and attacked the homes of Palestinian citizens in Manshara area north of Burqa under the protection of the Israeli occupation forces. I'm stuck in the word, sorry. Douglas, or Dallas, actually, I feel it's Dallas because there's a name that's similar that's lost the, but I don't know. I feel like I'm putting words in the people's mouths when I'm making a mistake in things like this. But the D word here, that's either Douglas or Dallas, added that the Palestinian citizens tried to stop the settlers' attempts, which led to erupting confrontations in the area, during which the Israeli forces fired tear gas canisters towards the Palestinians, causing several of them to suffer suffocation. I think the biggest thing that probably makes my vernacular issues difficult is the dyslexia. I have to get past that first. Like, I keep pluralizing because I keep seeing plurals where I shouldn't, and then words keep jumping between each other. Do you know what I should try doing? There's this cool thing on the fucking keyboard called Zoom. Intelligent I am. Top notch. Apparently you can't do that anymore because fucking it means Trump or some shit. We've been doing that in England since before Trump didn't exist. I don't know if people know that. The OK sign did exist before that. Right-wingers are doing it. I'm not devaluing that, but I just feel really awkward now because of that Caleb Boppin book where it goes, and it wasn't him who started it. He was rattling on about some bread tube streamer, or I don't even know, some lass, beyond me. Israeli settlers attack Palestinians on a daily basis across the occupied territories under the so-called quote price tag end quote banner. Such attacks are always go unpunished by the Israeli occupation authorities. These attacks often include assaults on Palestinians, slashing tires, painting anti-Arab slogans, in addition to the cutting down of trees belonging to Palestinian farmers. Terrorization of the land. This is tactics they did before Israel even existed. One of the biggest attacks I can just think of to pull straight out of my arse, and I don't mean to use a disrespectful term, I'm just using something that really represents the fact that I'm not even looking into this right now to try and tell you. I'm just telling you something straight out of my back end. This isn't the epitaph of it. This isn't all of it. But go look up the bombing of the King George's Hotel or any other terror attack done by the Zionists before the existence of Israel. Exact same game. Destroying Palestinian farms, slashing Palestinian equipment. I mean, there wasn't really loads of cars everywhere, but you could imagine cutting the tails of oxen because they can't pull or do anything as organic machinery when they've lost their tails. That's what the US did to North Korean farmers. They pressured them into doing it though up there. It was a different dynamic, but similar situation. And they will, anywhere that electricity has been built up in the slightest, they'll strip down wires and take things away. They still do that today. Israel is very common for stealing people's electric equipment, or if you look in the slums within the territories of the 48, the way that their infrastructure is put in place purposefully terrible. Go look how their overhead electricity, it's not underground, overhead electricity is wired up for some of these houses. It's just a big ball of wires on a thing, and I'm telling you now, that way of doing electricity causes so many blowouts. So I was back before I was before I was a communist, when I was just coming into it, that there was that fucking back when people actually used to like the humor made by him. There was that H3 guy about, weren't there? Well, there was one thing I watched when they visited Israel, and they were telling me about how the slums are and what living in them slums are like. And literally, just electric boxes just blowing is such a common thing. It happens all the fucking time. And you're not going to get some experienced guy come out there and come and sort it out. No, the community got to find a way to figure it out. Because there's no like big business companies going to sort it all out. And the Israeli government ain't going to fucking sort it. You're having a laugh. They don't care if you've got electricity or not. You got a roof over your head. That's their logic. And they don't even care about that. They go around taking the roofs over the heads of refugees, and if they're not just going to take the roof over the head of them, they take the life of the refugee in the building with the roof over the head of them. And fucking hell, they'll take the fucking building down afterwards as well. And if they can blame you for being this or that you've killed this person, you've killed that person, you've done this attack, you've done that attack, they'll demolish your home and ruin the lives of your family. And they don't just do it to immediate family. They have been known to do it to cousins, uncles, second cousins, people they can fuck over, they will fuck over. That is the process of settler colonialism. And this is where we start really getting into it. Israeli forces attack Muslim worshippers marking 27th night of Ramadan at Al-Aqsa Mosque. Occupied Jerusalem, Quds News Network. Israeli occupation forces attacked earlier on Thursday Muslim worshippers in Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque by firing tear gas canisters. Over 250,000 Muslim worshippers, mainly Palestinians, surrounded and filled the Al-Aqsa compound, marking Laylat al-Qadr, the 27th night of Ramadan, and a special night for many Muslims. It's a very important night of Ramadan. If Ramadan itself isn't one of the most important Muslim rituals, celebrations. I know ritual's got a bad name these days, but ritual just means types of worship and committed events. Like it's not the evil word that we use today. I engage with Orthodox Jews quite regularly, so a lot of the more traditional language will come out, but I will clarify. Um, what's it? Um, oh no, I always do that. I always say Asker. I do apologize. Al Aqsa. Sorry, my bad. It's just because dyslexia. I get it all spun up. I know it can be confusing at times. Uh, I'm a I'm a sausage when it comes to reading words. Um, the faithful congregated at the mosque, one of Islam's holiest sites, on Wednesday evening, and they terrorized this holy site every year on Ramadan. They did it last year. What's it? Same situation. Terrorized the Islamic people during Ramadan last year at the Al Aqsa Mosque. I will get it right. I do promise. Um, the Al Aqsa Mosque was terrorized last Ramadan, and they terrorized in between that too. It's just really, really, really driving it home when you do it at a period of time for Islam that's all about caring about each other and taking a period of necessary sacrifice to show that you understand what it means to have nothing, that you understand what it means to be in struggle, and that you give and you provide to those people who have nothing. You help the fact that they can have something to eat. Ramadan is one of the most people-driven rituals in a religion. One of the most people-driven rituals in a religion. Yes, Islam, like even by the quote of many Orthodox Jews, is probably the most connected in the Abrahamic faith to their spirit to God. Like their commitment and their relationship with God is absolutely strong. It comes to a lot with the commitment that they put towards the way they organize in society, and everything that they go on about always comes with that strong commitment. Allah is always, of course, important to everything that's done. It's the same in Christianity, and it's the same God, so it's the same. Well, not the same. Sorry, it's a very similar principles. With Islam, Ramadan is about that commitment of God. God being also incorporation of the structures of reality and the way that we live and everything around us and what we embody. It comes to that where to respect God truly, one must have to show respect and love for humanity truly, and lives must be treated as holy. They must be treated as holy because life itself is a gift from Allah. And that gift must not be scorned. It must not be spited. It must not be spat back in the face of the Creator. And to abandon the poor, to leave people to starve, to leave people on the streets, to gun down people in their own homes, to chase people. All of this equates to sin in the eyes of Islam. And they're absolutely correct. It's the sin in the eyes of anyone who knows what they're fucking doing regarding looking to morality, or anyone who truly follows the, I think it was originally 14 or 20 cardinal sins, but it's about 7 now. But it changes depending on the region, the culture, or the time, because it's a complicated situation. But there's more than 7 sins. The 7 are just the deadly sins, and they're all bad. I mean, but what I'm getting at is that if Islamic principle regarding Ramadan is very socialistic and very important to the people and their struggle and what they represent, and why Islam is sorry, it's not the reason why it comes from Islam's commitment to the people. People got to remember history. Islam didn't just rise up because of its own internal contradictions regarding, the contradictions of culture within that region that was causing horrible things to horrible atrocities. There was I've heard things of like burying kids or something like that. Or is it killing? I can't remember what it was to do with women and children. I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to offend anyone, but horrible things were happening. That's not the only thing Islam was contending with. One of the really big things about the rise of Islam was anti-elitism. You should read some of the things that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had said when he was offered. I can't remember by what tribe or what king or what they offered him this, but they offered him the position of like monarch essentially, and all the power that comes with it, to shut up preaching Islam and get in line with everything. And this man who came from fuck all, he had his family die around him, he struggle after struggle after struggle after struggle. You'd think that Getting bought out would be just this relief in life. Finally, I can take me jacket off and chill. No, he said one thing that massively inspired me, and I've even used the quote myself because it's a beautiful quote. You can stick the sun in my right hand and the moon in my left hand, and I will still not stop preaching Islam. That is the words of the Prophet Muhammad. And what does that mean? And peace be upon him, I do apologize. And what does that mean? It means that he's not, he don't want your moon, he don't want your earth. He wants the freedom of Islam and what it preaches and what it brings and its connection to God. He wants to push himself forward. And this comes to that anti-elitism. And the anti-elitism is not just simple of like, oh, we don't want the elites to mistreat people. No. There's a reason why Islam isn't too fond on people fabulizing themselves with shit tons of gold. There's a reason why Islam isn't fond on people exclusively trying to pick out like types of materials people can't wear. Like if you notice, this isn't just Islam. A lot of African tribes are like this as well. The really nice garments that they wear are accessible to a lot of people. The nice cultural garments that we see and we fucking think must always cost fucking tons. Not always the case, because it comes from Egyptian imperial, Roman imperial and Greek imperial culture, where that affluentism to break away and make it expensive and that comes, and it came more so in the feudal era, but that does come from that slave society era where things started to change. But a lot of these cultural blocks, they're centered around this, like, yes, they're affluent in the way they look, especially to us with our very imperial-minded nature, but a lot of their cultural dresses is just natural cultural dresses, the way people dress, and that's just normal to a lot of people. But we got no respect for their culture, that we don't look to things like that. We don't look to their counter to the way that we've done things for so long, and that there have been these attempts to counter this. I mean, you know, the Ottoman Empire didn't just form within its own internal contradictions. It formed because of internal contradictions, of course. I mean, the Turks took over the Arab caliphates who had the problems with the different caliphates and the squabble in between. I'm not going to get into that. You also had the external contradictions of crusade after crusade after crusade. What are you supposed to do but defend yourself? So it's not even like we're just talking about now that the Arab people have been under persecution, have been under defense. One of the things that brings the Arab people and the Jewish people close together is not just the fact that they are Semitic brothers, that they are both of the Orient. No, it is because they have been persecuted from day fucking one. Yes, the Arabs have a homeland still. Yes, they're protected. Yes, they've. I understand that, and I really understand that. Like I you know, my closest friend who's Jewish is a second generation Holocaust survivor and the youngest I've ever fucking seen. I understand the severity that the Jews have compared to the Arabs, but nonetheless, their struggles are so similar to each other, and they do bind each other in that sense. As you know, in the struggle to be free from oppression from Europe. And that's why a lot of the time you will see, you know, Arabs and a lot of people in the West Asia, in the Orient, are concerned about Eastern imperialism. Don't get them wrong. They are concerned about it. But they're more concerned about the West because the West is brutality and how it's like. And this isn't new. It's a repeat. It's a constant repeat. And this is only going to embolden the anti-elitist principles in the revolutionary, anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist Arabs and the anti-imperialist Assyrians and the other smaller different diaspora groups that Abir just mentioning, going into Greeks and other people like that. But people don't know Syria is and I mean Syria is in the whole Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon. Syria, ancient Syria as a demographic group is a massive demographic, loads of different groups of people, but you know, that emboldens this anti-imperialist struggle. And you see, when you see Oriental Catholics coming together with Islamic people, and they're combining stories, they're learning from each other, they're bringing a closer connection. You know, Israel, Christianity has had a problem of being anti-Islamic and anti-Jewish for a lot of its history. Not so much the Oriental Church, but nonetheless, it's not forgettable for people, and it can also make people judgmental of other Christian groups. But in Palestine, they build solidarity, they struggle with each other, they struggle with people who ain't even religious. And it was, it's this arduation and this solidarity that comes together that we've really got to look to and learn from, and we got to learn the history. Like I know this is a tangent, and I'm not very straight line in here, but with the with the struggles here, we can't just look to now. We've got to look to history, and if we look to history, the Arab people have been fucked over a lot. Yeah, they had their time doing empire. I'm not going to take that away. I'm not going to turn around and go, no, the Arabs have always been good. They've never hurt anyone, because I'm not an exceptionalist. But just like the Jewish people, yeah, they had their time. They were knocked off their pedestal very soon after. And, they're pressed again and thrown about. Seriously, look up the way the Turkish people treated the Arabs in the Ottoman Empire. Look, and maybe, they weren't treating them as bad as the Assyrians or the Armenians. I nearly did the Stalin then. And the Armenians. And that might just be being too generous there. But, because I don't know if it was not that bad. I'm just going off what I understand about the fact that Assyrians and Armenians are a more oppressed group and that there are distinct genocides. I know there were genocides against the Arabs I've been told about, but the more distinct things that we can point out. Like I say, I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, but they're a heavily oppressed group nonetheless. Actually, that was what Lawrence of Arabia was used to exploit through the British Empire, was the different Arab radical struggles, both left and right, that were trying to struggle out of the Turkish Empire. The faithful congregated at the mosque, one of Islam's holiest sites, on Wednesday evening. Close to the golden-topped dome of the rock. Muslims believe the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, ascended to heaven from this site. Twitter, tens of thousands of Muslim worshippers perform Tarawih. Sorry if I accidentally phlegmed on the H. I didn't mean to do that. That just came off because of the way I pronounced the two E's. I do apologize. Unless I got it correct and I accidentally shut myself into correction. I will repeat that though, so I'm not breaking it up with disrespectful tangents. Sorry. 10,000 of Muslim worshippers perform Tarawih prayers inside the Al-Aqsa, got it right this time, mosque compound in occupied Jerusalem, despite Israeli entry restrictions. You can't restrict people from going to worship. That's ridiculous. They're going to mosque, and they're being stopped on Ramadan, at the height of Ramadan. I can't remember where it's like the last 3 days, the last 5 days of Ramadan, or like the really paramount days of Ramadan, where it comes to more of the prayer and worship side of the because most of it, it's more about, from what I understand as just some Angloid, it's more about the community, and then it comes more to the consolement of prayer. It's a whole month period. People gotta remember there's a lot to Ramadan. It's not a simple thing that you can just compartmentalize like that. And it's been a long time since I did religion in high school, and like, fuck, are they gonna teach me properly? But this is and look at all those fucking people. It's such a beautiful sight to see all these people out and struggle. Like they say, the holy people coming out to show their respect to their culture, to their history. Absolutely, God bless to that. That's what they're doing. They're showing respect to their culture and their history. And what happens to them is they get tormented. Oh, sorry, I just clicked 3 times. I only meant to click once. One. There we go. Look at all these people out in struggle. Let me move it so I'm not blocking it. I do apologize. Get the ugly mug out of the way. So yeah, look at all these people out in struggle. It's beautiful. It brings tears to eyes. These people have been tormented for different iterations of empire for centuries. It just keeps changing hands. Let them be free. And they're not going to. They're not going to just let them. We have to struggle against empire in the first world. We need to be protesting. People need to be gathering, organising protests, getting loud, standing by our own brothers and sisters. I don't know about America, but there are Palestinian diaspora here that we can, in the UK, that we can be showing solidarity for and working with. So it's we need to be getting out there and showing the solidarity. They're not just Israel's not gonna kindly let them go. There's never going to be some kind two-state solution. There is either we stand against this firmly, and in this, we need to be even harder than we was with South Africa, because what was proven with South Africa is we weren't hard enough, or not so much about being hard enough, but we didn't stay on it afterwards. So Britain was able to pressurize the new socialist South African government, because it was led by Nelson Mandela, who was originally a part of the Communist Party. It's complicated history. To basically not fully undo apartheid. So yeah, the law of apartheid stopped, but it's like the US, where it's basically still an apartheid state, but they don't. I mean, America still has some laws because of the reservations, but and I don't know whether South Africa is something similar to that. I don't know all than that, but I know about the farmers, I know about the business, the way that works. So I know that people still get kidnapped, and black people I'm on about. I'm not committed to the fucking white genocide bullshit. Anyone who says that needs to be shot. But the African people in South Africa are being, they get kidnapped, and horrible things like that go down. Because there's still rampant stuff of the use of slavery illegal, and other abuses of African people. And then we got these white farmers complaining about white genocide. Fuck off. If anyone's committing a genocide, it's still them for fucking massacring people and pushing this white culture, South African culture. It's all about the Afrikaans, who aren't Afrikaans. They're Angloid Dutch people. They were originally Dutch, but now they're Angloid Dutch. Fucking good for them. But the it's like America, where they basically ended up just being a nicer apartheid state, and not nicer in the fact that they're not still treating people as the worst of the worst. Both states still, in some way, shape, or form, use slavery against the most oppressed groups in their region. They still steal resources as much as they can off these people. Heck, Elon Musk literally rose up out of being able to profit within South Africa. First off, his family's diamond mines from his parents, and then later on as a tech designer, abusing the fact that when you're in a third world or a second world country, or if you're in, let's say, like Canada, where certain places are run down enough or mistreated enough, like as much as I have a lot of problems to some degree or another regarding colonial structures and culture with Quebec is still mistreated a lot, but it's certain aspects. I mean, certain aspects they get things done because they have a little bit of control where they can push their shit. I'm not going to take that away from them, but here's the thing that does go down with Quebec. They're abused by the US and Canada within the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, as cheap labor, especially for the tech industry. This is not a new thing. South Africa was one of these places during the 90s and the early 2000s that was abused, probably even later than that, but it was abused for cheap tech industry, basically get the petty bourgeois of these countries up and on it and boost this thing up and eventually get them over in first world. Elon Musk won't even tell you half the time, or if not most of the time, that he's South African, but and he's not repping the country. He's not even living in the country as far as I'm aware. So, it's all about bringing it back to the imperial countries, of course, but it's about cheapening up the ways of doing it, and obviously keeping that cheaper industry there for production, and bringing the expensive computer industry that you've cheaply started off and developed back into the first world and making it as expensive as possible. It's a process of dealing with things, and if you have all these different connections, it expenses it up. But apartheid is needs to be ended completely. The Israelis can't have power over that region. Like, so we can't be just doing with South Africa, where as soon as the government is like not even properly toppled institutionally, as soon as they get a new leader in, that was basically what was done with South Africa. They got a new leader in, and then they claimed that everything had been over because they ended the policy, but not the government. See the problem there? So we must be arduous. We must first push that decolonization did not happen in South Africa, because not because I turned around and told you, not just because some English guy come and said it. No, because that's what the fucking African communists are saying. And not just the ones who want to kick settlers out. And they don't want to kick everyone out. People need to stop misjudging their words. They want to kick out the oppressors, the people who've caused them problems. And it's not just a minority. It's not just a small number of people. People must understand how colonialism works. Because it's not just a small minority of the colonizers that oppress people. get your heads out your asses, white people. It's a lot of people in the colonized situation that oppress people, because those people going over to colonize, they want to imagine themselves as the people who've oppressed them too. That's why when people talk of examples of white workers being aligned with the struggles of slavery, they don't talk about examples in the 1800s about Americans very often. There will be some, they'll talk about them. No, they go all the way over to countries that aren't in them situations, because in the colony, them white workers are more bothered about being competed by someone they see as lesser than them, and that's what got them concerned. So even the ones who might have been opposed to slavery being in their region because it challenges their labor, and that was the reason a lot of people were opposed to slavery in the North. They didn't like the fact that it was cheaper than their labor. So it challenged them out of work, because it's basically, the resources are all your costs for using slave labor. Resources, everything else is next to fucking, it's paid for already. So do you think that they were then, acceptant of them being able to challenge them in the job market? If their problem with slavery was that they would be challenged for work by slaves, why would they then be okay with black people in the job market? So they weren't. So then you had two situations happen. Either black people were pushed down south where slavery still existed, or after slavery they were pushed down south where racism was... Actually, back then it was, it was more extreme still in the south, but people don't understand that the big differentiation that made the white guy act of the coasts came in the 20th century. Bad all round, really. They were either kicked out of the North, or like they were doing in the South anyway post-slavery, and they were doing this before the end of slavery in the North. If they weren't sending people back to the slave masters during the North before the end of slavery, and after the end of slavery, it didn't actually end. It's complicated, and Africans didn't get like proper rights as a human in America until it was like the last decade, or the first decade of the last decade of the 19th century, or the first decade of the 20th century. Sorry. Even at the end of slavery, so one of the options was to send people to slave masters. When that wasn't an option, and even when it was an option, the other option was genocide. And that happened on a large scale. Actually, around the time that about 10 to 20 years after the African diaspora in America got even classified as a human being, not seen on the same level as a white guy, and that was explicitly said by the system, and not seen as an American, but seen as at least living human being, not just some animal. That took until that point. So 20 years later, you have the Red Summer massacres, where the US government encouraged Americans to massacre African people, and this was state level, I think, or local, I can't remember, but it was local governments of regions, and there may have been state influence, but I think it was local. It's been about a year and a half since I read into the Red Summer Massacre, so take salt, look into it yourself, important historical information, and me having brain fog problems, I'm going to get things wrong a lot. So do look into what I talk about. Don't just be like, oh, that sounds interesting, and plod on along and take it verbatim. Look into it. But the, the Red Summer Massacres, these government institutions were encouraging the massacre of African people, and then they were letting people get away with it by saying that they were Bolshevik agents. Loads of people dead. All of them were Bolshevik agents, apparently. Now, some of them might have been socialists. I don't know about Bolsheviks, but some of them were socialists, yes, because the African people were struggling for freedom. African people were some of the first people in America to try and preach for those types of struggles and those types of movements. But white people just act like, oh, no, we were excluding them, and then we brought them in, and then they found out the good ideas. That's how white people talk about the history. They talk about it as if, like, because we pushed them away, they were never able to come on across these ideas themselves. Why do you think they were being pushed away from an org they tried to join in the first place? Of course they come to the conclusion. The reason they went against it is because you pushed them away from it. But let's not lose track of the stream. I do apologize. It's just, these things all tie together, these colonial structures, and Israel is heavily based off America, and South Africa is heavily based off Israel and America, and they all relate to each other. And you got to look to the history of how these things play out. It is paramount, and we must, in these struggles, we must be for the absolute end of the settler colonial state. None of this middle ground crap. None of this giving up because we got some middle ground crap, even if we weren't asking for middle ground crap. All or nothing. The Palestinians deserve more. Photo, around 250,000 worshippers mark Laylat al-Qadr at the holy Al-Aqsa mosque in occupied hashtag Al-Aqsa under attack, for anyone who wants to look up the hashtag to look up things that are being posted around here for this. It's more of the same pictures, but I will still flash them anyway just to drive it in, because it and look at this. The viewing media contains potentially sensitive content. These are people just standing outside. Oh, what's offensive about this, Trotter? What's offensive about this? Tell me. These are people going out to worship on one of the holiest days of their life as a Muslim. Every year, this is one of the most holy days that they can be committed to. And you're going to turn around and call it offensive? What? The disgust I have for any of these institutions in the first, any of these fucking dickheads who raise this voice about that and this voice about this, talk all this ass, drives me up the wall. All of this is to either dodge or, even worse, condemn, but without getting themselves condemn themselves for condemning colonized people. They try and play this middleman crap, and it ain't fucking on. Sorry, my mouth's really dry. That really hurt my teeth. Don't drink tea, it fucks your teeth up. I should have. Sorry, my mind went blank. I should have noticed that it was a video and put it on while I was sorting those things out. I do apologize. 10,000 of worshippers. Sorry, let me read it clearer. I do apologize. 10,000 of tens of thousands. Actually, more likely hundreds of thousands if it's still outside of Al-Aqsa. Tens to maybe hundreds of thousands of worshippers perform Isha and Tarawih. That's a different Latinization? Is that the same? I don't know if you're still here, Bad Boy, but is that the same word as Tarawih with the two E's? Is that just easying the pronunciation, so it's more of an I sound, like as in like the two E's are I? So Tarawih. Because, what's it? Interestingly, very similar. At the holy Al-Aqsa Mosque in occupied Jerusalem. الصدقات وأقرضوا الله قرضا حسنا يضاعف لهم ولهم أجر كريم. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. ربنا لك الحمد. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. Yeah, Allahu Akbar indeed. Fucking long live the Palestinian resistance. Because there's no end to the struggle other than two solutions, and that is the end of the oppressor or the end of the oppressed. And I can tell you now, the oppressors are going to get what they're going to get. They are going to be dethroned. They will be removed. Otherwise, it's gonna be the continuation to this world's grave. Yeah, global warming's part of this world's grave, but global warming's connected to the capitalist system because of the way we utilize stuff. I mean, the main problem of global warming comes from the 1800s to now. Scientists have researched that. They found out it's about the late 1700s, early 1800s where we started to fuck up bad. No, colonialism and the struggle of the oppressed peoples around the world, the success of their struggles is paramount to the survival of this world. If you want to see the end of capitalism, you want to see the end of the oppressors, not the end of the oppressed. And I don't mean in the sense of not in the end of the oppressed. I mean at the end of the oppressed people. Sorry, that sounded wrong. Well, I mean, you want an end to the oppressor. You don't want the death of the oppressed peoples. You want the oppressed people's victory over their oppression. You want them to follow through, to push through, to bring struggle to its final point, which is conclusive. Struggle will reach a conclusive point. Until then, it will keep fighting. So long as there is one man who can pick up a flag and pull the fight to it, it will keep fighting. And there are millions of men putting that fight up. And we must support them, people. Just because we live in this pattern, padded up world where we can sponge ourselves, we can turn ourselves off, we can just go blast some music or stick the telly on or go out and, go buy all this crap from no one goes shops anymore, do they? Order it all off the internet. I'm a bit outdated for the modern peeps, but, go out to High Street, spend all money on this crap and the other, have 7 handbags, have 2 cars, have, a computer, a games console and all this crap and other, have big double bed, nice quilted sheets. You're able to wash everything every 3 days. All these little things that sometimes they might even sound like luxuries. They sound like something you take for granted, like just having a fucking phone, which I can't even find mine. Oh, it's behind me. We gotta remember that all of this comes and connects to empire. And it circles through. And we must be very, very strict on the fact that we can't be taking these leeway grounds. We can't be pussying about. We can't be pussyfooting about. None of this shit. I'm sick of everyone making these points to cater to white middle class people and what bothers them. Like, everyone wants to jump now because white guy Caleb has had his fucking PayPal banned. Well, most third world countries, including a lot of Arab places, you can't even send PayPal from the West. You can't send money from that. Because it's a way of stopping people from sending a pound and a dollar. If you sent it directly to someone in the third world, would help them out more than you would ever help someone out in the first world with a pound or a dollar. That's why they want to stop it. And because organizations, revolutionary orgs, can make a very big, valuable amount of money within their own currency to then get armed easier if there's these avenues out. So they do it to block off struggle. And it's a way of gating people out of being able to support people. No, it's not impossible. Jason has pushed this before himself. And people are ignorant to the fact that there are ways to push these things. And I mean, Jason, I think he did cite one group that was incorrectly or some shit like that. I can't remember the issue, but nonetheless, there are different ways to deal with this thing, but very difficult to do. But everyone wants to jump when it's some, not even just middle class, it's petty bourgeois. When some petty bourgeois white guy is gone, ugh, everyone throws their fucking plates up. Everyone wants to throw the dinner up now. They didn't do it before. It's all about band-aids when it comes to the way these people function. Because if that's their logic, if they're only going to lose their shit at the time when the labor aristocracy have a problem, they're going to lose their shit about war when the aristocracy have a problem, they're only going to lose their shit about genocide when the aristocracy has a problem, that puts things into 2 problems. 1, if the middle class is no longer bothered, if their needs are met, they don't need to care anymore and they stop, and we've seen that historically. Secondly, if they're already prioritizing it on them and not the people who are being massacred, they didn't care in the first place. And that means even if their needs aren't met, they ain't going to break their neck to stop that genocide. All they want to do is return things to some form of calm relation. I hope people do understand that when a ceasefire happens, the Israelis still commit genocide. For example, the UK classifies them as a illegal settler colonial state and that their settlements are illegal. We don't do anything about it. We literally point out that they're not allowed and they're illegal. We admit it. We do nothing about it. We don't sanction them. We don't blockade them. We don't tell them to get off their land. We don't block them out of the finance community or the international community or the UN. We don't do what we did to North Korea. We don't do what we did to Vietnam. We don't do what we did to Cuba or to any other country that stood up for its right. No, what we do is we sell shit tons of weapons to them. We arm them for their genocide. They do, quote, ceasefires. And what those ceasefires are is, we're going to seize land that we're not supposed to seize while we're in a ceasefire. And then we're going to complain when Palestinian freedom fighters fire back at us when we stole their fucking land. Demolition the homes of their families. Shoot children. So if you're not on the side of the Palestinian, you're on the side of child murderers, of rapists. Comrade Dark Snovia, he's reading a book at the moment. I've not read the book. I will just say that. But it's written by I think it's Ilan Hasser. One second. Ilan Hasser. No, it's not. What is... I googled it the other day. Let me just check Skype. It'll be on there. Oh, that's it. Ilan Pape. Ilan Pape. I think that's how it's pronounced. I really apologize, but he's an Israeli historian. Or, you know, he's one of the obfuscated ones because he decided to side with the Palestinians and called the Israelis rapists and all that stuff like that. But he goes on about a point where during the torment of the what was it? Every village and town that they went to during the conflicts and the settler incursions with the Palestinians during the I can't remember what he was on about, the 40s or the 60s, but I think he's making an example that consistently lines with the struggle on a whole. But I will stick whatever context he put it in for those who do go and read it or those who have already read it can apply it. But I'm just going off what I've been told that's sort of really interesting about this, and he's been criticized by the Israeli community. Of course he has for it, but I don't give a fuck what they think. Is that they raped and pillaged in every village they went in. Every village they went in, there was rapes. I as they count, I've heard not just from the mouth of an Israeli historian. I've heard that come out of the mouth of Arabs. So it's not unlikely, and it wouldn't surprise me if anyone saw the leaks that came from Julian Assange regarding the US and British military in Iraq and Afghanistan, where they were raping women and children, burning down villages, shooting innocent civilians, playing games with them before they shoot them. Like, not games in the sense of, haha, joy, joy, joy. Like, no, messing with them, terrorizing them, tormenting them, torturing them, and then shooting them like an animal. Like an animal. This shit ain't a joke. And it don't end just because you can turn your brain off to it and continue on with your day in your little lovely world. No. Great for you that imperialism has given you the chance, that empire, that genocide has given you the chance to chill and relax. That's not the case for the people whom we genocide, whom we force our empire over to keep that capacity for us to do that. The whole world would be able to sleep better at night if empire ended tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's not that fucking simple. But we still need to struggle to end it. It's never going to end if everyone says it'll happen next century. We won't have another century on this earth if we keep thinking like that. Bullshit. All that comes out of the mouths of these people. They want a railroad. Railroad. They want to derail struggle wherever they can. They just want to normalize things. They don't want it to be stressful for them. They want to be able to continue on in their little white world. It's not how the fucking penny drops, especially for people who call themselves socialists or communists or whatever name you tag to it. I'm using socialist to be more pluralistic, but none the fucking less. You're a socialist. You should be supporting the struggles of the colonized, of the oppressed. If you're about the class dynamic, pick up some fucking books and media, or do you know what? How about this? This isn't even bigots teaching for you. Go speak with colonized people. You will learn more engaging with people who are colonized than you will just reading books and applying your white lens to something you don't understand. You've got to hear someone's emotions. Feel their pain in it. And don't dissociate from it. Experience it. Suck it in. Take it in. Feel the agony they have to go through. Because you're only going to get 1% of it at best. You're not going to be able to feel it like they do. You're never going to. Unless you're out in that. Because experience is the only pathway to genuine knowledge. But if you're going to have even a fecal matter of an understanding on the situation, you need to listen to the experiences of the oppressed. Not just your own little white bubble of how it works. And then maybe you will understand that colonialism, racism, sexism, transphobia, a lot of this centers around class dynamics. Especially colonialism and racism, which are joined at the hip. They're inseparable. I don't care anything. There's no such thing as race. That's an invented construct by the British and the Spanish. And Britain itself, British is an imperial colonial culture. There's no fucking meaning to the struggles forward for the UK. It will be broken up. Spanish is the same. What's the, is it the Madrid? I can't remember the name of the main group that occupies the rest of the colonized peoples of Spain. But these territories are already colonized in their own right. And they basically took colonialism and advanced it for the early stages of capitalism, which was a race came onto it. Because slavery wasn't used because they wanted to do it for feudalism. Slavery was used for the development of capital industry. First agricultural, and then industrial. Lenin talks a bit, not so much, I don't think he talks so much about the slave dynamic from what I can remember. I know he definitely talks about the fact that capitalism first starts off with the agricultural development, then it reaches into the industrial development, then it reaches into the development of finance capital. Slavery was one of the key turning points for the development of agricultural capital as an actual developed industry, and then for the development of industrial capital, especially out in places like America, Canada, Africa, places that have been dominated by European colonialism. I mean, I don't mean the African people when I say that. I should be specific. In the colonies was where it was used the most. It wasn't typical that you would bring black slaves home to work on a united plantation together. Collectivized abused work, let's say for example in Britain, was typically thrown onto the Celts. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't want to insult the people of struggle who went through the worst of it, which was out in the colonies. The most mistreated of the people during the era of the slaves was out in the colonies. I know that might seem straightforward to some, but sometimes you got to drill it into people because they're probably. Sorry, my brain went a bit fatty. Because you got two things. You got people who might not know a lot of these things. I mean, you can't always presume common sense, but also because I think common sense is a nonsense thing that's used to get people out of things. But also, there's the problem of people gaslighting all the time. That's the thing that makes me a bit fumbly. So I'm someone who's gone for extreme gaslighting abuse. That's why I always apologize. I'm always shifty, and I always try and make sure like I'm catering to things and I'm not making a mistake, and because I'm always afraid that someone's going to end up accusing me of something that's not the case and adamant in it. So I'm a little bit fishy with that. I'm getting better with it though. It's the self-gaslighting that's the bigger problem, the more so than what I get off other people. And gaslighting's the go-to with right-wingers. They always like to gaslight people. It's always the go-to with me because they like to get a ruse out of me. They like it when I shout. However, local sources said Israeli occupation forces on Thursday morning fired tear gas canisters at the worshippers gathering at the courtyards of the mosque after marking, if you tell them from the north, at the courtyards of the I lost my place. Where was I? Oh yeah, after the marking of the special night and prayer. I'm praying the Fajr. I think that's Fajr. I don't know. It might be Fajr. I don't know whether the R is short or rolled. I think it's rolled. Prayer in a bid to spoil the spoilers. In a bid to spoil the worshippers' happy and holy time and to disperse them. Israeli occupation forces attack Muslims for worship inside the Al-Aqsa mosque compound in occupied Jerusalem with tear gas. and there's an Israeli drone, and I saw a video regarding this tear gas, and it should come up in these listings. If not, I'll find it again because it should be on my Twitter. I think, I don't know. I've only come back to Twitter recently, and I only did it because I can't look at the stuff that they post on Twitter, because a lot of Palestinian people will post bits and pieces of this shit on Twitter, and I can't look at the important stuff that Palestinian people in fucking Palestine are posting on Twitter, because Twitter now has blocked things that are offensive content for people who don't have a login. So, and they're making everything offensive content they can. So all these things that are news, I can't look at without having an account. So I've had to make like the 4th email to make a Twitter account, because one of them I abandoned a long time ago and forgot even existed. And the other 2 got banned. One for saying very horrible things about fascists, and the other because I said very horrible things about transphobes. Local sources reported that the forces... Oh, it would have worked if I said Israeli anyway, sorry. That the Israeli forces also searched several Palestinians after leaving the holy site. Oh, here's one of the videos. It's not the one I was on about, but we'll put it up As you can see, rounding people up, treating them like fucking animals, gating them about, fucking patting people down, fucking evil bastards, and they're in force. Look at how many of them are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that might be someone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know whether that one behind them is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11, maybe 12 people just all stood up. Oh, and the guy out on the... So there's like 12 to 15, maybe more people there, armed with assault rifles and shit, all gathered around, fenced up, fucking, as if some fucking absolutely horrific's about to happen to... Ooh. And then they're terrorizing, but this outside Al-Aqsa, you know, a fucking holy place of the Arab people, one of the most holiest places of the Arab people. And this is the treatment they get. I think people must remember. I think it's Jerusalem is the 3rd most holy place in the Islamic culture. I think it's Mecca, then Medina, then Jerusalem. So people really must understand the significance of the cultural history we're talking here. This isn't just about, okay, this is bad or that's bad. This is about history, the move forward, the people of Palestine and what they represent, what the people of Syria, as a whole represent, the Arab movement represents. This is complicated situations, because we never in the first world we never try and put ourselves in these people's shoes. People don't want to do that. It comes to it, they want to put them in our shoes, how we would handle the situation. The fuck do we know about being occupied by a fucking foreign force? Go on, tell me the last time Britain or the US, or if the US ever was occupied by an invasion. Had a settler colonial system built on top of them. Like, I'm on about the white people when I'm talking about US as well. No one's trying to slime me when talking about the natives, because they understand that, and I've already synonymized them to the struggles with the Palestinian people, and actually they're one of the few groups that showed solidarity to them during their struggles. When have white people in the first world had to face an invading force that's occupied them since World War II? And World War II, they all acted like, they were the most persecuted people in the world. White Europeans, oh no, Hitler's destroying our art, and he's just, oh no, now it's happening to us. But we didn't go and learn, oh, that's a taste of our own medicine, and we'll stop doing it. Because that's not how things work. People don't learn when you dish them a taste of their own medicine alone. No, you got to dish them the fucking cure, not a continuation of the same medicine that's perpetuated this shit. And that cure makes them sick at first, but it'll smack them on their ass. the cure don't come from them experiencing it. France didn't stop being imperial because it lost itself to the Germans. I know it fought die hard to keep its empire to the end. Because they're imperialists, they'll do that. You bag them into a corner, they're gonna do that. You gotta dish. I heard something buzz then. Better not be in my house, fucking insects. I'll have you. Fucking bees and wasps and shit. I lost track of where I was. I'll continue with the article. I do apologize. I've probably already spooked everyone off anyway. Oh no, we've got two watchers. We've got two watchers. Was we yeah, we're here. Oh no, we finished. Read one reply. Let's read the one reply. Hey, look at this. Fucking climbing up the wall. God bless. Don't barriers ain't gonna stop people when they got the passion for their struggles. You ain't. No matter how high you build your walls, you won't stop the will of the people. Okay, yeah. Dozens of worshippers injured as Israeli forces. As Israeli forces storm Al-Aqsa Mosque. Sorry, 1 second. I'm a mess today. Preparedness. I thought I was more prepared than I was when I started. Trying to maintain my health. Occupied Palestine, Quds News Network, which is where all the sources have been coming from. Quds is Quds. Look it up. They have a full English page. Look up Quds Network English. Anyone, look at this daily. Keep news on the Palestinians. I shouldn't have to ram the struggle up your asses. I'm going to anyway because it's what we need to be doing. We should all ram it up everyone's asses. But you know what I mean? I shouldn't have to. People who are saying that they're principled and they're of struggle should already be on this shit. It's not rocket science, everyone. Come on. You know, I'm sorry to be somewhat coy, but it just it's idiotically aggravating how simple of a decision it is to make. I hate fence posters. There's no middle ground on principle. Kwame Ture. No middle ground on principle. Occupied Palestine, Quds News Network. Israeli occupation forces on Friday broke into the courtyards of the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound following the Fajr morning prayers and attacked worshippers, leaving dozens of them injured. Local sources reported that dozens of Palestinians, including children and women, were injured by Israeli soldiers that broke into the courtyards of Al-Aqsa Mosque. Sorry, I'm trying to regulate my breathing. If I read too much, I don't breathe enough. It's a problem with my autism, so I got to be a bit careful. I might lock these halfway through because we've already been going for an hour and 47 minutes and do another stream tomorrow or Monday before I shoot off to... I keep saying before I shoot off the hospital, but I keep pushing hospital off, so before the rest of the week, because what's it? I might run out of breath before I end up finishing all of this, and I do want to do my little I do want to do a little tribute thing for the end of this, because I just thought of it on the spur when I was starting. I was like, you know what, that might not be a bad idea. It might be a nice sort of cozy, heartfelt little thing to do someone I have love for in respect for the struggle of the Palestinian people for their freedom. Um, uh, um, uh, local sources, wait, did I? Yeah, local sources reported that dozens of Palestinians, including children and women, were injured by Israeli soldiers that broke into the courtyards of Al Aqsa Mosque. The sources indicated that hundreds of Israeli soldiers, hundreds, broke into the courtyards of Al Aqsa Mosque and attacked the worshippers using batons, rubber coated metal bullets, tear gas canisters, and stun grenades. And it's no small piece of metal inside them metal bullets, it's a big piece of steel. Fucking hurts. Fucking, what's it? Watch the stream I did with Dr. Weisfeld. He goes a bit into it. The first stream I did with him and the most recent one I did with him, he talks about it a bit in both of them. But I need to have a specific big conversation about what happened to his leg at some point, maybe, because that'd be really interesting. Because rubber bullets ain't a fuck around. That's just his leg. As we were talking about the other week, there was a kid who was shot in the eye with a rubber bullet. He's got no eye now, and his eye was already fucked from trauma that he'd had in life. So now he barely see. Rubber bullets. Don't be fooled by the word rubber. They ain't any better. They're just as capable of killing. The sources indicated that hundreds of soldiers broke into the courts of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and attacked. Oh yeah, I read that bit. I thought I'd only read it halfway through. Sorry. Furthermore, the sources added that the Israeli soldiers besieged hundreds of worshippers inside the Qibli prayer hall and fired them rubber bullets and stun grenades in bid to force them to leave the mosque. Meanwhile, Palestinian Red Crescent said that is the Red Crescent the healthcare service? Just so I'm not making a confusion, I think it is. But I've presumed before and been wrong. But I know that the symbol for Palestinian health service is the Red Crescent with the health symbol in it. I think it looks beautiful. Like the best looking what's it, healthcare symbol in the world. I don't know. There's just something snazzy about it. I think it's something to do with the way that the moon thing looks and it puts things into position. I like aesthetics of logos and flags and other stuff like that. So yeah. Or is Red Crescent? Oh, it might be like the Red Cross, like with the UK. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I don't know. Sorry. Like loose hair under my nose. Sorry about that. Loose hairs itching my nose. I can't deal with like irritations. Red Cross, Red Crescent, Red Crystal. Okay, I see, I see, I see. In humanitarian international law, there are a few symbols. Well, what's it? Red Crescent comes with the Red Cross too, from the symbol I remember looking at. So, um, they double down. Um, fucking show off, say. But no, sorry, jest aside. Meanwhile, Palestinian Red Crescent said that 42 Palestinians were injured during the Israeli attacks at Al Aqsa Mosque. The Red Crescent, much like the Red Cross, is the inverted colors of the Turkish flag, just like the Swiss. Yeah, I get you there. And its origins in is World War II, where the Ottomans would take care of their wounded, and they have these symbols. So similar to the origins of the British Red Cross. Um, it indicated that its crews provided the injury with first aid care before transferring them to hospital, noting that the occupation forces impeded the work of the crews and prevented them from entering Al Aqsa Mosque. The Israeli occupation seeks, through its storming to the Al Aqsa Mosque, to devote the temporal and spatial division of the mosque and to Judaize the occupied Palestinian city of Jerusalem. Oi, it's a miracle. So I'm sitting in my chair. It's an unusual thing, but I moved like the bed forward so I could sit in the chair to do this. Be easier for what I want to show afterwards, but also because I want to be out of the bed more. I don't like being bedridden. It's fucking horrific. You're limited in your capacity to operate. Your back, your spine really starts to hurt. I already have bad piles and bad bowels issues, so that makes it even more of an uncomfortable situation. It's not nice being just being bedridden and disabled. I hope people really understand that. Those people who think, oh yeah, we get to stay at home all day. It's not that fucking simple. Everything is problematic, so it's nice to have some range of motion and be able to just, you know, be able to get up and move about, not have to throw myself, because I already struggle with getting up out of a chair. Trying to get up out of a bed is not easier, I'll tell you that. But I found, because I moved my things forward, and this was sitting in my ashtray just on the edge, and I found my spliff. It fell on the floor, and I was like, it's been lost. I might as well just throw it away when I find it. But I found it before it went bad. Top notch detective work here. It was only because I looked at the floor once. um, Interestingly enough, there are also the red sun and lion, but the symbol got scrapped later on. That sounds pretty neat. I need to give a slight space for my breathing, because otherwise my head feels like it's going to explode. That didn't do much. The problem with juice, it doesn't feel very like hydrative. I don't know whether that's just my thyroid problems, but it feels like it dehydrates or it hydrates. I know that shouldn't be the case, surely, unless there's the carbohydrate in it. I am hypersensitive to carbohydrates because of my fibromyalgia and thyroiditis. Fun. Um, no, I am gonna try and catch my breath. I was about to start again. I need to pace myself. It's a problem. I don't pace myself, and then I end up either making mistakes or struggling to breathe. But here's the thing: with the problems I have to deal with, if I can speak, and mind you, I'm not the most disabled person in the world. I still have legs, I still have arms, I can still breathe and speak to some degree here and there, and I can do. I'm not armless, legless, or I'm not fucking people who are on life like that. But I'm still disabled to the point where I can't function properly. I'm like fucking. I should show you how messy my fucking yard is because of that. My sink has been out of commission for 2 years because of the problems I have with regards to communication, engaging with things, and getting things sorted, including the tap, which means it's complicated shit. Sorry, I'm just using blanket examples. But if I can speak about this issue, if I can say something, then anyone you know is healthier than me who isn't speaking about this thing is a fucking clown at best. I dickhead at sorry, and and a supporter of the settlers at worst, because and not whether they know it or not, because if they have the capacity with fuck me, I have what, like 100 subscribers. I'm not diminishing you guys, fucking all respect to you, but yeah, 135. How many people out there have like what, 100,000, a million? Or even just 5,000, or even 1,000, anywhere in between. They have a platform. They have loads of people that even if they only got a fraction of their fan base because it's too much for them, which, I mean, fucking, what a chauvinistic way to look at producing content. Oh, it'll be too much for them, so you're just going to run away from struggle. Ah, that's cute. You have a platform, you have people to get to, you at least get a percentage of them that's still a big group of people, that's enlightening people, and those people already have respect of you as a content creator, so you should be doing that. Everyone should be doing that. It shouldn't just be us lot who are politically motivated, and it certainly shouldn't just be coming from lumpen proles, disabled, homeless, and colonized groups in the first world. It shouldn't just be coming from that. It should be coming from everyone. Everyone should be loud and fucking clear on this issue. Because the correct answer is loud and clear. And I'll take nothing otherwise. I said I'm supposed to be giving myself a break, and I'd gone into rant again. I do apologize. I'm sorry. I was expecting to not have energy again this morning to do this, but I managed to shape through. But now I'm just scantily anxious because I threw myself in to do this because I need to show my solidarity and respect. Like, every day I'm hearing more and more about what's going on down in this in with the Israelis. And people are more bothered about Ukraine, and it breaks my heart. Some of these people are people I considered, communists and comrades and decent people, and then they show themselves. Lots of people have been coming out the the woodwork, to show themselves to be right wingers, to show themselves to not care about the struggles of the people. It breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. It brings sorrow to my soul. I mean, as someone who is of a pan-Abrahamic Catholic position, so when I'm engaging in Christians, one of the things that they like to drive is this forgiveness of the self, this worry of the self, this drive away of worry. I really pissed them off because I drove into them that the biggest worry that should be on any of our shoulders, and it was the worry I committed to, and they tried to argue me down on literally making a public burial in this situation, and tried to call it a speech. To regard the Palestinians as my bigger worry rather than my own issues. Like, yeah, of course it worries me more. My issues aren't going to have millions of people genocided. It's not going to have land taken from me. I don't own any land. And my problems aren't going to cause, my problems alone personally, individually, aren't going to cause the death of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Doesn't. But those problems do. So they're a bigger concern. Yeah, my struggles are still a concern, and I'm not going to devalue them. But my struggles aren't a concern individually. I'm not the only person who suffers systemic oppression because of my disabilities in the system. I'm not the only person who suffers systemic oppression for being lower class. Heck, I'm not even the worst. I'm nowhere near. There's so many people who are a lot worse than me. And I'm still in the fucking bottom wage earners. Well, there's not wage earners, but they use that term. Bottom. I'm on dole. I'm the bottom of the bottom. You don't get any less than dole. I don't get disability allowance support. I'm in shit tons of debt, and I'm still better off than a lot of my brothers and sisters that I know who are struggling on their ass. You know, dynamics need to really be understood by people. And we have all these aristocratic twats, and a lot of them have even tricked us. A lot of them have tricked us into focusing on them a bit too much. We've all found one that we've been a bit too fooled by because they're charismatic. They're lovely, and even when they say things wrong, everyone presumes they're naive. They're the intellectuals. How the fuck are they the naive ones? They have the biggest access to literature resources. They know how to preach ignorance. They choose to be ignorant. And if they don't, they're at least playing by the piper, the fiddle, who has chosen that ignorance, and they'll follow it blindly like dickheads. And so when they are looking for any excuse to bastardize the struggle or to turn off from the struggle, or not even using excuses, they're just refusing to talk about it, or they're talking about it in slights, they're not committing to it, they're not stressing about it, it's not hitting them in the heart and soul, they don't care. They ain't for it. Their passing glances are nothing more than a show of face. They've got no respect. They've got no faith. They've got no respect. Got no respect. They've got no faith. They've got no solidarity for the Palestinian struggle and for the colonized people's struggles. These are the types of people who would spit in the face of the Irish struggle. These are the types of people who would spit in the face of the Mozambique anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, anti-apartheid struggles. They would spit in the face of the anti-apartheid struggles and anti-colonial struggles of Africa, in South Africa, of South Africa, etc. You know, I know I'm repeating myself, but bastards, drives me mad. Like, do people really have to be at the bottom to realize? Do they really have to have fuck all to realize? Or is it because they've realized, but because they have something, their realization is different? Really think on it, because I go with the latter. They've made their own conclusion because it suits their class interests and fuck everyone else, which anyone in the, from the, not just the Lumpen proletariat, but anyone who's in the bourgeoisificated proletariat and the lower working class, the proletariat as a whole will know this. Like any of my brothers, even in the bourgeoisificated will know this. The people, it's all about what suits the fuck everyone else. So they should just do what I'm doing. They should just think that's what they think. They're individualists. They don't give a shit about anyone but themselves. And they've been taught to do it. They've been brought up all their lives to think that everything is laid on them like a platter, like that the world is built for them. Men step on fucking stepping stones made out of themselves to reach higher means. They spend more on shipments for guns and drugs than they'll ever educate our sons. That's not just what they did, that's what they still do to this day. These people don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Extremist Israeli settlers vandalized prominent Hassan Bek Mosque in Jaffa. Sorry. Just having an autism moment. Getting too distracted with something else that I shouldn't really. I'm over caring at first and things that I shouldn't really be too over focused on, etc. I'm sorry. Do you know what this gives me flash tos? Anyone who remembered the stream I did on the accounts from the brothers and sisters of the streets of Arizona, the comrades of the streets of Arizona. I show graffiti from Nazis. The massacre of that synagogue in 2019 in Arizona, 27th of May. And the photo of brick of that exact same style, that exact same color, same brick style, probably because of cultural relevance. It was I don't know, but it looked exact same style of brick as that. And in blue spray paint, I think it was a blue or black. I can't remember. I could go through my files and find the document, but I won't scramble about like that. But basically, what the Jared 88, the fascists did, this is so bit for bit, the same shit. They go in, they terrorize the people, they commit murder, or if not murder, it's battery and everything in between. And then they fucking, what's it? They go and disgrace they go and disgrace the mosque. They go and draw graffiti on a holy place. It's a fucking mosque. It's a holy place. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, they're already killing people on holy soil. Like, that's already the case. They're going into a mosque, to put it into Christian logic. Mosques, the holy building that represents they're connected to the greater body of holy, but similar to like how churches work, where there's a unified, what they used to be anyway. Things have been a bit more broken up with both Christianity and Islam, but essentially, it's these areas are like specific places where people go where they can combine, like, what makes it holy is the coming together of the holy people in the holy building. The holy building would not be holy without the connection of the whole unit. Like, everything interweaves and interconnects. Like, you can't separate things in a vacuum in the Abrahamic faith, which is a mistake that a lot of atheists do to try and criticize the Abrahamic faith. So when you're looking at like this situation, this would be like taking what would be like, see, the problem with imperialism is people lose a lot of cultural significance to things in the first world, so it's even hard to drum it into these people because they don't really understand the brevity of the situation. But it is like, I guess to put it into the Catholic position, I know I'm no fan of the Vatican, and I know that we would like this to happen, but I'm just trying to put it into retrospect because it's hard to find a cultural thing that hasn't been either bastardized out of care, where people don't give a shit anymore, or people give a shit, but the institution itself is evil, romantic crap. So, Vatican. Let's just imagine that the way people see it in Catholicism is the way it is. And then you were to go shoot people up in it, terrorize, beat people down, throw tear gas, and then you were to go and graffiti, I don't know, Star of David, swastika, the anything, a pentagram. You got to spray paint something on there that's gonna get them their knickers in a twist and them call you a pagan, even if you're an Abrahamic, and they'll still call you a pagan because they did that to the Jews and the Arab and the Muslims. So. Do you not understand that this is like taking the most like cultural significant places? I mean, and then just tarnishing them after you've committed massacre. At most, but a lot of the time it's torment. There's a range in it. Either they shoot people up with live bullets, or they shoot people up with rubber bullets, and they beat you down with batons, and they throw in their tear gas, and they use stun grenades. And they're able to use military equipment, military force, tear gas. I was it since the 80s or the 90s. I can't remember when they banned it, but police forces can't use tear gas. It's seen as like, a war allowed only thing. I think I remember. It's all about pepper spray now with the police. That's what I've heard. I could be wrong on that. I might have confused things I've been told because I've done that a few times. I just want to make sure that I don't feel sure in what I'm saying. But I also self-gaslight myself a lot, so always remember that I might also be self-gaslighting myself. But, they're using military force against civilians because they use the excuse of the conflict that's still going on because there's no peace. There's no peace treaty that's been signed. There's been, like, solutions that have been come up with, but no true peace has ever been assured. The Israelis always lied to them and started the war. And I don't care if the UN hasn't fucking marked it as this or marked it as that, or the US hasn't said this, or the UK hasn't said that. Fuck off. This is a colonial war of genocide that has never stopped. Never stopped. All those people that are like, oh, we had like 1 day of peace after World War II. No, we didn't, because Israel never stopped existing after World War II, and there was never peace just at the end of World War II, because literally, as World War II ended, the British were cutting the heads off Malaysian communists. Like, know your history. Otherwise, you'll talk stupid things like I do sometimes, where I talk about stuff that I don't know. When you don't know something, you're going to sound a moron. And you can make it sound smart. That's what aristocrats do, because they've read a lot of books. It's not just about reading, it's about understanding it, connecting with people, building them relationships of people's experiences that tie into the books you've read. I've always said this: you give someone with experience a book about like the extra things to know, and the same aristocrats read the same amount of material, like they've all read this book that describes the thing that the one guy has had 10 years of experience in, and another person, this other guy's just new to it. They're just new to it. I should use more gender-neutral terminology when I'm making an example. I do apologize. I'm not trying to infer. But you take two people. One has 10 years of experience. The other one has none. And you trial these two people together after making them read the book. They read the same amount of material. The guy who's had the experience is going to trump. I keep seeing using gender-specific terms for the person who would have the most experience would trump the person who has the least experience time and time again, because experience is the only pathway to genuine knowledge. And here's the thing: if you took someone who had 10 years of experience and you put them against someone who's read shit tons of books about something about to do with that person might know obscure knowledge about some random fact that the person who's been experienced all their life might not know, because the person who's experienced it hasn't read any of this literature. But it doesn't matter, because this person who's experienced it has been working it. So the main process of working it, because we're talking a long period of time where it drives into someone, them working it drives their knowledge forward for them to be able to understand the functions of it, even things that are involved in it that they might not know any of the technical jargon for. They might not know what all the scientific and physical, physics functions of it is, but they still understand what they are doing. And how to operate it, and how to engage in it, and what the process is, what the functions are, what the solutions are, the important things to know. They know that because they experience it all the time, and they're observing it and they're engaging it. I know I do have Asperger's, and that's overside left brain, so observation and engagement, analytics, that's hypersensitive with people with autism. But nonetheless, it is no different for people without it, that we do work on that basis. That is the best way of learning for a human being. Observe and engage. Hypersensitivity to stimuli can level that up with people, from what I can see. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I could talk about that, but that's for another stream that I really want to do at some point. But observation and engagement, very important. So that's the way the human mind works. So the person who has been literally watching the things happen, and they're going to observe, and they're going to pull a lot of stuff like this. And getting into what I was saying, because I'm experienced and know quite a bit about Asperger's, I can just speak to this a bit. If you were to put an Asperger's person in that position, because they're hypersensitive, they will. So the left side of the brain activity that is consistent through the autism spectrum, it basically it's where autistic savantism comes from. It's why I have the brain of a moron, but can also do really good analytical stuff. But the other side, left side of the brain, it basically makes people break things down to their finest components all the time. It's why autistic people get caught on tangents, because if they explain something that's involved in something that's something different, they then have to explain that something different and break it down and break it down and break it down. So when you're engaging with a process, especially a actual action and a process, things that are going on and changes that are occurring, we're always wanting to know what, because especially those with ADHD, the attenuativity to want to analyze and break down everything that's going on about you, because the reduction of dopamine production in ADHD encourages over analytical processes to try and stimulate dopamine, and that's why ADHD people struggle to focus, because they literally try and focus on everything to try and satisfy it's like being so over focused you can't focus. Like you want to pattern to everything because your brain is buzzing to get some form of dopamine, and it's why we're really bad for interruption. Because when we get like an idea, we want to say, "Oh, contribute the conversation." We go. I don't know the word for it because I'm too used to the offensive language that's been used against us to describe these actions. Like, like a special needs moment where we can't operate. We can deal with it and it can be dealt with. And I'm finding new ways to try and deal with it. The main thing I have to do is say sorry and step back. That's the main. But it comes to processing, holding me. But it's one of those moments where we struggle a bit. It's a bit of an understatement, but it's why a lot of people don't like conversing with ADHD people. We ramble a lot, and then we give you like 5 seconds to be like, "Whoa, I got an idea to that. I got to break that down." And it gets a lot of us caught up on the chauvinism that we think if we don't break it down when they say it, they're gonna miss this. They're gonna miss this fact. Because we will forget it because of brain fog. ADHD has brain fog. I can't understand how much of a fuck it is. So Asperger's has brain fog within its traits. ADHD is one of the traits common to Asperger's, and that comes with brain fog. Remember, ADHD is a trait. Autism is a spectrum of different traits that form autism spectrum disorders, or conditions is the more polite term to use. Disorder's a bit offensive, or majorly offensive. But Asperger's is a certain collection of traits. Now, we do all have commonalities with each other. Empathic hypersensitivity is one of them. The other one is overactive left side of the brain. And communication difficulties are present throughout, but they're not consistent. They don't actuate the same at all. Like they're very up and down. But we all have communication problems. The problem is that with people whom are Asperger's, because we can ramble about a lot and we can say a lot of things, and we've got all these things where you get presumed that we're great communicators when we're really messy ramblers. And I don't know how to bring my voice up to communicate a lot of things I want to say. I also don't know how to contact people without it being purposeful. Not entirely. Like I can sometimes push myself, but autistic people will know what I mean by this. Like when I want to just chill with people, I don't think that I've got a good enough reason to get their attention, and I basically gaslight myself to not deal with them, and I just stick to myself and stick on a loner. Like autistic people are people who will go out of their way to be on our own, but we don't really want to be on our own. It's a weird thing, but you put autistic people in a position to learn a lot. So experience, engagement, observation. So these people who want to belittle any of these struggles around the world, these people who ain't gonna look and understand this, they don't know. But this graffiti here brings me straight back to the massacre at the synagogue in May 27th, I think it was 2019. I think it was the 27th. I hope I'm not getting that wrong. What's it? God bless to the martyrs. May they rest in blessed peace. I had a fucking wedding as well, and they didn't just kill like adults either. Like I know that they shouldn't be measuring things like that. Any life is a problem, but they were gunning down children and everything. It's like Jesus fucking Christ. Occupied Palestine, Quds News Network. Extremist Israeli settlers on Thursday night carried out acts of sacrilege and sabotage against a mosque in Jaffa in the pre-1948 occupied Palestine. locals in the city reported that the extremist settlers spray painted the Star of David in blue and anti-Palestinian, I keep saying Steinian, Palestinian racist graffiti on the northern wall of Hassan Bek Mosque. Sorry if I'm over Fleming the K. I didn't mean to do that unless it is actually done then. But a happy accident. But I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing. The mosque's Imam Sheikh, or is it Sheikh? I don't know whether it's Sheikh or Sheikh. Ahmad Abu Ajwa said that the racist attack comes as part of a long series attack against the mosque since the Nakba in 1948. Abu Ajwa held the Israeli occupation police fully responsible for the attack, pointing out that the police patrol standing near the mosque witnessed the incident but did nothing. He called upon the Palestinian people to intensify their presence at the mosque, which is one of the most important Islamic holy sites in the city. Israeli settlers attack Palestinians on a daily basis across the occupied territories under the so-called, quote, price tag, end quote, banner. Such attacks will always go unpunished by Israeli occupation forces. These attacks include assaults on Palestinians, slashing tires, painting anti-Arab slogans, in addition to the cutting down of trees belonging to Palestinian farmers. I felt like I've read this one actually, didn't I? Have I gone back on myself? Or did I have it twice? Oh, I may have had it. No, oh no, it's just the same quote at the bottom. Sorry, I got a bit confused then. I do apologize. It is a really good quote though. In sort of laying out this is what's happening. They're not just, it's not like they're just only going out their way to attack people in the mosque. It's Palestinians in general, slashing their tires, painting Arab slogans everywhere, and terrorizing the agricultural community, cutting down their agriculture. I guarantee they don't stop at trees. Trees are an easy thing to watch be sabotaged. You don't need to destroy physically someone's crops visibly to have killed them. There's poisons, there's over-fertilizing that region, there's toxic waste dumping, there's all sorts of ways they can do that. Or the traditional way, which was, well, it's not the traditional way in the sense of old school sense, I just mean in the 20th century imperialist sense, of bombing with lead-lined bombs all over people's farms so it poisons them, like the US and the UK like to do. Israeli court sentences Palestinian woman to 8 years in jail. In jail. 8 years, nearly a whole decade. I'm so zoomed in that you can't get a decent picture of her face, but a young lass. She's 2.5 years younger than me, 21 years old. Occupied Palestine, Quds News Network. The Israeli Central Court in occupied Jerusalem given an 8-year prison sentence to 21-year-old Nawal Fitia, a Jerusalemite citizen. By that, I do believe they mean part of the 48. I might be wrong on that, though. I'm not very good with all the terminology. Like, I normally just call the Palestinians in the occupied zone. Oh, wait, no, Jerusalemite is just for Jerusalem. I'm getting confused with things. I'm getting confused with the people who have the Israeli settler, like, names for stuff and things like that. I do apologize. Labels. The Marxists don't make it easier because they make me have to read French ones all the time. I do apologize for my confusion. I hope I haven't fucked up. Sorry. A Jerusalemite citizen. I should just read on when I want to say stupid shit like that, because that I like I did push. You should say stupid shit to be corrected on, but that I could have figured out for myself on my own head if I just thought for 5 seconds. Like I apologize. I am sorry. Amjad Abu Asab, head of the family committee of the Jerusalemite prisoners, said that the Israeli court also ordered Fatiha to pay a fine of 30,000 shekels. It's $9,050. It's somewhere around, I think £6,000 or £7,000. I think. I might be wrong on that. It might be less. Um, I, I'm not gonna waste time going about googling it because it is somewhere from 5 to 7. It couldn't be any more than that because pound goes in about 66% into the 66.6 we'll say just for the meme, but somewhere around 60-70% it goes into the dollar. So you you're earning like a pound might get you like $1.70 or $1.60, I think, or something like that. It's not much. Actually, it might be less than that these days. I think I'm overblowing it. Sorry. Yeah, I'm overblowing it. Sorry. You're only getting 70% of the wait. So you only get 30% on top of the pound when it exchanges into dollars, somewhere around there. So you'll get £1 something. It used to be just under half, and a long time ago you used to get thousands of pounds for a pound. Sorry, thousands of dollars for a pound. I remember learning exchange rates once in like high school, and I remembered it for like 5 years, and now I've forgotten it, and I try, okay? Try my best. My humor's shit. I rely on my good friends who like the dry humor. They're the only people who will defend my crap humor. Israeli occupation forces detained citizen Fatiha. I hope I'm not pronouncing her name wrong. Fatiha on February the 21st, 2020. Abu Asab pointed out. He added that Fatiha is being held in harsh detention conditions in, quote, Damon, end quote, prison. According to Palestinians, statistics, the H is pronounced. Okay. Okay, so it's Fatiha. Actually, that would explain where, like, Spanish names that use the J in place of the H get that sound from. Because I know that Spanish took a lot from Aramaic and Arabic. See, I can pick up on like dialect things because it's listening and I can hear people talking and stuff. It's the reading and writing stuff that I get all kerfuffled on. I can pick up trains the way people are speaking and towns and soundations and I've heard that there and I've heard that there. That's how a lot of organic intellectuals are. We're not like, we've not got all these books that are like, yeah, boom, we've read all this, we know all the ins and outs. It's like, got a bit here, got a bit there, oh, fucking got a bit there. I had someone like, they were asking like, well, I explained a load of stuff that just come off the cuff because it was part of the conversation. It was, I was speaking with repairs to get my train fixed. Because I finally grew the courage to make the phone call. I shouldn't beat myself down with terminology like that because I'm belittling myself to say it was courage that was putting me out. It was obviously to do with my communication difficulties. I'm sorry, I've got to stop gaslighting myself on things. I'm having a counselling session in the middle of this, but sorry about that. But when I was engaging with them and they said something like that, the point I made to them, and this is sort of quite important, and why people should not A, overestimate us or B, underestimate us. It's a two-way thing. Like, yeah, we're not going to be able to pull everything out of our ass and we're going to make wrong stuff. Don't overestimate that. Everything we're going to say is going to be right, because no one is ever going to say everything right, even the people who might have the most experience in the situation. That's why you got to look to a wider group. When someone with experience does something wrong, you don't then clarify it with your own shit. You go find someone else to clarify further who also has the same experience. Logic. But the way I pointed out is that I collect things and I hear things over time. I mean, age of the internet has been very beneficial for people with autism, especially if you're in a situation where you're disabled like me and you're bedridden. Yeah, I can't read and write very well, and I can't sit and just watch something directly without feeling agitative because of the ADHD, but I can always have, because I've always got noise going on around me. Like I have 3 or 2 things going on just to make myself not feel like my head's going to explode. And so I'll always have something playing on the TV. So I'm always just hearing something going off. And that's been really, really advantage. But this is the thing, is that things are limited. So, Organic Intellectuals is a video I need to do a bigger stream on and discuss on and really expand the discussion on why is it important for organic intellectuals to be following the situation and what's it. Why the biggest step that we will ever make is when we really, really get to engage in large groups of organic intellectuals from the third world. Like, Jesus Christ, that's going to be a blessing. Because and I'm not saying this. I know they understand this. I'm not saying this to discriminate the petty bourgeois educated. I don't mean petty bourgeois meaning their petty bourgeois class. A labor aristocrat who's been able to go to uni and all that would still be a petty bourgeois intellectual. It's complicated. I know. I didn't choose to use French. It's not my fault. But those who have had what's known as petty bourgeois intellectuality from their education, been taught with the great capacity of textbooks and direction and great tutorage, etc., those folk, I'm not discriminating. I've had great relationships with them, and I've even met people who have been in the aristocracy who have been negated from having proper educational connections. So they've actually taken a sort of like either semi or even full-on organic intellectual positions. It's complicated, but no one has the purest connection to struggle than the people who are the organic members of struggle, and the organic intellectuals are the best chroniclers of that struggle. They're the people who are going to tell you. They might struggle with different mediums to communicate it, but they're going to tell you some way, shape, or form what's going on. And it's really important to know there's a reason why people like me and people who are of diaspora struggles like Engels more than they like Marx. And it's not just because Marx said the ooh-hoo offensive stuff about this or that. No, it's because Engels really had a connection with working people. I know that sounds weird because Engels was a capitalist. Two of his misses, the bird he was with, he only got married once, and it was something that he didn't really believe in the institution of, and it was a blessing because she was going to die. But two of his misses, they were sisters, which, I mean, you could say that that's sus. I don't know how you dropped the penny on that one, but he was with one. She ended up passing away eventually, and he ended up getting rid of the sister again after that. They were both Irish working class industrial workers that worked at his family, I do believe. And that was how we got to get taken physically around the darkest streets of Manchester in the 1800s. Not today, the 1800s, where they were working kids in factories. My disability comes from them working kids in factories in the 1800s. Fibromyalgia, it appeared in the 1800s, and it's a condition that's caused from childhood trauma, extreme trauma events. When you're watching kids get sucked into machines and have their arms lobbed off and other shit like that, that puts a state of fear into you because you know it could happen to you at any time. And if you fucking stop, you'll get fucking punished by the work machinery, by the mechanisms of the management and the people who are running these factories. They don't care about the lives of them kids. They're working them to death. Malthusian period. So, these things all tie back and you look at it and it's about that experience. So when we're looking to Palestine, don't just say, I think the Palestinians should have freedom, but they shouldn't shoot rockets. Shut the fuck up. You ever say something like that? It's like, I think they should have the freedom, but they shouldn't shoot rockets. I think the Israelis should have their freedom, but they should just be nicer. No. Do you know what? The Arab people made a counter to the settler colonial platform of Israel when it was offered to them. And they got bastard for it. You know what they suggested? They can just come and live here. They don't have to colonize it. We'll invite them. Jewish people in diaspora, you want to come? You're not having your own nation out of our land, but you can come back. We've let you back before. It's not like this is a new thing. Like, baffled that it's even poised in that situation, considering Jewish immigration had been happening to the fucking West Asia, specifically Palestine, for 100 years now, but at that point, 40 years, 30 years. It's probably been happening before then, but I'm on about specifically the British policy of literally kicking Jewish people out of Britain to Palestine. So it wasn't the problem they had was with immigration. They weren't problem-wise with that. And Stalin's idea to expand the Oblast and give the Jews a homeland in the Bundist territory that was given to the Bundists by Stalin with the formation of the Soviet Union. The Bund were in the Jewish Oblast that existed in the Soviet Union, but it wasn't a part of the USSR. It was protectorate. They would defend it in any war situation that affected them. Expand the Oblast, and they get to live there with Jewish socialists. They did have a revisionist problem at that point, and also a problem like Leninism, where not only revisionism but some short-sightedness in a lot of areas. Me and Net have had some great discussions about it. But nonetheless, we're a place where they could have made their own and not caused trouble for anyone, unless of course a dynamic broke between the two Jewish peoples. There's several different Jewish ethnicities, and then some person happened there. I get that could be a process, but there were ways of avoiding this, like the oblast. There was just stop being anti-Semitic in Europe. That'd be a really good idea. Make Europe an acceptable place rather than be like, nope, Europe's not safe. We'll send them away. That's not how it works. That's not solving the issue. And then you've got the British that were sticking Germans in concentration camps at the end of World War II, starving them. They did it at the end of World War One as well. Not the first time. Fucking piss off, you fly. You're not welcome here. Don't leave me window open for you to fly in and start buzzing around, you little cunt. Fucking bastard. But I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah. And then obviously there was they've came here running away from European oppression before, and and it's been respected by the Arab people. So the Arab people were like, well, why can't it just be as it's been before? Why now do they need to take land that hasn't been there since the Romans? Like that? Well, I think it's a bit after the Roman, but the East Roman Empire still existed at least. We're talking like at least 1400 years ago or longer. I don't know the specific years Israel was around, but a long fucking time ago. Let's just put it that way. Like, that's madness. It would be like me going into Saxony and like declaring that they give me half of Saxony for the Anglo-Saxon people, and I come over there and I start selling Saxonic culture to get fucked. Well, Germany already does that themselves, but you know what I mean? Like, it ain't on. Like, yeah, sure, my family has history coming from Norway, from Saxony, Anglia, Jutland, of course, and what's it? Scottish, Irish, and Welsh heritage as well on my ma's side of the family. I don't think there's any of that on my dad's. My dad is mostly Anglo-Saxon and Norman, not Norman, sorry, Norwegian. I always get them two confused. Norwegian. My surname, although it has been like, so it was Normanized once by the Normans and then Normanized further twice by the Saxons, I think, or once by the Anglo-Saxons. I can't remember. But my family name means farm tender or worker of farmland. It's a very feudal surname. I'm not going to tell you my surname, and good luck finding it, because how many different surnames are there in all these different cultural names that mean that thing? Good luck. But the nonetheless, yeah. And then my mother's surname is one of the most common surnames on the earth. So that's an interesting thing. But there's even a Jewish version of my mom's surname, because it's that common of a vernacular. It's very very, very old school, but it's a mix of my mom's side. It's a mix of the primarily the English and the Scottish, I do believe. I think for the because I think for the Brummy side at least, and then the Liverpudlian side. That's where you get the Welsh, Irish, and English. Yeah, it was English. It's in the north, English crossover. But I mean, just like Yorkshire, Liverpudlians who descend from Liverpudlians for generations, they typically relate to Cumbrian Celts. Like, their culture was genocided, not their people. So I mean, it's the same as being destroyed. I mean, the guy who invented the term genocide said cultural genocide is the worst and most common form of genocide. The Cumbrian Celts. That's it. That's what I meant to say. So English. Well, my mom's family on. I don't know where it's the Liverpudlian or the Bromley side, but it might be both. Um, I think it's the Brom side on this one. Makes sense, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's involving Liverpudlian side because there's a bit of Lancashire in there. So, but the Yorkshire side, that's where it really comes in. So Yorkshire is a part of what used to be called Cumbria, and they're just like the Liverpudlians. People are Liverpudlians, Yorkshians, and a fair many Manchester, Manchester. But the very many Manchester lot, as well too. They descend from Cumbrians, and the Cumbrians they had a relationship with the Northumbrians, which was very distasteful to the south, and that's why it's one of the added reasons towards the because it's they went out to absolutely annihilate every inch of Breton culture, and that's why there's basically all that's left of the Cumbrian language is the way Yorkshire farmers, and only some of them, count their sheep, signposts, and a few well, I say a few, actually quite a bit of vernaculars in the dialects of these regions that have been holdovers and the way that they've interpreted English. And we got to remember that Middle and Modern English was both written by Yorkshians and was not written the way Middle and Modern English is spoken down south. That's called Queen's English. Northern English, when we speak all broken and we say tin, that's proper English. That was how it was. Modern English was written to be more efficient and engaging, and there was different ways of committing to it. What happened was that the South took it and they Francified it, essentially, or normified it, or how you want to put it, Anglified it, Anglo-Franco-normified it. They buggered it in the arsehole. I think buggering means specifically the arsehole, so they buggered the arsehole in the arsehole. But nonetheless, they altercated it to remove the bits that did not suit their tighty whitey posh culture. It's the same as to why a cow is called a cow, which is the Anglo-Saxon term for the animal, but the meat is called a boeuf, or beef, as we say these days, which is the Norman word for a cow. And it's the same with poo. Shit or shice was not a swear word. That was just the word for shit. Or for poo, you would just say shice. It was made a swear word because the Normans took offense to Anglo-Saxon culture and wanted to blight it out. So in Britain, it was sort of like, this districts. That's where the big north-south split came, because you had the Normans weren't just about removing Celts, and the Anglo-Saxon Normans, and because they did unify and conglomerate together. It's hard to explain this history. I don't want to offend anyone or bastardize any part of it, but there's this really interesting dynamic that occurs where they also oppress the Germanic culture. They just repeat what the Romans did in that region, and that is why it's sort of distinctly said that this is just talking about the Northern English as a unit, not just speaking of the Cumbrian people who genetically descend from Celts, but the North as a whole is said to have, so if we're to break the Anglo-Saxons up, the Angles, the Jutes, and the Saxons, in the North, it's primarily Angle tribes that settled in the North. There is some, I think it was some Jute that came in towards the southwest, and there was a bit of Saxon in the I think there was a fair bit of Saxon in the Midlands, but it was mainly Angle, I do believe, in the original. We're talking way back before there was the full unification of because they came when the Romans had them over. They weren't unified. They weren't a unified tribe yet. I mean, they've been suffering from assimilation, which had driven them to the point of when the progression started happening. But this is, you gotta look at the different things. So with the settling, it was more Angle culture in the North. So the Anglo-Saxon culture, it is more predominantly Anglo in the North, although there is a fair bit of Saxon and Jute, depending on where you are. And then it's Celtic and Viking culture as well. That's very common up there, and that's sort of the conglomeration in the North. While in the South, it's more Angle, Jute, Normannic, and Frankic, or to really conglomerate, it's Romanic down in the South. That's where the real Roman culture comes out in the UK. I mean, you can see it in places where we've colonized as well. I mean, like, all respect to the Irish Socialist Republican movement, and they'll tell you this as well themselves, that Dublin has a nasty sense of Anglican-style snobbery where they think they're above all the other Irish. They think they're the top of the world. When my Irish brother said to me the other day, my Irish comrade, he turned around to me and he said that the people of Liverpool are more Celtic than the people of Dublin at this rate with the way that they behave. Now I don't know to the full extent of how he's just being angsty or whether he's actually proven a point and of the dissension, because I know that there was a lot of feudal lordship that colonized over Dublin, and Britain still dominates the Irish Free State. It's not the Irish Republic, it's the Irish Free State. Don't be fooled by the label. It's the Irish Free State. And Britain still dominates it. Hey, good greetings, right, comrade. How's he doing? And, because of that dynamics that exist, we got to look to these sort of cultural influence and these situations that happen. And it's why it's the North English must, it was you, mate. The North English must understand that it's the South ain't about the freedom to their struggle. It's about uniting with the Celtic people and the oppressed peoples. And then we expand that out, because I've gone a bit into the first one here, and I didn't mean to do that, and I do apologize if it seems like I'm obscuring the Palestinian struggle at the moment. I really don't mean to do that. I want to tie this in, because this fourth world struggle is really important to how third world struggle operates, and there is blocks of the third world in these fourth world regions of Scotland and Wales and Ireland. So I am just trying to tie it in. But what it really comes into is that if it comes to the if we're to already understand that for the North English to really succeed in their struggle for their freedom, they need to stop. The unionism is bollocks, and a lot of people in the North know that it's not working. I don't mean unions, so just in case someone hearing is getting confused, it's not in Britain when they hear me say unionism. Unionism is supporting the British Royal Union that we've got built up, this empire that started off with the oppression of the Celtic people. We can't be for unionism. Of course, at some point, maybe we'll come together. We are on the same land, and we are eventually want the world social republic. We want everyone to be together. Like, we're not. I hate people who try to be like, oh, you're being segregational or hyper-nationalist. No, we're being proper. If that's the correct line here, then we must understand imperialism is the primary contradiction of capitalism. Colonialism is colonialism was the ground basis for the evolution into imperialism. They are tied together, but imperialism is the primary contradiction of that relationship. So, in that retrospect, because those countries themselves also have buyed off sectors and bought off sectors, they're not the most important direction. I know I didn't need to say that, but I thought I would just counter that before I go into the main point, which is I'm doing my autism run. I'm breaking things down that don't need to be broken down. I apologize. The main point I'm trying to drive is that if that's the correct struggle, imperialism is the primary contradiction of capitalism. Our main drive for solidarity and for push and struggle must be supporting the colonized people around the world. Solidarity to the Palestinian people, the Yemenis people, the many, many, many decolonization movements around the world that'd be here for hours just trying to fucking list them. You get me? According to Palestinian statistics, about 45,000 Palestinians, including 32 women and 160 children, are currently languishing in Israeli detention jails. And what's it? For those wondering why it's an overbearing amount of men, it's not just because of this, reasoning as struggle as that, the other. So what ends up happening? The Israeli prison system, they do this to fuck people over. They basically, they take fathers away from people's families. So they take men off en masse. And it stops people from being able to organize community defense, civil struggle, and rebellion. It stops them from being able to properly cultivate and organize industry and agriculture. Not because women can't do those things as well, but let's say, okay, so not only are you getting rid of men, so if they've even got children, they can't help the mother with parenting. It's single parenting, which is a nightmare in the first world. Single parent, anyone who's been a single parent will know that. It's a nightmare. Think about it being in a world where your house could blow up because a bomb has been dropped on you by Israeli settlers. Any fucking moment, any other day, it doesn't matter day or night, Best thing you might get is a phone call a day before it happens. Or maybe like the one with the tower block where they got it like an hour or something, or 20 minutes before it happened, and they were like, no, we can't evacuate in that time. Like, you know, give us what you've got. Fuck you. You will be martyrs to your. But I can't remember what the phone call was specifically, and I'm not trying to bastardize it, but all blessing to it. Like, he just turned around to him. He's like, no, that's unhuman amount of time to get us out here. We're martyrs to this now because you've put us in an unquestionable position where we can't escape. And they died in that tower block. They were bombed in it. I might be getting the building, but it was a set of apartments or something like that, wasn't it? I don't know what this. I don't know whether it was a high rise or it's like, but it was a block of flats. It was something. Was it 2020 that happened, or was it 2021? My brain's frazzly. Nonetheless, what I'm getting to here. So, not to miss the point, because I keep doing that, and I'm going to end up driving people up the wall. Everyone's like, yeah, no, but he's rambling off on one again. He's not talking about the main issue. So, the problem is not just, like, I'm not putting some fucking sexist angle in, neither is this. The thing is that it doesn't matter if they've taken all the women to it, would be the same problem. You can't reproduce. The kids that you have are struggling to be raised because you've got single parents doing it. And I mean, school institutions where they do exist are struggling because they're under mass occupation and don't have control over most of the land. Agriculture and infrastructure is fucked. So they're in a nasty situation. What's it? What was I saying, brain? So what comes into it is that people can't make families, people can't continue their families, people are overloaded. A lot of schools are bombed, a lot of hospitals are bombed, infrastructure's bombed, and if it's not bombed, it's unreliably maintained because of the either the areas where the Palestinians actually have power over their land, kind of, not because they're in an open air prison, but you know what I quasi mean. They don't, in that retrospect of the land that they're given control over. That would have been a better way of putting it. I'm confusing myself, so I must be confusing other people. With the, the land that in all these treaties that they sign, you never trust a treaty. It's like was said to al-Assad. The Israelis see you as Indians, but in the areas where they do have control of the land, it doesn't matter. They can't maintain infrastructure as well because they're under oppression. And then the lands where they're occupied, like full on, like because the whole of Palestine is technically occupied with the way they're treated. Let's fucking be real. But you know what I mean. Like this is why I hate colonialism. All the lines are fucking blurred. But the areas that they're either making settlements in out of the Palestinian land that is supposed to be politically controlled by Palestine by treaties signed by Israel. The Palestinian people don't have any control over their infrastructure unless they go out of their way and risk doing it themselves, which is dangerous because they're not got the right equipment and they might not have the right ability to do the certain things that are necessary to do X or Y task, either to actually complete the task or to do the task safely. And that leads to either people risking themselves because they need to do it because it's deadly important and could risk a lot of people's lives if it's not fixed. Or something not being fixed infrastructure-wise and causing more stress and trauma and trouble for the Arab Palestinians and for parents bringing kids up. The more and more that all the different parts of infrastructure are falling apart, the harder and harder it is to bring your kid up. And you've got no one else who can branch out or to balance out the parenting so two people can work even amount of jobs and still decently parent, either and or one works and one's at home. We know there's different dynamics to things. Regardless of it is, and there's two parents, a family can organize itself properly. Nothing is more stressful than having to be a fucking, regarding parenting specifically, nothing is more stressful in parenting than having to be a single parent. That's terrifying. I think the only thing that could be more terrifying for a parent than being a single parent is having your child taken away from you and having your child killed. Like, I'm just talking in the means of actually your child's around, you can interact with them. Having to be a parent that is trying to engage with your child is taken away from you. It's heartbreaking. You're always, my mum did it a lot. Trying to break your back to get that back, but also trying to break your back to find love in someone else because it will feel like it'll balance you. And you've got the way women are got so much weight on their shoulders for them to be with a bloke, for them to have someone representing a part of their family. And that's not some of this died down. You can try and think that some of this disappeared all your fucking once. It's not, that ain't how simple the bread and butter runs with this fucking road of shite. You know, they can preach all they want of what they've solved and what faux feminism they've said they've put in power. They've not put feminism in place, because if feminism was in place, the people who are at the bottom of women wouldn't still be being oppressed. The education systems wouldn't be going out of their way to avoid just directly teaching people these things. Like, they'll teach rights issues, like things that are problems, but they don't. Being told that genital mutilation or something like that happens around the world isn't going to make you all of a sudden a feminist or care about women's rights proper. It's just going to want you to stop the mutilations to stop. That's very simple bread and butter biscuits. You've got to deal with the actual social issues. You don't teach people about LGBT, about women's rights issues, about race rights issues properly. They're obviously going to make bigoted positions. And, you know, sometimes it takes very quick engagements to deal with people in these bigoted positions. But nonetheless, regards to parenting, you know, in the first world, it's already really hard to single parent. As a woman, and with a lot of the oppressive situations women are put under, and Israel is known for showing very Anglo-Saxon style sexism within the region as well. I must mind you, before the Crusades, Islam had not equality to what we would probably equate to today, but they had more equality than we. Like, what I meant today, I mean to what we preach today, but they had more equality for women than we actually apply in practice. That, you know, women had the more representation in the system and as a voice, and actually more so in the Native Americans. But we come over, oh, what, they're showing women respect? Or what, Native Americans will allow women to be warriors, even leaders? Like, whoa. And then they've got like the Muslims are doing the same. Women can order wars, and so we're like, whoa, we can't be seeing that. So we went and put our oppressive culture in place. If I remember rightly, it was the Celts, the Celt perception of God into Christianity, which I do believe is a tie over from Celtic Druidism. Is that God was not a man, God was a woman, a goddess. I think, at least for the Irish, I don't know about the rest of the Celts, but that God is a goddess originally, and then things changed down the line. And I think, because I remember learning a few bits and pieces about a lot of the different tie-overs and why there is technically this like subsector of Catholicism that's specifically Celtic Irish cultural influence. That it's complicated, and I'm not the person to tell you the all the ins and outs on that, but nonetheless, like an interesting side note, if this is the case, and I haven't gotten some I was told completely mixed up with someone else that I was told, like I do a lot of the time. But tying this back, you were in the third world, you're being bummed, you're being fucked over, and those quote parents end quote didn't treat the kids like their own kids. They made them know they are adopted, or so I read in the last part. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't read the first bit. I apologize. Not so fun fact incoming. Israel, when it was founded, had Arab Jewish kids, especially Yemeni, kidnapped and given to Western settlers to start a family in occupied Palestine and have a reason to stay. And those, quote, parents, end quote, didn't treat their kids like their own kids. They made them know that they were adopted, so I read in the last part. I will say that, this is the exact same thing that the United States did through Anglo-Saxon colonialism, and what the Anglo-Saxons have done in a lot of places. A lot of that comes from what we were, what we did against the Brittonic people. It wasn't just the Cumbrians. We did more cultural genocide than anything. That was where we started to learn these things as oppressors. We started to pick up extras to add to the Roman formula that we were starting to model ourselves on. And when it comes to America, it comes to this, Spano-Anglic selective breeding bullshit where they start stealing people from people's families and whiteifying them. But the ones that they originally whiteify, when they're bringing them up, they treat them like they're fucking aliens. Like, they alienate them from their own culture, and then they alienate them from the white people too. And then they want to dilute them first. And I wish I was using exacerbative vernacular to talk what they're doing. But no, that was the case. They wanted to dilute them, purify them. That's the way they were using the language. That's why they picked specifically religious terminology that just also suited the fact that it matched up to colors of people's skin in a dynamic. And not all the time. Really, go look at slavery. It was all over the place. Like, it's just, the main big slave trade was with the African slave trade. But we can't ignore, like, the caste system in India. It wasn't just people who were dark as days who were in the caste in India. I know that the oppressors, like the Brahmin, are some of the whitest Indians. And we'll say that, but it's not always the case like that. People, you got to be careful when it comes to the way we've oppressed people in Asia, because that we get to a point where we start to isolate their problems regarding colonialism, and it's easy to ignore what the British did over there to some people, because yes, we can go on about I do apologize, I forget the modern name for it, but what we did in Burma, what we did in Malaysia and all those places, and Hong Kong specifically. But people forget the whole point of Hong Kong was because we were trying to foster a pet empire out of the Chinese, and we were also trying to foster a pet empire out of the Russians. Everyone goes on about that it was like that German guy in like the early 1900s who come up with the Eurasian empire thing. No, that was the British, and someone else probably came up with it before them. But for the era of imperialism, yeah, Myanmar. That's it. I do apologize to the people of Myanmar. It's listening to things like Top Gear growing up as a kid, where Jeremy Clarkson, I joke you not, for the people who don't know what Top Gear is, will go out of his way to say Burma instead of Myanmar. Yes, oversimplification under liberalism suits capitalism. Yeah, we get class and identity reductionism from this too, which also serves the interests of the bourgeoisie. Absolutely. So with the British, they were trying to foster this Eurasian mass continent thing in the imperialist era before the Germans considered it. Before the before the people, the Russian thinkers like Dugin have come to this conclusion. This is not a new thing. It's literally do the Roman Empire on land, and they're not hiding it. The biggest cunt on TV since the 1990s. You know what the biggest thing is, and I guarantee you'd even slightly say this yourself. He is a fucking cunt, but that's one of the reasons why he's funny. Like, he should not be allowed on TV to be righteous, but there's the one side of me, when he's not being a racist dickhead, he's hilarious because he just acts like a twat. And I find that fun. I enjoy a bit of pissing around. Like, that was always the thing that caught everyone on with Top Gear, was Top Gear is just a piss around. It also allowed a lot of reactionary shit to go off on the sly with things, and watching it as a communist later in my life, I'm like, oh, sus. Like, I knew it was going to be anyway. I know what Jeremy Clarkson is. I know what he represents. And I know Richard Hammond, even Jeremy Clarkson jokes about it, is like the fascist of the group. Like, I was always more of a fan of James. And James is a cunt as well. But James is a more likable cunt. I was referring to the, quote, black and white, end quotes, thing with slavery and talking about oversimplification, by the way. Well, yeah. I mean, it's important to look at that dynamic as well, because we can't disrespect the people who were strictly within that dynamic. It did get to that point. Like, the slaves were reduced to a state in the West where they're like that. But I know you're not sly into that. I'm just trying to make sure I show all the respect and to the situation, because I always get really emotionally irate because of my empathic hypersensitivity. But the what's it? It's like we're way too regional with the way that we look at things a lot. Like, we hyper focus. I mean, it's pissing me off that I'm not all full of energy to commit to doing a big Yemen thing as well at the same time as this, and the fact that I've taken 3 hours to get through like 5-6 articles. What's it though? These articles aren't even that long anyway. Like, people should go to Quds Network. Like, even if you struggle with the disabilities I struggle with, and worse than that for learning, where it's hard to read and focus on certain things, they put look at the screen, big spaces between the paragraphs. I know that helps a lot of people with ADHD a lot with passing things. It certainly is helpful to me. Look, it can look a bit hard, sure, but what's it? Flora's on Firefox. I think if you change it to only increase letter sizes, it would actually shorten the gap. But I don't quote me on that. It might just make the gap section bigger as well. I'm not a font expert. I'm not a PC expert. Don't take my advice on computers. But there've been idiots who have done it before. It doesn't go well. But I can't remember what I was saying. Shit. I know what. I know what. You mean about Top Gear. I love motor vehicles. Absolutely. Especially, I went to the south then, especially. No, you've missed it, Red Phoenix Point. I've been doing that the whole stream, like all the way through, just when I've been trying to say words. Palestinians is one of the funny ones. And losing capacity to stay in my tone of voice when I'm speaking. What's it? It's like sticking one of those voice synthesizers on random sometimes. But my voice box is blown, so it all just sounds like ass. But it's ass with solidarity. It's bless it. But no, I mean it's like but the cunts in that programming that reinforce ugly stereotypes, it's embarrassing. It is, especially when like what's it? They sort of dominate the medium on that because we fucking can't seem to find people that could do it better. I can't believe that they managed to fuck up so hard on the replacements of Top Gear. Like, I'm one of those people who were like, yeah, no, that pretty sucks. It's going to be hard to get that comedic dynamic to a degree. But not that fucking hard. We have comedians who can do dry humor. That's all you need. Top Gear was just Monty Python, but right-wing and cars. All you need to do is get Monty Python, but not right-wing and cars. Yeah, not hard. Like, I can't believe they couldn't see that it was just a load of Monty Python sketches. That were, involved. I know that they're not really actors, and it'd be, it's shocking to say, but they were acting that stuff. I know you know that, but some people get a bit. They actually won an award in America for having one of the best unscripted shows in Britain. And they were like, "Yep, I couldn't attend. Just they got to attend. Why? Well, I was writing the script for this week's show." And that's one of the blessed things is the fucking the Americans. Oh my god. Oh, I've winded myself again. Sorry, I need to hydrate. Fucking flies! I love you, you bastard! Ross Noble, known for having the R problem that we have up in the north, where we say happens with me sometimes, and it's not fun. And I remember, I swear, it was QI that said it's like the Ross Noble condition, because he's the really popular guy. I don't know what the real name of the condition is, but he is very keen on motorcycles, and he is fucking hilarious. I find Ross Noble really educated in the way he operates, but he's very coy about it. He's always funny, even when he's offensive, because he's always critical. Well, not always, but most of the time he's critical of what he's being offensive with. Like, he'll climb on an issue to really make it an issue. So you feel bad, yeah, sure, but that's the point. You want to feel a bit bad about the joke. Like, polemic humor. I mean, that's what a lot of the people who get involved with things like QI and all that end up being a bit like. But polemic humor, don't make him great. There's a lot of people who do quasi-leftist polemic humor in Britain, but still, nonetheless, Ross Noble is a nice thing to get, and it's nice to have that northern representation within the comedic community. A lot of the time, when they were doing the working class era of the BBC, where it wasn't really led by working class people, I mean, there were some people working class who got jobs. Tom Baker's a shining example. Fucking a literal, fucking a literal working class man, a factory worker. And Tom Baker was was the fourth Doctor for Doctor Who. And he was proper working class, but not everyone involved back in them days were working class. At that point, I mean, like, comedy was supposed to be representing the working class and the struggles that were most popular in the north, in Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. So how are they going to represent it? Well, let's get a bunch of people with Southerners, with very posh accents to basically act like they understand working class people and culture. And sometimes it got good results. I'm not going to shit on everything that they made, but ooh, God. First things first. Well, racism of the middle class certainly comes through, shining bright. But then you get the anti-lumpen proletarian sentiment striving through, and that's where a lot of it comes from. Is that the proletarian media has been controlled by labor aristocrats. That's why the punk movement and the metal movement to a degree as well didn't rise up just against music. They rose up against culture because they were being told they're being represented when they were not. And that drove them fucking mad. When you could turn on telly and there'll be a comedy trying to show some form of like, oh, look, we're representing something you have to go through in life on telly. But nothing's being changed in society. And it really stung back them days because the BBC ran the telly. They're part. I know they're a corporation, but they were handed essentially to the state. Like it's a mixed ground thing. They're like a private corporation that the state has shares. It's complicated, but they're a part of the apparatus. That's what I'm getting at. So when they're spitting that, but the apparatus does nothing to help you, what does that translate to you? And that's where those things climb out of. But no, Ross Noble. I mean, he seems like the kind of guy who would be sound to speak with. I mean, maybe some of them people can be pulled over to more radical ideas. Like we said, he's a thinking type. And you know, people like Ross and the WR really came out then. People like Ross and I said it better there. Gotta really get that roll on. Do you know what you can force yourself to get the Anglo-Saxon R on properly instead of the wr, but I can't proper roll my R's because of it. I can't because because I'm too much. I just want to say r. You know, I'm not going r. I'm going r. And so it goes w a lot of the time especially when you're speaking fast. So some of these people you engage with, they'll come down to it, and people like people in the bourgeoisie and the labor aristocracy who are at these left-leaning positions may be really useful people for us to get on our side to speak out about these issues. It's not going to be the likelihood of success in any. Sorry, it's not likely going to be successful compared to a lot of other things. So it's sort of like you get the chance to pop it up to them in a conversation with someone like that. Happy days, bring up the issues of the world because maybe they'll relate to it. Like we say, he's a northerner. And he's a proud northerner. He jokes about it. He takes the piss with people. He's a proud northerner. And that we need more of that about in culture. But we need them proud northerners to show, well, I mean, the Irish are the ones showing the way. So they need to look to the Irish who are showing the way. The Irish, the Anti-Imperialist Action Ireland, which needs to be expanded. They need to look to that example and follow it and suit and be an example to the English people. And that's where we need all the people chanting out so that we can push for anti-imperialism in these key places that need it, like Israel, like Palestine, to use the proper name, the occupied Palestinian territories. That should be the proper name for the territory that names itself Israel. I'm sorry, but Palestine isn't recognized by like half the fucking world. Like, I know it's a game to mention, but I like a bit of fucking war thunder every now and then. They banned the chat because Ukraine and Russia was being talked, but they still allowed Israeli vehicles into the game, which they must, because even the way that technology works and that a lot of this stuff ends up being privatized, they've got to have paid someone to get those things. And it's likely a deal where they're going to get money out of the people who spend the golden whatever the fuck's on this, that, and the other. So they're willing to keep a state that's committing a genocide as we speak, is occupying another nation, into that game. But if you talk about Russia and Ukraine, they're going to ban the chat. That's the double standards of the first world. They're very happy to hand money to a military force that's committing genocide just to feature their tanks in the game. They don't need to be in there. You know what the vehicles are for the most part? Just reproductions of different people's vehicles. They don't need to be in there. They don't need to be in there at all. Do you know what the thing is? What I also forgot to get to is, sorry, there's not even a Palestinian flag in the game. They don't even have the Palestinian flag. You can get a EPRK flag. I've not found a Palestinian flag. I've tried. Maybe I'm blind and someone will show me and I'm just a moron. But as far as I'm concerned, I think you can only get Jordan, and that's the closest you can get to the Palestinian flag. I think you can get the Yemeni one. But what's it? it's sort of just those weird things of representation. Here's another one for you. So for the UK, they have the Union Jack, and then for certain people who did an event, they have the Scottish flag for a football event thing they did. Because the Scots and the English, they really like their football. Just to say it, as someone up around here would say, a lot of us English and us Scots, we like our football. But there's no Comric flag. Welsh for those who still use the racist name. Or what would racist be the right word? We've used racist too much to synonymize to colonialist. The colonialist term, that would be the right way to put it. The offensive, discriminative colonial term of Welsh means foreign land or land of alien people. Do know what you're saying, people. I understand you might not know before, but when you do know, try and make the change because it's offensive. Like, you might not think it is to you because you're not fucking Cymric, but people who are fucking Cymric, yeah, it is offensive to call Cymru Wales. I understand some people struggle with the word, and they'll apologize. I have a Celtic comrade in America who he struggles with similar and even a lot worse learning disabilities to myself. And so in certain aspects of the way that he will communicate, if he can't say a word, he'll either say the most similar thing that just sounds fine enough that he doesn't need to give an explanation. He's better than me because I'd have wasted time fucking explaining the obvious like a douchebag. But then if he's gonna say something that he knows he can't say the direct thing, but he can say something either similar, like when I apologized when I couldn't say Malaysia, but Malaysia, Myanmar instead of Burma. He'll apologize, and then he'll state either the thing that's the offensive term, or he'll state something that sounds at least close enough to the proper term, and that's where you can show respect if you struggle with saying it. I understand it can be hard to learn to say a new term, especially in America, where it's not just about learning disabilities; it's about being isolated in education. A lot of very, very capable, involving intelligence-wise people are isolated into these classes where no one should ever be. Like, you shouldn't be isolating disabled people and not teaching them properly. You know how you solve people who struggle with learning? You engage with the learning with them more, and that's why there are poets in North Korea whom have cerebral palsy. Because the most famous poet in North Korea is the DPRK. I do apologize. In the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the most celebrated of today's era. I think he's in his 30s, maybe a bit older than that. Cerebral palsy poet. I can't remember his name. I'm not good with Korean words. I'm not going to try and butcher anything or think or guess. That just people look into stuff about the DPRK. It's interesting stuff. I'm not an encyclopedia. I understand that people should be provided with what they can as much as they can possible. I'm severely limited in that capacity. Don't let the way that I can speak a lot overwhelm you to think that I'm very good at functioning with this stuff. I mean, I rely on engaging with and asking for help from a lot of different people in regards to arranging these different pieces. I ain't as good as a lot of people scratch me up to be in regards to functional capacity, in regards to putting this stuff out there. So because I get that problem with the health service, so I'm always a bit contentious. Like, don't get confused. I'm really shit, especially with fucking sources. Because what I do, I leave loads and loads and loads of tabs open, and then I get overwhelmed with how many tabs are open, and sometimes I go around and save them. Like, I have a favorites list full of it won't pop up for you. I have a favorites list full of these Irish related articles that a comrade Lumpen Celtic skinhead comrade wanted me to read into, and then I got them ready for reading. I made sure I saved them because of this problem that happens, because what can happen a lot is I'll be like, I'll read that later, because I've not got the energy, or I've got to go do something because I could put a lot of extraneous in what I need to go do, etc., etc., etc. Some problem can come up, or I might even pass out halfway through reading it, or lose energy halfway through reading it and not engage. That's why I like these articles. I'd rather them be longer because more information for the stream, but the process of them being so consolidative and concentrated. I forgot that I was actually on the point of how good these articles are written for people. That was like almost an hour ago, or 20 minutes ago. I do apologize. So the article that is these articles in general, sorry, are written in a way where even when they're a bit long, They're very easy to consolidate. Consolidate. Is that the right word? I mean, consume. Consume. They're easy to engage with. They say things well and clear. They specifically title the areas, what town it's in, what region it's in, whether it's in Palestine, occupied territories, as in what people call the Israeli state, and what and the Palestinian state. Sorry. It's not using, without using too many words, it stays detailed enough and links to bits and pieces where you might get a bit more detail, or at least videos or images they'll tell you. It's a good way to at least start. The second place I'd advise people to go is to the Palestinian News Network. I think that's what it's called, or is it Palestinian State News? I might be getting it wrong, but there's a state-run Palestinian News Network, and I can't remember the name specifically, or I'm burgering myself, and I did get it right the first time. But that's a good place to go as well. I do believe because I remember reading from one the other day. I'm pretty damn sure they have an English page too. Don't shy away entirely from an Aramaic source. Just remember, if you're Google translating a page, it will translate things wrong. Will be a consistent issue with things like this because it's an auto translation. It doesn't have the context of tonation. It's a little different when you're reading something and you understand how context of word combinations work. I have heard that Translate's gotten smarter over the years, but we're very strict in the noughties and the 2010s. Don't use Google Translate. It will tell you wrong things because you ain't got context there. Yeah, I'd say it's racist. Colonialism and racism are basically the same. Yeah, racism is an advancement of the cultural lens regarding colonialism from the development of capitalism, and was used to create a slave class. And are basically the same. It's just more extreme and obvious with Africa, Asia, and the Americas. It's the height of those contradictions. But people shouldn't be shying away from information on this. Like, what's it? Especially those who are more affluent and healthy minded and are good thinkers than myself. People who are more functional. You guys should be bleeding into it, pouring into it, teaching me things because you can research things better than I can. This is one of the things that insults a lot of third world people. It's not just because of the ignorance. Like that's already fucking bastardic enough. No, it's the fact that we have the capacity to connect with people and engage with people if we tried. I understand it's hard. We are limited, not from our angle, from their end. They're limited in their capacity to reach out. Absolutely. But we're the ones with the extra money. We're the ones with the better communication systems, all the connection to the internets and all this fucking that, supermarket connections. We have great connectivity with infrastructure compared to the third world because of our benefactors of imperialism. So if we have this capacity to communicate easier, we should be engaging more. We should be making a step forward. Why are we always having to sit to the point where third world people are having to appear in social spaces just to be banned from them social spaces because they say things white people don't want to hear? They say things that, well, I should say European people, because whiteness is a pseudonymical creation by the English for slavery, but the to designate those who are not slave. It was specifically, the original purpose was used to split Celtic and other Anglo-Saxon. I shouldn't have said other Anglo-Saxons. Just said other European groups, but because it was not, well, I'm complicating myself. Sorry, I'm treading on eggshells and I'm fucking stomping on them apparently. But because there was other Anglo-Saxon groups and other different groups as well that they put in indentured servitude, but the primary group was from the Isles, was Celtic peoples, to try and split them away from the struggles of the slaves, because they were uniting together. The indentured servants and the slaves were uniting in slave rebellion. The Anglo-Saxons come up with whiteness to match the Spanish concept of blackness, and they used that as a tool to ensure the continuation of the system, of the system of slavery. Because if they'd unite together, they would have ended it. And this is why, like, when people turn around and praise, like, what happened with Lincoln as, like, a good emphasis, no, it was a perpetuation of the conditions. Do I have to go on about Lincoln's famous quote? If I could save America without ending slavery, I would say and save it without any slavery. If I could save America with only ending half of slavery, I'd end half of slavery. If I could end America with ending all of slavery, I'd end all of slavery. I don't. Lincoln turns around and verbatim says he doesn't care about the rights of black people. All he cares is about the stability. Well, he uses a more offensive term than black people because before the term black people was being commonly vernacularized. But the term was the word black in a different language anyway. But you know what I mean? Like it become vulgarized at that point as like a slur. The British really caught on with the Spanish use of the word. We used to do this a lot with different terms. But the guy turned around and verbatim said that he don't give a shit about them people. What he gives a shit about is making sure white people don't lose their kingdom. And that's what he did. You can't remember that America literally spent 5-10 years tossing up. It might have been a bit longer than that, but 5-10 years tossing up after their revolution. Their counter-revolution to keep slavery. Because everyone says, what, you're saying they counter-revolution against the British? No, I'm saying they counter-revolution against the fucking slaves that were rebelling, dickhead. Why were the British and the French shitting themselves about slave rebellions at that time? Did they not know what history is or the interconnectionalities and the relationships going on? But to side with that man, Lincoln, and to claim that a good thing, to literally Caleb verbatim to call it class collaborationism and side with that. It's the same shit that you see with people who fucking think that two-state solution's the way and want people to side with the settlers in Palestine. It's the same fucking shit. That's literally the same shit. So when you go and fucking glorify that, you are glorifying the same shit that's going on in Palestine. That's the dickhead, stupid, psychotic nature of these people. I have no respect for these patsuck types. No respect. They shit on the fucking graves of millions of slaves and millions more Indians. Millions. Shit on the graves of them. Trash their history. Because they want to turn around and claim that it was the white guy that came and freed them. I would fucking come to understand that it was the slave rebellions that drove that freedom forward. It was the slave rebellions. And what made the problem was because white workers, rather than siding with the slave rebellions, they sided with the fucking state. They sided with the settler colonial state. They had a force against them that won. It could have lost, but it won. And in that struggle, it smacked them down and put them under conditions that, as if you ever hear anyone like Kwame Ture or any other big man of struggle regarding the African struggle, big man's an English term for someone who's like, I guess to use the old cultural term, someone who's messiah-ic, someone, Messiah didn't originally mean like, whoa, like, you're Jesus. Like Messiah is Jesus because Messiah is someone who's committed to the people of the community and is very big name amongst the people because he's committed to the community and organizing with them. It's complicated. But, these people who were like big community members, they're big man. I don't know why I used like a really orthodox Jewish term to describe what big man means in English. I could have probably used a better thing for it, but it's someone who's like we're people centered towards. I'm not doing great man theory. Don't confuse big man with great man, because big men are just as great as they can be horrible. But community influence, or someone who's big around the community, someone who's engaged with a lot of people, who's had to pick up words here and there. By words I mean experience. Sorry, I should. Lumpen proletarian language is confusing things up a bit. They're picking up bits of I don't know how to petit bourgeois this for you guys. You're asking me to speak a language I don't. Well, you're not asking me. I've done this to myself through gaslighting, but speak a language I don't speak. But basically. The people in them positions, they catch on a lot of different people's experiences. Like I was talking with Engels. So, when Kwame Ture comes out and they speak about what happened after the end of slavery, well, what that happened is that they went and worked at the same plantations that they were slaves at for next to nothing that they couldn't even afford to feed themselves on. And then the guy who had just had them as slaves their entire life offered them, mind you, so they're being paid every month, not enough food, not enough money to buy the essentials you'll always need, food, housing, and everything else in between. They're offered this option because they can only buy things from the company store with their money anyway. That's the other catch-all. They don't get dollars. They get company store credits. Well, what the company store will do for you, Mr. Carmichael, which is the slaveholder of Kwame Ture, that's why his surname is Carmichael, Stockley Carmichael. Mr. Carmichael will turn around to you and he'll offer you this deal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You can build a tab. You can put yourself in debt for the food you'll always need every month, every single month, and watch that tally up. And that's why there are mass amounts of people in places like that, not just like from the institutional debt, the shit that they do in places like Puerto Rico. There's also got the individual debts of people where they're ramped up in these debts because they were fucking. They were used to slaves again. They were guinea pigs. Oh, well, we'll get you in a position where literally we're only providing you food again. You don't get paid enough to get food anyway, so you're already spending it all on food. And then we'll give you the extra food on tab. So that builds up this debt. And if you don't pay this debt eventually, Mr. Carmichael's not going to be very happy. And he might just throw you on your ass. Or even worse, because we're talking back in time a bit, And those worst things haven't gone away entirely, but I mean, it's more lumpen bourgeoisie, a little more, to use the Kayla word about it, but I'm using it in the proper context because I'm speaking of the bourgeois and bourgeoisie here. Gangster tendencies. Gangster is not a lower class thing. I mean, there are people who use that term nowadays. Unfortunately, it got infected in the culture because of the petty bourgeois discrimination of using that term. But gangster was originally a middle class thing. It was originally a middle class form of criminal violence. That I don't have to explain to people that mafia bosses are not even middle class; they're upper class. But the mafia is mainly conglomerated of a lot of middle class people, and I mean, when I say upper class, I mean the petty bourgeois for the most part, and then there is bourgeoisie involved in them. The mafia family structure situation and the business structure, it's complicated, but nonetheless, petty bourgeois to bourgeoisie in the Lumpen-Maoist sector of society, they're not lower class. They're disenfranchised from their class position, but that's not the same as being lower class. That's like, it's not shifting them down below, it's like shifting them to the side. And it's more like to the side and slightly down a bit. That's more like what it is. It's like fucking, that's why the sectors of the lower sector of the proletariat who do dip and feel and grow solidarity for the third world, because they're in that rumbled position where I would call them, some people call them semi-proletarian. I call them like lumpen proletarian still, but because a lot of them are disabled in that position. It's complicated because all disabled lower workers are lumpen proletarians. Let's be real, they are disenfranchised. But the, I can't remember what I was going to say. I need to have that drink. I just keep shaking the bottle. I do apologize that this stream's been a bit of a mess. Like, all solidarity to the Palestinian struggles, and I don't mean to be sloppy or disrespectful in any way. I struggle a lot with doing this, and I wanted to be careful to make sure I was awake enough. That's why I didn't do this yesterday. And I just I struggle with expressing myself, so I just want it to know that my heart and soul is all out there for the struggle of these people around the world, and it needs to be explicit from everyone. Like we can't just be a conversation that people have with their mates. Like, come on, speak out. What is the status of what's going on in Yemen? I haven't got any Yemeni articles loaded up yet. I'm going to do a separate stream for Yemen. The pictures on there because those are the two genocides that are really big going on that people been hush on. That's why, because basically it came from something that my brother in faith came up with a friend of his who was I think it was I can't remember where I think it was the Protestant friend of his and she and him come up I can't remember if it was her or him who was originated with the idea, but basically the idea of, okay, like one of them has Yemen in their profile picture and the other one has Palestine in their profile picture, because those are that's like the big genocides that are going on in that region that really like there's more things going on there, but those are the big things that, I mean, we need to talk about Assyria too. I don't even know what the flag is used to represent the Assyrians. Do they get behind the Arab Syrian flag, or do they have their own colors? I don't know, but I do need to show solidarity to Assyria as well, not just Yemen, because we've got the Kurdish and Turkish oppression of Syrian Assyrian people. Sorry, I don't know how the double S has gone with that. Is like Assyrian or like as Syrian or something like that. I don't. Or is it just Assyrian and it sounds like a singular S or similar to, or it's like a double S in the way the Germans do it with the double B, with the weird B shaped thing. I'm not. I'm not best in it. So things have quietened down because there've been treaties being made, but they're basically Saudi Arabia is reshuffling. That's all that's happening. They're not giving up. They're just reshuffling. The puppet leader in the north is now escaped down into the south, into the communist region, which is actually just a Saudi Arabian puppet. That's something that I want to be covering when I do the Yemeni stream, is that covering the fact that the supposed communists in the south, and that there's evidence to this, that they are a Saudi Arabian puppet. But with the pictures thing, sorry. So when that came up, I asked the brother to make a. It's the well, same difference. You said he went down to the south. Or was he getting support from them? I don't know. I might have read it wrong. I see. Sorry, I read it wrong. Sorry. Yeah. I at least got the bit right about the communist south being controlled, but so he what is he bringing the communist north up? No. You've got latency delay. I already corrected myself on that. Like I said, I may have possibly got it kerfuffled. Dyslexia and brain fog leads to misreadings and misrememberings. But no. So you're saying that he bringing the south into the north? Then he's just united with them lot. Like I'm a bit confused. Yeah, I think quote communist end quote south is a UAE thing. UAE and Saudi Arabia, what fucking break your bread where you want it. Like the UAE is just a fucking like mini Saudi Arabia that wants to fucking make itself more affluent in its position. I don't really see them as separate places. I just see them as glaring examples of Anglo-Saxon colonialism and what it produces. And that's the imperialist era colonialism, the modern programs, the new age, the decadent era of capitalism, as Lenin put it. Oh wait, why am I doing that? Sorry, I don't know how to use computers properly. Like I say, don't trust me with your computer. It might work in the end, it might not work in the end. It's a gamble. I'm one of those people who prefer the eras of technology where you can oh, there it is, staring me in the face, where you just give it a good old smack and it works. What's it? I wanted to do something as sort of an ending piece, as a way of showing my solidarity to the people that. Oh wait, my mouse does appear when I've got the internet on stream. I could have just pointed with the mouse. I was like pointing at the screen earlier when I have a mouse. Oh, I popped me. A lot of Assyrians are living here in the USA as refugees. So basically, is no longer in charge, but a collective of puppets and collaborators form this so-called presidential council. Okay, I read it wrong as him going. I thought he had to have gone down south because he's no longer in charge. But you just mean that specifically within the region he's lost charge, but now he's trying to form a collective of puppet and collaborate. Okay, that makes that makes more sense. What's it? I think we have the largest Assyrian population. That might be Syria. But I understand that there are a lot of people in diaspora. I know that there are Assyrian people in Europe, but Assyrian people don't get much representation. In regards to their well-being or their culture. I know that with America, a lot of that came from the early 1900s, before the end of the Ottoman Empire it was starting, and this just comes from imperialism. It's not just because of the oppression alone. This happens in any empire where basically where the new empire is rising, everyone's like, well, go over there. But they also had the oppression, so they're being genocide. All these problems are going, so they go over there, and you get different ways of explaining it. Read up a bit in the comments, more explanation about Yemen. Oh, wait, I missed that bit. Sorry. I'm terrible for this. My line of sight is a bit low because it hurts me back of my neck to lift my head up. I do apologize. I keep doing this. Hadi stepped down and gave power to a presidential candidate that includes the leaders of the Southern Transitional Council. They stopped calling for independence and now call for autonomy. So they want to be an emirate of the Saudi Arabian state, like you said earlier. That really adds a dynamic to the situation. I guess the one thing in this though, doesn't this allow it to be easier for the rebels of Yemen to specify a singular enemy? I know it already was sort of consistent with, because if these groups are starting to formalize together, that shows more of a. You mean with the split of Yemen? Sorry, I got a bit confused. I didn't even know that they wanted to permanently split. Normally, when there's a South, this is what shows that they're not communists. Normally, when a South split happens in a nation like that, like they're on about decolonization. They're not on about like whether we split the country or not. Like, and a half position normally like that is to do with the war. They were calling for a separate southern Yemen. They're trying to play on a dynamic that existed in the past, but not for the reason the dynamic existed. That's what that seems like to me. I'm just pathologizing. Like, I can only work with the information I've got. Like I said, I'm gonna get, and actually, this Arab brother and a few other people help me out with this. I'm gonna be getting some articles about Yemen. Like I say, I go as I flow. I'm really struggle with these things. I fucking You should deal with the comrades who stress at me trying to get me into reading more and more. I'm a pain for them, but I go as I flow. So I'll know more, and I won't speak as much of a dunce when I have the information in front of me regarding Yemen. That's gonna be the next thing to speak on. It's the same with a lot of these things. People need to just be honest and accept that. Like, we don't know everything. That's Marxism. Welcome to Marxism. The first thing you've got to learn is you don't know anything, or at least you don't know everything. That's the least you could learn. Because then you got to be a learner to be a good teacher. Especially if someone like me and you struggle with learning this anyway. You've got to fucking put a lot more effort in to be a learner to be a teacher. So it's an arduous process. Basically nostalgia minus the socialism and anti-imperialism, trying to create a Southern Arab identity, which is a British creation. Yeah. Isn't that where the Gulf of, isn't that like related to the way we split Yemen into like the Gulf of Oman and Yemen, or I think that was it, wasn't it? I might be getting the areas that were split. I know that we split a lot of different places. I mean, like Mesopotamia was chopped to pieces. Syria was chopped to pieces. Adan insurgency. I don't know what. I'll wait for what you say next because I don't know what bit you're responding to. I know there's a bit of a delay. I think you are getting them mixed up. I'm pretty certain that like the Gulf, because the Gulf of Oman is just north of Yemen, isn't it? It's where they used to be connected as a one thing, because like it's not the Arab identity isn't this like specifically direct southern thing. If I remember rightly, it came from the east of Middle East. I've been corrected a few times on getting it wrong though, so I wouldn't surprise me if I got it wrong again. Yemen was split up into a lot of eminence and small states. Yeah, but what I'm on about is that the split occurred where Oman was its own thing prior, but it was called something else. Fucking. Okay, what's it? I'll ring you on Discord. Is it working? Oi, you there? Oh, connection delay, I think. RTC, I see, I see, I see. Or maybe I don't. I should hydrate while you're explaining because I keep forgetting to.
All right, all right. Can you people hear me?
Willkommen. Or whatever the fuck they say in Germany.
Well, hello everyone, dear people viewing this. So, about Yemen and Oman and Yemen, they were both British protectorates at one point in time.
I
North
got that bit
Yemen
right.
was a monarchy. Yemen was practically split into two, North and South. I'm talking in modern times. Modern history. I'm not going way back 4 centuries ago. I'm
We're
just
only
talking
100 years. This is within 100 years we're speaking.
within 100 years. Yeah, basically. They used to have regions that are now in southern Saudi Arabia, southwestern Saudi Arabia, that were taken and occupied by the Saudis in the, I think, 20s or 30s. There was a war between them. North Yemen was a monarchy, was a sultanate. It was a monarchy, yes. The south was directly occupied by the British. They had, a colonial director and everything. They at
A
at
governor,
one
I think,
point
is the
in
word you're looking
time,
for.
governor, yes. At one point in time, considering communism and anti-imperialism growing, Nasserism, pan-Arabism in the region, the British wanted to play on this and prevent, losing their colonies. So what they did is turn their colony of southern Yemen, the protectorate of Aden,
Yeah.
uh, they wanted to turn it into the Southern Arab Federation, you know, and even incorporate with it other colonies in the area, like Oman or the United Arab Emirates, before they were independent, I believe. So they wanted to create this Southern Arab identity, Southern Arab Federation, to kind of curb the pan-Arab and anti-imperialist Arab sentiments by giving them this idea that they are a pan-Arab state. Now, of course, I haven't really read much about the history of Yemen. I've been focusing on other parts of the pan-Arab movement, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. However, what happened is that eventually a revolution took place in North Yemen, which ended up it turned into a republic through a civil war. It ended up being a republic, pro-Egypt, uh,
Absolutely. God
and
bless.
then the south had uh, the Aden emergency. I think you British call it. Um,
Yeah.
Basically, communists and Nasserists, you know, anti-imperialists alike in South Yemen were fighting against the British, and eventually it was the Marxists that managed to take control in South Yemen and establish the Democratic People's Republic of Yemen. So that's where the southern idea, comes from. South Yemen wanting independence because it existed. It existed because it used to be a British protectorate. It had an anti imperialist struggle. It was liberated from British imperialism. Um, and that's how you got South Yemen.
You know what?
Yemen,
One
North
thing
and
I'd
South
like to
Yemen.
say before you move on, though, that really want to drill into the Marxists about the history you're telling, that it's really important. I don't think Marxists understand, but like, so the first thing I'll say to this, the most common number of people to ever take on Marxism is either Asian or African. But then the next one actually comes from West Asia. The Middle East, Marxism caught on fire, but it's the chauvinism and the anti religious shit that pushes all these people away. But like, Islam, like Connolly, like James Connolly. A lot of people in the Islamic Marxist community had already figured out how to keep religion involved with with being a religious person and be a Marxist. Sorry, so a lot of this caught fire, and Yemen was one of them places. And I mean, like, what's it? We were talking the other day about how like Marxism Nasserism is. And I think Marxism Nasserism specifically says that it follows Leninism, so I like to call it MLM, MLN, sorry, Marxism, Leninism, Nasserism, but that's really popular in Palestine
Well,
and Africa, in Arabic Africa.
I don't actually believe that an ideology such as Marxism, Leninism, Nasserism. But if the closest thing to this word would be, the Arab Socialist Action Party and even the PFLP, because they were influenced a lot by the policies of Abdel Nasser. They are not really, some don't really consider them communists in the traditional sense. Um, I haven't really gone too deep into it.
They're not
But
all
the idea that
communists. That's the reason why it's a bit complicated. There are a lot of people there who are, but not all of them are.
what I'm trying to reach to is that today you can see that people are trying to remove the Yemeni identity of southern Yemen and call it the Southern Arab Republic or whatever.
They're
The
bleaching
unification
it.
of Yemen, both north and south, despite all their differences, wanted to achieve the unity of Yemen eventually. And what happened is that Yemen united under, a bourgeois market liberal state because of, the collapse of the socialist camp, and of support from the USSR,
Yeah.
and even a civil war that took place in southern Yemen, a failed coup and a civil war, which weakened the country. So they had to unify, and then they were betrayed because, of course, they will be betrayed by the
Literally
bourgeois
like East
institutions.
Germany and West Germany, the
Basically,
communists get
basically,
dissolved.
basically. They were promised to, keep some sort of autonomy or keep positions in the leadership. Then they were double crossed. So what happened is that, there was a movement of calls for independence of southern Yemen from the north ever since 2007. And from this movement, the the Southern Transitional Council was born. They were calling for independence of Yemen, and they were directly linked with their militias to the UAE. They are supported militarily and financially by the Emiratis. They even cooperate with the Mossad, with the Israelis. I did send you articles talking about that. The leadership says if they have an independent South Yemen, they're going to normalize relations with the Zionist enemy. And a lot of reports come that these so-called tourists that goes to the Socrata Island, I butchered the name, I think. Yeah, yeah, forgot the name. It's the Yemeni island down south
Did you say
in the
Sakati Island?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Um, the so-called tourists that come by there uh, with Emirati sponsorship are actually Israeli experts. You know, the UAE and Israel are colonizing the island. They are building bases. They are building, offices, headquarters for spy activity, military activity. So basically, not only is it an Emirati puppet, it's to push even Zionist interest in the southern part of the peninsula.
Like you've got to think
Um,
about it like Rhodesia and South Africa. That's the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Basically, they are clinging onto this identity the identity of a state that existed before, of a Marxist-Leninist state, a scientific, the only one of its kind in the Arab world that existed. I can't hear you.
I'm not saying anything, sorry, but I was gonna say something. Would it be quicker for me to scroll? I'm only scrolling now, or would you be able to find that picture you showed me of the Israeli, sorry, the South African, the leader of South Africa at the end of apartheid, criticizing Israel for condemning them, or it was just before the end of apartheid, but it was when it was all being condemned
Yes.
in the Yemen.
Um, do we sure talk a lot? We sure talk a lot.
I am
Scrolling up.
scrolling a lot like Jesus Christ. We're racing to it. Who's gonna get there first?
I believe you would. Um,
I watched me go past it. I'm not. Not F.W. de Klerk, um, CIA spoke territory. I hope that isn't spell check changing from the word spook. I know you might not understand, but the term spook comes from a racist term against black
no,
Americans. Not about you. I'm about someone in the chat. The use of the word spook, it is a racist thing. It's just some people, a lot of people don't know. It's an old thing, but it's something people should be careful of. Hey, you beat me to it.
there it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this again. What's it? I can just drag and drop it into the thing actually. Yes. Oh, I need to crop it. Crop down the ugly man's face. What's it? We don't need to see this fucking cunt. I just need to see his words big and clear so I can read them to you. I've got shit eyes. It'd help if I moved OBS over here for a second. I haven't even actually pressed the thing to show that I've got you up on Discord. 1 second. I am a good streamer, I promise. There you are. You're. Now I'm representing properly. I think. There we go. It's not in the right position. Oof. Dink. Bonk. Preparedness. The Dutch, so it would be Verwoerd, calls Israel an apartheid state. Fucking Verwoerd, the architect of South Africa's apartheid policies, dismissed Israel's vote against South African apartheid at the United Nations. Quote, Israel is not consistent in its new anti-apartheid attitude, end quote, he said. Quote, they took Israel away from the Arabs after the Arabs lived there for thousands of years. For 1,000 years. I got that wrong. In that, I agree with them. Israel, like South Africa, is an apartheid state.
It's also worth to note that while South Africa was being sanctioned, its only ally was Israel that helped them develop nuclear capabilities.
This was like the fucking like the hardest breakup for a colony in history. Like they were. It's like the British and the Americans. They had a really heavy, aggressive breakup. This one's one of those really melodramatic ones where they betrayed them. How could you betray me, Israel? I based my entire model off of you.
It'd be hilarious if it wasn't actually tragic. It's the same.
It's that tragic sense of just it's not hilarious in a sense. It's hilarious in a like the fact that the person who archetyped fucking apartheid is telling the truth to the situation more than people who claim to be anti-apartheid, who then go and support Israel. That's what drives me mad, and I find it. That's what I find funny. But you gotta remember, British humor is centered around contempt and disgust. That's the only way we really get our joy out of life. We're still bitching about 1945 and the US taking our empire and shit. That's basically the British groan. Oh, we used to be great once.
But yeah, it's like the Zionist enemy criticizing China for their attitude towards the Muslims in Xinjiang.
China doesn't even punish them. They make them their biggest trade partner. China is the biggest investor of capital into Israel.
Yes,
that's what they got in response for abusing the cultural genocide that is going on, to turn around and do what the Americans are doing and say they're massacring people. Like when people lie like that, it makes it hard to deal with a cultural genocide, because then people just go to the opposite position. They don't think about the situation.
But you know what's even more ironic? That China now is condemning the attitude of Europeans and the Swedes particularly against Islam.
But they're
I,
literally
I
their
feel like I'm in
businesses are
the
cutting off Palestine to get to business deals with Israel. Alibaba's doing it. They're no longer going to sell stuff to Palestine.
it's simply just weird. I feel like the Muslim world is in this hidden camera TV shows. You know,
I said this with Dr. Weisfeld, and we agreed on this: is that Islam is in the position that the Jews were thrown in the 30s. That's where I feel really right now. Like the fucking anti-Islam, the Islamophobia. Like, it's not even just anti-Islam; it's like the fucking terror of it that was spread across our fucking countries was ridiculous. Islam, one of the most peaceful religions on earth, and we just went and crazed it as this warlord fucking shit when we were the ones invading their fucking countries.
I mean, if we invaded your own country, you wouldn't you be pissed? I know I
Absolutely.
get pissed.
You know what's funny? Islam is like, this is how peaceful Islam is. So one of Islam's principles is that if they're like a bother somewhere, their first instinct isn't to start fighting. Their first instinct is to go somewhere where the person who's being a bother isn't. That's actually one of the not in the sense of just an instance, in the sense of like, as a community, we're in a place where we're being oppressed, where we'll go elsewhere. That is one of the Jews had a similar culture around it. It's Semitic culture and Abrahamic culture has a lot of diasporal culture in it because of the Jews and the Muslims have been, sorry, the Jews and the Arabs, specifically the Jewish ethnicities I'm speaking to here, not Jewish converts. They've had their own bit of trouble, but they're not, I'm not about ethnicities here. So Arabs and the Jewish ethnicities, these groups have been throughout the start of their, well, I started their written history from what we know. We've got about like 12 or 15,000 years of Jewish history. So I mean, but it's broken up because a lot of it's all related, and science community don't like all related stuff, even though it's very important that we do understand the scriptures. But here's the thing I'm getting to. They get this struggle that these what's it fucking what was I saying? So yeah, with the struggle of Islam, the thing that they're more concerned about is peace. They don't want to start a war. Like the pacifism, the original definition, not the modern one. We actually had a good discussion about this the other day. I think it's like a month ago now. But
Only
pacifism is
difference,
mistaken
though.
in the modern day, and has been for a while. People think pacifism means being no, I don't do violence. Like, I don't do violence. No, pacifism originally meant just violence. Jesus was being called a pacifist. Well, go and read what Jesus says about what you should do regarding violence, because he does not say you should never be violent. He says that you should fucking, you should be prepared to have the fucking, the claws of a tiger and its teeth. You got to be ready to fight and stand up for yourself. But remember, Jesus is not just an embodiment of God; he's also an embodiment of the people. That's the part of the way the Holy Trinity system works with Christianity. Like, Christ is supposed to be the real representative embodiment that shows that humanity is a part of God. It's a part of Christianity's change on Judaism. I mean, and I think, doesn't Islam see Jesus as a prophet as well? I know the Jews
Yeah,
don't see him as a prophet because they don't like him, for not because of him, but more so because of Christians. It's complicated, but sorry.
it's complicated, but yeah, for us, Jesus is a prophet
Uh,
born from the Holy Spirit of God. You know, to the Virgin Mary,
yeah, I see him as
Our
like,
Lady Virgin Mary. Yes.
I see it as like there's complications to it, so I don't know where to ground myself. But yeah, I focus on him being a prophet, not being the all-ending sort of messiah of things. Especially considering where people have gone with that since, centuries since, with the rapture Christians and.
I mean, even some Christians oppose this idea.
Oh no, yeah, a
Um,
lot of them do. I mean, even though I'm following Pan-Abrahamic principles, I'm still of a Catholic cultural origin, so I'm gonna be still Christian. Like, I just, I don't follow Christianity to the bone. I'm like, okay, well, the Jews got this right, I will follow this. If Islam got this right, I'll follow this. But I've got to study all of it. And I actually, one thing I want to do, and this is why I want to get myself better at reading, I want to go through the different texts of the different religions and learn and understand these different cultures. I come from an Abrahamic cultural background. Anyone who's Anglo-Saxon would typically have come from one of those backgrounds, I imagine. Even if the family are somewhat atheist because of religiosity within culture. So it's not, even if I was going to be full-blown atheist, I'd still need to look into these things. Why not? Absolute amazing way to learn and engage with the people. A funny fact about Stalin is that And no one knows whether because he said stuff that was criticism of religion, but no one really knew what his position was because Stalin didn't really go on about his personal life. He didn't go and tell you that he practiced this or did that. He just preached lines of science, which does not make him opposed to Christianity. We've seen that vastly with the development of science, especially during what people call the Dark Ages. Christianity was actually doing a lot of scientific development there, but the Renaissance period would like to tell you otherwise. And they've been saying them lies ever since. But he could recite the whole Bible, any scripture from the Bible. He could go and tell you the line he's read it from, the page number, the book, everything. Like boom. The Bible's not one book, just in case to people who don't know, it's a collection of books similar to like the Quran and other things like that. It's a collection of texts. Like, unfortunately, I'm
Uh,
not going to be able to watch this stream because I have to work. But I will say this: long live Palestine. Silence is I will say this. Forgot to get the breath. Long live Palestine. Silence is genocide. You could quote Bismarck. What? I missed the context. What's going on? Bismarck's just come up.
no, I really appreciate Dark Zenovia's solidarity. From time to time, I stumble upon his channel announcements,
Yeah, he's got
and
some fiery channel announcements on his social, doesn't he? I love him.
they're, they're lovely. They're lovely.
I especially
They're lovely.
some of the what's it, the polemic memes with the commentary can be pretty good as well because he can get onto a real issue with something that's funny, and I like that. It really saves with me with my autism. I like a bit of a laugh, but something that's going to tell me something serious, just because not because I need it. It's just that if we're talking like about poverty or something like that, it's nice to have something that doesn't completely darken out everything. Like, that's not just an aristocratic one. Everyone wants a bit of fucking chill. You've got to be versative with it, but you can be chill without calming down the language or slowing down the. You just got to know how to engage and what to say first, because if you want to say the right things first, then you can say the other things. And it's not about saying things that are different first. It's about just saying things that are necessary first and working with what suits the environment that you're engaging with or engaging with people. They got to be flexible. There's not one way to deal with anyone. But I'm glad that you popped on to explain some of the ins and outs and stuff like that, because I'm a bit of a blockhead when it comes to new things. Like, I'm like, yes, yes. Do I draw the line to this dot? Do I color the picture in yet? I get like once Savannah
It's
explained to
simple, all
me, I'll
right.
be able to reverb it a bit better. But yeah, that was blessed. You coming on like
It's I just wanted to to make it uh, you know
clear.
get the idea across that the so-called communists of the current South Yemen movement, the so-called communists of South Yemen nowadays, are basically Emirati puppets helping them colonize their own country with the help of the Zionist entity.
Yeah,
And when you have a communist declaring, if we do get independence, we are ready to normalize relations with the people occupying and oppressing our own people, since Pan-Arabism and so on, it tells you a lot who they are, and it did come after the UAE normalized relations with Israel, so we know in whose pockets these people are.
you know what it always is though. It's always the petty bourgeoisie that stab everyone in the back. They become compradors. They want to rise up and be the next comprador capitalists, be the little pets of the imperialists. So, do I get to run the government or do I get to run the industry? And they sell out their people. This has been a situation in history that goes really far back, and the Arabs have actually, not just the Arabs of Islam. I mean, Islam goes further than the Arabs, but I mean, with their history in West Asia, there's a lot of history of aristocrats and petty bourgeois. Well, not petty bourgeois because that wouldn't exist, but you know what I mean. The talking feudalism.
Yes,
So the
yes,
aristocracy would have been even upper back then, but history of those types of classes stabbing the people in the back, and I mean, um, a lot of the time when there's been very, like, I'd say, when I say tribal socialist, I mean tribal in the traditional term, which means family of nations. So I say tribal socialist. It's just a respectful way of saying socialism within the organic sort of brevity. It's an organic reaction that came from a set struggle. Well, that's happened quite a few times in a lot of different religions. Christianity tried it. That's actually where communism come from. But same with Islam. Islam's had many attempts to try and move down this path, and every time different caliphates, or before the time of the caliphates, different power structures that wanted to take over the movement of Islam had crushed these people because they wanted to take advantage of it. That's the situation that we get with this stuff. I mean, the best example to show what the oppressor classes are like and how they think. Read who's the fucker who colonized the first place in America? What's his name?
Amerigo Vespucci,
The one that they have the celebration day about. That's like Christopher
Columbus.
Columbus. Uh, fucking uh, um, uh, fucking we'll call him Piss Columbus. Because Chris is short for Christopher, and Piss is what you call a Chris is a cunt. So Piss Columbus, he was when he first met natives of the well, these were on an
Okay.
island in the Caribbean, so the Caribbean natives. I don't know if the Caribbean is a Spanish term or a native term taken by the Spanish. So I hope I'm not, there isn't someone that I could know that would be a better use in term. So I just go with that. Um, he turned around and he wrote in his book, and the first page you read, it sounds lovely. He goes and he's like, "They are the most peaceful people I've ever met. They are lovely and kind. They are they're very smart. They know the crafty people. They not a bit of hate in them. Not they know nothing of war. And it's like, oh, well, that's lovely. He's calling them intelligent. They're very community brand. They're all together. They don't know about war. They're all peaceful. They're lovely. You turn over to the next page. I could take them with 14 men. And that's colonialism. Literally, it just boom. I can take them with 14 men. They will make useful slaves. This, that, and the other. That is the process of the way these people operate. You fucking and that's the same with a lot of these groups. They will act like this, and that's what gets people from their own people tied into this. You'll get people who will join into it because they will get sort of they become through the process of colonization. There's the I don't know how to word it in a word that sounds nice, so I'm just gonna say whiteification. But people who are like brought into the oppressor class from the oppressed class to operate and function it. That's a process neocolonialism really brought in and enforced, but it was a thing that was being experimented by the British and the Americans before then anyway. Britain with some of the stuff they were trying with Russia and China. But it's this is where we get the compradorism that we get today, and there's that relationship where basically they sell out their own people, they sell out their own culture just to basically sit on the thrones of skulls their own people, which is the wealth in which they get to acquire by being servants to imperialist nations that rampage their nations, genocided their people, and are just there to steal their fucking resources. But at least they get some money out of it, eh? That's the fucking bottom barrel of this system. Let's collect capital, everyone. Yay. Fucking never going to end, is it? Unless someone, unless we all start doing shit about it. We got to, the third world is where the struggle's going to be. And the thing is that these people that have betrayed their people, the people very quickly figure out that these people don't represent them. So what comes next? Struggle. I'd say what comes next, but it's the thing where the third world is a bit ahead of you in the first world. As much as things have been broken down a lot over the decades and they've gone through some hardships and setbacks, struggle has a lot of setbacks. That doesn't mean it's over. They still got a lot of struggle going on there. They got a lot of struggle against the system, against the empires, for their own freedom. And yeah, you know what? There's some things that they might decide that we don't politically agree with. That's politics. Like, of course, you gotta not agree with people who are fascists or genocidal fucking maniacs. That's probably not a good idea. But at the end of the day, the people have a right to do what to run their own country over puppets set up by Western powers that just want to steal their resources and send our industry out there. Everyone thinks that, you get all these fucking dickheads who think that immigrants are coming and stealing our jobs. No, do you know where our jobs are going? The jobs are going overseas. They've been going overseas for decades. I don't know if people have noticed that. uh, I don't know if people know this, but factories are used to build things, and we don't really have many factories anymore. I wonder what happened to the factories. And people who are in the lumpen proletariat really know this the most, because do you know why a lot of people are in the lumpen proletariat? Because they don't have the factory work jobs available anymore, and all the other jobs are either clogged up or such demeaning fucking work that they either fucking bash their head at the wall to it and they can't deal with it, or they end up fucking sacked on the roller anyway, because the demeaning jobs are always fucking the quick fucking sacking jobs, because you're either on there with an agency or you're fucking what's it what was the other thing, you're being used as seasonal hire. That's it, seasonal hire. Because this is another bit of low wage work that I just took about. It's like, hey, seasonal hire, and they'll catch you in. They won't pay you as much as everyone else. But well, some places might pay you more, but the system, the system is sort of cast away a lot of the people who were in the lower proletariat. They've just into the lumpen proletariat, and then they've bourgeoisificated a lot of the actual, when I say actual, I should put that in quotations, the actual proletariat, because they've been bourgeoisificated in this sector, so it's complicated. But what would have been the proletariat if we're to just ignore the global class divide like a bunch of douchebags. But no, they're like petty aristocrats at this point. But the upper proletariat, complicated. Middle classes are intermediaries. You've got to remember, it's complicated. Like, it's not just a simple. The conclusions I make on the aristocracy don't come from that clickety clickety clickety. It's very sort of structured. So the with the bourgeoisified proletariat, they're completely against that discarded sector in a lot of retrospects, because of the way they brought up to hate homeless people, to think that people who are either homeless or on the dole are there because they don't want to get anything done with their life and they're just a bunch of sapsads. They think that fucking every drug addict is like, weed has gone down a bit. People aren't so hysterical about weed anymore. Kind of depends on where you're at, but if you're on anything that's harder than that substances, you're on coke, you're on crack, you're on speed, or on heroin, or anything like that, you're gonna be perceived as the biggest thing ever. That's up to you. I mean, you can say your goodbyes if you want.
Well, thank you for having me on for a few minutes. Silence is genocide, everyone.
Absolutely.
And, you know, yesterday was Al Quds Day. It's every last Friday of the month, of the holy month of Ramadan, as proclaimed by the leader of the Iranian Revolution, Ayatollah Imam Ruhullah Khomeini, in 1979, or after the Islamic Revolution. And we should all remember that just because one people went through hardships, it does not justify forcing other people through the same hardships. It does not justify more death and more genocide. That resistance against occupation and against injustice is not terrorism. And that when a people are brought with their backs to the wall, they will fight back. And that
Absolutely.
the only language an occupier understands is armed resistance.
Absolutely.
So if you don't want to give absolute support as a socialist, give at least critical support. Just because the group isn't aligned 100% with their ideology does not make their efforts for national liberation any, void. They do not make these efforts void. What
And if
needs to
they
be
actually were
understood
to
is that
learn from a lot of the Marxists in the region, a lot of Marxists that are in the Middle East work with different groups. Some are socialists, but some are not socialists because there's different conglomerations of groups that have to work together because they're in an anti-colonial struggle. But these people in first world just don't seem to understand what it's like to be literally occupied. Like it's hard, they just grunt as if there's an obvious thing to say, and it's like, well, you're operating not like that. That's a problem. Like you can't just grunt and obviously it pushes aside. That pisses me off.
You can have your own criticisms, but to just, nuke the entire struggle because of a few criticisms, that's kind of stupid.
Well,
Let's be
I'm
clear about that.
criticizing white people in the first world. Sorry, at the minute,
Um,
but is the thing with so what you're saying is absolutely right on. Like, um, as the what's sorry, why is the right of self determination not respected anymore? Like that was one of the big things with Marxism.
the right of self-determination. Apparently, now the colonizer has that right of self-determination.
Oh, is that how it is now? Fucking hell.
That is what it
That'd
is.
be like
They
turning
call it
around
the
and
Jewish
saying that the
right for self-determination.
Anglo-Saxons can just fucking go and control what's it, the entirety of like India because they made it the boundaries that it is today or somewhere like that. It's like
No,
ridiculous.
no, it's more like okay. So imagine
Was
English people in Rhodesia or the
that'd be fun.
Boers. They
That'd be a
have
good
the
one.
apparently they now have the right for self-determination, even though they colonized the place in the first place.
Yeah,
Look
like
at
there's
Israelis.
fucking white
Apparently, they have the
genocide
right for
shit.
self-determination.
There ain't no white genocide in South Africa. I'm sick of hearing about white genocide. Like, fuck off.
Or or the great replacement of Europeans. It's not our fault. You guys bomb us, so we need to escape somewhere safe, and it's not our fault. You guys aren't having more children. That's on you, Europe.
Yeah,
That's
well,
not
like we
on us.
used to have like families of like 8 or 12 kids, and now it's only like two or three. Well, to be fair, back in them days, like fucking, we were throwing kids into factories, so people needed a lot of kids, so they didn't lose all of their family. But that's one of the harshes of the situation. Like
And many factors play into
at one
it.
point, we were throwing like 7 to 8 year olds into factories. So we had to, this is the humanity of Britain. At one point, we put a law in place, and it was only people over the age of 12 can work in factories. That's apparently them solving the problem. Fuck. And that was because of
Yes.
industrialization. They wanted to make as much profit as they could. And what's it? I remember when I was, I think I was about 15 or 16. I remember reading an article that said that it was like around 2009, 2010 in China, there was like young, like just turned teenagers driving buses and shit. So it happens in every country that wants to turn itself into an empire. They abuse every part of their labor they can to build capital up. It's called Workshop of the World. Chapter 4, Export Capital by Lenin. It undoes everything that everyone tries to say about China.
All right. I believe I said what I had to say. Thank you again,
Absolutely. It's always a
Comrade
pleasure to
Mike.
have you on here.
Thank you again, Comrade Mike, for talking about this. Hopefully, more and more people talk about this even more deeply. More and more people understand it's not a war of religion. It's not a war on a piece of land. It's about a group of people that are occupied, that are oppressed, that are being murdered on the daily, being imprisoned, being tortured, you know, and not just only the Palestinians. Everyone around this so called Israel were affected very negatively. Many experienced death, many experienced misfortune. And to just let you understand the scope of things, the invasion of Lebanon in 1982, the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, caused between 29,000 and 30,000 deaths. 26,000 of those were civilians. So, just to give you an idea who these people are, who the Zionists are, there are people ready to
Evil
murder civilians just
bastards.
to save their own face, to not look like they lost for a couple militias, for a few rockets.
Oh,
They're
when
ready
they
to
went into
murder.
Lebanon and they got bullied by like 1,500 people against like 6,000 of the soldiers.
They killed a lot. I
I
mean,
know they did, but it's the struggle will always beat back these people in the end. Like think about the Native Americans, how much they've gone through, and they're still struggling today.
and I hope that struggle yields positive results.
I
The armed
the
resistance on
relationship
this
history that the Native Americans, the Africans, the Arabs and the what are the group are the Irish. The historical relationship those four groups have had together has been is a very very beautiful and interesting one. The struggles that they've had to go through, especially
we're all
between
schooled by the English.
Israel, occupied Palestine, um, Ireland, and Turtle Island. So those three things are very interconnected in their relationship, and that's why they've all sent aid to each other at some point. Like they've all passed the sort of parcel. It's why even though I know Ireland isn't going all the way and they should be doing more, it's nice to at least hear them shout about it in the EU. It's the EU's abusing it as theatrics to show that they've at least got one dissenting opinion. I guarantee you, because the EU controls the rules and the finance and the way that the government sort of organizes itself with Ireland, and the British control the industry because of the Irish Free State. Ireland
Well,
never was free, not yet.
I mean, if some neoliberals in Ireland have some common decency, it means there's hope for people to actually wake up and
To be honest, it's the trots that are saying things, but I guess trots and conservatives aren't too far away from each other.
I won't go deep into this. I will not start a discussion regarding that. But what you people need to
It,
know is that Zionism is just like Nazism. We have seen time and again their entire ideology, and their actions speak loudly, louder than their words. They say it's self-defense. They say it's never again, ever again, another Holocaust.
I've never seen them fight. I've seen a lot of footage of what's been going on over the past fucking what's it like been 2, 3, 4 weeks that it's really heated up, but it's been longer than that. But I've been saw a lot of stuff over the last month. I don't want to say I went to say 4 weeks to just say a month. It's easier that way. I'm sorry, I'm not used to taking my medication properly for my ADHD, so I'm stabilizing. But the what was I? Yeah, so I've seen a lot of footage of this, and not once have I seen them firing against someone who was armed with a rifle or anything or a gun. Like I've seen people with stones inside. I, I think it was inside Al Aqsa. I'm not sure. It was inside a mosque. It had big metal doors in it. I think from what being barricaded or whatever, or whatever had happened, or just because of how many times the older doors might have been destroyed, because it probably used to have old big oak doors or whatever were used in that region, because I know that's a big thing with mosques, churches, and other places like that having a big heavy oak door. But nonetheless, the they were throwing stones. So I what's it? Apparently that's case to fucking go full blown genocidal maniac and start shooting
Ah,
people.
yes, the child with a rock. That is a level one, you know, that is an ultimate level danger. Requires a nuclear weapon to be neutralized.
There is a reason why the Israeli army all wears diapers, because the stones are scary. To be fair, the
I mean,
Palestinians have been trying to do this. Like there's been a lot of peaceful movement as well as armed movement. Like the Palestinians have known that they it's not even that they've known it's just a part of a lot of the culture they do. I mean, there's a lot of protests that are specifically peaceful based on like the right of return. That's a part of a really big thing for them. A lot of people who are in the Gaza Strip aren't from the Gaza Strip. They're from the occupied zones. They've been moved in there, as long as a
I
lot
mean,
of the other people who are outside of Palestine are all over the place because they've been moved about. But you've got a lot of other peaceful things that crop up. It's not all just armed. And I'm not saying to disagree with them. I'm just saying some of it's quite interesting. So they show all this they show all this love that they can when they can, and they get stumped on the most there, and that's why Palestinians and just like every Arab people will come to realize when they unite together, because I see it happening. Like is that no matter what, if they're not together, they're going to be oppressed by this group, that group. They're not going to be treated with respect if they ask nicely. They've asked nicely for what 8 years, and is this the thing I was going to say? with all the peaceful stuff that's been going on, you would think you would think that the what's it that they've gotten so good with the stone throwing now because Israel uses it as an excuse so much. It must happen fucking every single day. Like must be all the time. Like I mean, why would they cry about it all the time? Otherwise, I'm being sarcastic, of course. I know it can be hard to tell. My tone of voice is range of nothing to nothing. But the what's it? Uh, they've probably gotten to a point now where they could probably get a good fucking eye shot if you get skim on it. You know, like I genuinely, I really hope that they get some pretty sharp stones in there. But fucking, you know, um, it's quite interesting because a lot of them weren't even throwing the stones directly at them. They were bombing the big metal doors to make a loud noise, which means they're actually trying to startle the troops, not trying to get them to, not trying to get them hurt, just trying to get them to fuck off.
You know, it says a lot when the Zionists say that they are an equal country for everyone, while at the same time, the so-called between quotation Arab Israelis, who we call them the Palestinians of 1948,
Absolutely.
are, you know, at an extreme level of discontent with the government, discontent with the system,
They
discontent
live in
with
literal
the illegitimate
slums.
state. Um, so you can see that the more and more the Zionists continue with their oppression, the more and more there will be retaliation in many different aspects. It could be protests, it could be military, it could be whatever. It's one struggle with multiple aspects to it. And
Absolutely.
it's a struggle for national liberation. And as socialists worldwide should support this struggle and should condemn this genocide, you know? And if they do actually care about the Jewish people, or whether by ethnicity or people who adhere to the Jewish faith, whatever you want to call it, however you want to describe it, if they truly care about them, let them solve the anti Semitic problem in their own countries first, instead of saying, oh no, they deserve a state. If they truly deserve a state, then why not give them a state in Germany, for example? Why not?
Oblast in the Soviet Union.
I mean, there's a Jewish autonomous oblast in Russia. I mean, hell, if American conservative congressmen really want an Israel to exist, you know, one of the American states, there are like 51 of them. I mean, they already colonized the place. But you know what's even worse is how liberals are going to change their positions regarding Palestine. I've seen that more and more liberals are in support of Palestine, while in the last few years. However, now with the war going in Ukraine, many Ukrainian Jews are coming into Palestine to live in newly built settlements specifically for them, and how the liberals have, you know, whitewashed fascists and Nazis in
All because
Ukraine.
it's about the Ukraine, so we gotta love the fact that Israel's giving them houses. I bet that's how they're romanticizing it. Yeah,
Basically,
on the
basically,
ruins of
basically,
Arab houses, on the ruins of
basically.
Assyrian houses.
Now they are
Ooh.
trying to build up this false narrative of a Ukrainian genocide. If anything, Russia wants the industrial base in eastern Ukraine that was left by the Soviet Union, the Soviet industrial legacy. They don't want to wipe out the Ukrainians.
Yeah,
So this,
that would be impractical. They're an
yes,
imperialist power. Like they imperialists always try and enslave people, genocide their culture in the process of enslaving them and get rid of them. But with the Ukraine, So here's the Russian perspective on Ukraine. Russia just doesn't see Ukraine as a separate country. That's the Russian perspective, at least from Vladimir Putin. I mean, he says that he is care about the West, but he went into the West. He didn't stop at the East. So I mean, it sort of it's ups and turves, and with the perspective that was thrown out by him when he turned around and literally said, "Oh yeah, Vladimir Lenin was wrong to even make Ukraine,
but the
to
problem is
expect the
they're going
Ukraine
to start
identity.
thinking.
There's no right to self determination." And I'm like, "What?"
They're going to start thinking. They're going to say that the Palestinians are now complicit in this supposed Holocaust against the Ukrainian people. because they are fighting the new settlers
They
that
did
so
this with
happen to
World
be
War Two.
Ukraine.
They did this with World War Two. Like settlers come and settle on that. Wow, 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 the Holocaust. But that would be like accusing the Native Americans for fighting against the Anglo-Saxon settlers that also have Irish settlers with them, and because the Irish settlers actually oppressed and dealt with them, fighting against the Irish people, and then the Anglo-Saxon turns around and go, "Wait, you're supporting the Irish famine? No, that's not, that's not how it works."
And just a few more points is that also the liberal attitude towards this so-called progressive, quote unquote, Israel. It's falsehood. It's just they use their own people for propaganda and treat them like second-class citizens. It's already known by many, even inside Israel, that are discontent with the government's attitude towards them. So you can see this progressivism is a facade; it does not exist. And to I wanted to say two more specific things. Ah, yes, the now the also the liberal attitude that now all third worlders who do not support Ukraine or even stand neutral, they don't support neither Russia nor Ukraine, are somehow also complicit in this so-called genocide against Ukrainians. Um, don't expect third worlders to support Ukraine because Ukraine is clearly an American ally. They will not support Russia, but they will also not go out of their way to support Ukraine.
Correct
It's not
position.
our war. This is not our war. We have already experienced wars, experienced famines, genocide, imperialism. Just because we don't support the fascists in Ukraine or the fascist narrative being built around it or the American NATO narrative, and we also don't support. Some do support Russia because they are, tricked into believing Russia is actually this good force against Western imperialism.
Oh, we've all fell for that at some point. I eventually realized
But
the
yeah,
the
then
third
eventually
world is the
realize.
most real part when it comes to class consciousness. Like people, if we can figure it out, they can figure it out tenfold because they've got the experience. They're driving through it. Like the third world is always learning and always developing, and you got to keep your eye on it. Otherwise, things will flash past, and next thing you know, you think you know what's going on in the third world. And you got no idea because so many things have changed. Because class conflict is at its highest. That's why the Lumpen-Maoist sector of society relates quite well to the third world as well, because it's the one place in the first world where class conflict is really, really violent. Like, I don't know how bad it gets. Well, actually, uh, he does. Bad Eye Boy would know how bad it gets because he's in the third world, but people in the first world don't know how bad it gets. Like, they don't know how bad it can get when you go to some of the worst ends when you're in the fucking most rundowns of and abandoned by the councils and the government streets. I mean, you sound with everyone absolutely beaten, Chef. You're not going to have too much of a problem all the time, but you never know. It's one of them things. It's flip and flop. You might get jumped. You might not get jumped. But you got to look confident in yourself, and you got to not be a scrawny dickhead like I am. But fucking what's it? Um, in them areas, you know people and you get along with people. It's fine. It's not always the biggest problem in the world, but there are a lot of places that are, really, really bad. I mean, especially with regards to the types of drugs that float around these days, like spice and crack tend to be the two that cause the most problems. But you get things like MCAT, ketamine, well, ketamine's not really that bad, but MCAT, mass MDMA and ecstasy abuse is really bad as well. Um, they're the ones that really cause the most troubles when it comes to drugs. I mean, heroin's somewhat problematic, but heroin thieves aren't the types who have the strength to go and run around with bikes over their shoulders unless they're like a crossover and they're into both heroin and crack. But they're the types who actually sly and steal off mates and stuff. Typically, that's just because of their exhausted behavior that it's harder for them to do anything more exquisite than that. Not trying to shut on them. It's a problem that they really have, and a lot of them struggle to deal with it. Some of them deal with it. Not everyone's like that, so we can't just operate on this basis of okay, they're all fizz. But there is a problem with people who are on like crack, meth, spice, MDMA, and drugs like that, where they become big problems on the streets and they cause a lot of issues. And there's the desperation issues, and then you've got different types of gang violence depending on the type of gangs forming. It's complicated, but that experience of class conflict being this quite elemental shit, where there are literal like gang organizations that are representation of aristocratic and petty bourgeois power structures within the lumpen that are going around and basically pushing the lumpen into the corner they need to be, where they want the lumpen proletarians, to the point where there's even what's it sorry, I'm itching my hand. There's problems with slavery that happens in the lumpen proletariat, where lumpen bourgeois, petty bourgeois, and even lumpen aristocrats. Well, the lumpen aristocrats is a lot rarer though, because lumpen aristocracy is a bendy one. It's hard to explain in that class, so I'll just leave that one out for a second. They all live enslaved, lumpen aristocrats and lumpen proletarians. If they, different reasons. A lot of time it's debt, but different reasons. Wrong someone, do this, do that, or if they're a gang group, violent organization that may have organized, I'm saying that specifically because not all gangs are violent, but if we're to use the street term that's cropped up, not using gangster in the fucking Caleb Maupin way where I'm being racist, but in the street where you get the gangs who are violent, a lot of them can be politically motivated by fascism because of the class consciousness of these classes that mainly organize these groups. So a lot of the time, it's not just them targeting people that their own money or has wronged them. It can be them targeting specific racial groups that they have a problem with, and this is normally dominated by, what's it? This is normally dominated by the dominated by white lumpen petty bourgeois and bourgeoisie. They're normally the ones who have the most power in these structures. I mean, propaganda will make you feel otherwise, but if you actually know it, when it comes to it, the people who have the biggest buck to pack when it comes to the narcotics industry or any other lumpenized industry that eventually does lead up to a big bourgeois eventually. I mean, there are some things that are. This is the thing with the lumpen, that there are some things that are cut off. I mean, my man there might be growing his own crop in his own home. That's very, very common, but a lot of stuff is very linked to a lot of big chains and a lot of big systems when it comes to the deal of narcotics. Like weed is small game when it comes to
I am back. I am back.
business.
I apologize.
No, it's all right.
You already know the problem. Electricity.
Yeah,
In any
internet.
case, the last thing I wanted to say is I've noticed you were focusing a lot more on the Muslims in Palestine, which should be granted, most of the Palestinians are Muslim because of how the demographic changed, with many Christians leaving and emigrating and seeking refuge from the Zionists.
Yeah,
But you can't forget about the Christians in Palestine also living under oppression and under occupation.
the
They
Oriental
also had,
Christians are forgotten a lot.
the Palestinian Christians. They're also getting screwed over by occupation on their own holidays on Easter.
Yeah,
Therefore, you know, we should always keep them in mind because they are also Palestinians. They are also struggling, and they also fight for the liberation of this nation.
and
Thank you for having me.
they stand with their Muslim brothers and sisters. Like other people in the first world who think that, oh yeah, Christianity and Islam are always separate. That not always. Nah, Oriental Christianity and Islam have had a long relationship with each other. Actually, it was Ethiopian Christians that supported the fucking development of Islam. Like I hope people know that. Like they weren't opposed to it. They didn't go, oh no, different Abrahamic religion. No, they helped them.
Well, thank you for having me.
No, absolutely blessed time having you. Always welcome to be here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And down with colonialism, down with Zionism,
Absolutely
solidarity.
down with colonialism, down with Zionism, solidarity, brother. That was blessed. Um, what's it? Um, I don't know if I have the energy to do this. Um, plan was I was gonna play a. I was gonna play a fucking song. I think I will still play it, but I haven't got the voice on me to be singing the tune along. The original lyrics aren't really the best, and I change them up a bit. So like, what's it? I get them up. Song's called Holy Wars, but like, um, it goes, brother will kill brother, spilling blood across the land. And so it's just going for religion. I changed that. I say, what's it? So it's brother will kill brother, spilling blood across the land. Killing for property, something I don't understand. Fools like me who cross the sea and come to foreign lands. Ask the sheep for their beliefs. Do you kill on capital demand? A country that's divided surely will not stand. My pastoration and more disgrace, no foolish naive stand. Um, the end is near, it's crystal clear, part of the master plan. Don't look what's it? Oh no, that's the actual lyrics. I need to change it. Sorry, it's um uh it's like, what is it? Is it death to Israel, or like bringing we must death to the end is near, it's crystal clear, master plan. Bring an end to Israel. It might be your. Sorry, no, that's the original lyrics again. Bring an end to Israel. Settle a colonial land. Holy wars. Da, 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 da. The rest of the lyrics don't really change too much then, but it's just like the original lyrics. I didn't read the original one. I read the changes. The original lyrics are a bit. They're way too like, ooh, it's a holy war. Like, no, like he really got the wrong message, because he wrote that because of his experience of learning about the Irish struggle, which he obviously was not taught very well. Um, uh, he had someone sell him a beer and told him he's selling his beers for the cause, and he goes onto the stage and he says, "This song's for the cause," before he goes to play Anarchy in the UK. And the fucking crowd, and I can't remember where it was. I think it might have been Dublin or Belfast. I don't know. I don't know if they were in the north or the south, but the crowd just went. Oh wait, can't see that. Split in half, like fucking the Red Sea had just been opened. What's it? Let me set up and see if I can do this at least, because I can at least still play the riff. I just want to play the riff without saying that I was going to use different lyrics, because the lyrics originally are pretty naff, at least to that first verse. But I ain't got. I don't know if you know. I've got a really raspy voice, and I can't be asked to get a drink, so I'm just gonna. Do you understand how hypothyroidism works? You'd understand that my throat won't just salivate from just having a drink. I gotta wait a bit and drink a lot, and then I'll probably need to go for a fat piss. Let me put this onto. Let me put this onto monitor. If you get some feedback while I'm doing this, just what's it? You might have to turn it down a second, but I need to just go onto monitor, and you might be able to hear it. I don't know whether it's silent for you. Monitor. Oh, ah, you can mute output. I see. I sound distorted. You can't hear me. I'm a funny geezer, man. Funny geezer. Not a very smart one. I need a dehumidifier. Wait, it should be muting me output. How can you? Okay. What's it? So I was just testing out sounds and stuff, and I think I've got it sounding pretty good. As soon as I touch the mic, I create a connection between me and the mic, and you'll hear the guitar make some noise. I bet that sounds fucking horrible. You enjoying that? Okay. Got the fucking note wrong. You're loud. Can't even play the fucking thing properly. You're drawing my fucking finger. Sorry. 1 second. Just making sure. Yeah, I didn't fuck anything up. Sorry. Holy, what was it? Hello, goodbye. Fucking. So, what's it? Yeah. Well, that would be a nice little tidbit to end with, but what's it? I really, really, really like the riff in the middle. I should put the camera in a better thing. Like, I made it very, very unentertaining. I got the notes wrong. Oh, and the original riff that I was doing it's supposed to go, but I don't like the high notes. It's really hard to do. It's very difficult. It's too hard. I don't want to do it. Can't make me. But I think it really undermines the fucking power of that riff. I drop the pick, don't lose it. I have a tendency for doing that. You fucking drop one of them and they go bloody disappear. You gotta lose the bastard. Knew something was out of tune. It's close enough. Good way to check if it's in tune. Just play a bit of Led Zeppelin, because I always relies on being in tune to play their fucking crap. I'm not saying the music crap, I just use crap pluratively. Fuck them, they're all rich. They don't give a shit. But no, I do like a bit of Led Zeppelin. But you know, I'm not playing the cursed song. I'm not playing Stairway to Heaven on this blessed thing. You can get fucked. They're not doing the guitar. This is not the guitar store. No. No. Yeah, the old trope is that people just go to the guitar store and they play Stairway to Heaven. Wait, I don't know how to play it, but that's not the cursed song I was playing. Fucking in my darkest hour, Megadeth. Good song, I advise. Never saw a guitar. Well, I just mean the music store in general. There's always a guitar section to it. You know, we don't care about the other musicians. We're guitarists. Guitars. You just go play guitar section. Maybe you go to the bass section to complain about the lack of strings, which is really just guitars being snobs. Because basses are not only hard to play, but you can get 6-string basses. They do exist. I saw many bicycle stores. Does that count? I mean, I don't know. I've never known people to go play guitar in a bike store, but maybe. Might be a complicated thing to do. I've never strung a bike up before. just go to shop. Go to shop. get bike shaped guitar. Where did you really get that from? General distortion. That's a better sound. You gotta tweak it a bit, you know. No, what's it? I think I'll probably fucking like what's it? If I can be asked, I might crop that song bit and publish it as a separate bit, but I'm not sure. I think it's a nice little treat just at the end of the stream for the people who actually watch the whole stream. Actually, that's a Gucci idea. I like that. Call of the Cthulhu. It's a bit of a difficult one to play. I mean, I can play the what's it? Um, very gritty. I am pioneer. I am explorer. This is a human racism. That basically is Colombia in a nutshell. Like, fucking. I have found great people who are nice. There is human. Human is really respect. They know nothing of war. So what's their conclusion? It's very loud because I've got it for the amp. I do apologize. I may have just deafened everyone. Too used to the thing not working properly because I had it in the wrong socket. I don't really know many. Wait, 1 second. There was one thing I could probably play if I turn the game down a bit. Okay. Let's get up Songster. Where is it? No, that's Katyusha. Garbinki. Drop the fucking thing because the phone is unbalanced because they put a stupid big fucking camera on the cons. Ba-na-na-na-da-na-na-na-dum. Did it go to the back? Yeah, it did. Okay. Move, spit bucket. I can't read apparently. Got that wrong. The problem I have is the 8/6 bit is the. I don't know. Fuck. Russian music stuff noises. Can't get it right. Ah. Motherfucker. Can't fucking play it right. See, I can sometimes play that alright, but I was terrible. That was. There we go. I got it right. Fucking finally. Song's over. Kind of. More low end. Needs a bit more grit. A bit more grain. I just really like those riffs. They're fucking sick. I always wanted to learn them, and I finally learned them. You know, double picking. So that's that. That's double picking. I only learned to do that like a year or two ago. I'm not a very good a guitarist as my team. I've been playing for years, and I know some song pieces, and that's about it. And it took me ages to just be able to alternate pick because of the way that I have so a lot of fibromyalgia is rheumatic, so a lot of my joints get fucked. Not in the sense of damage, but in the sense of movability. So fortunately, the medication I'm given so ADHD and autism are medicated with stimulants though. So when I take one of them, I can play a little easier as well. So that helps, but I can alternate pick without being on my medication. I mean, I rarely take it. That's why I'm discombobulated today, because it's not, you know, I've been an abuser of drugs like that before, and you'd think, oh, you know what, a stable, you're on it every day, because you got to get through it first. It's like a week or two before it normalizes and it stops being a nose. And I've just never been able to do it. I just avoid it all the time. Like, what's it? No, I'm not going to run out of them, though. That's for certain. Fuck. Gabbling's a pain in the ass enough as it is as well. Because if I don't take my tablet, I start to dehydrate. So if I don't take my tablet and I've taken one of these, that's a really scary thing. So that was another thing that also really puts me off taking them, because I don't get enough drinks a lot of time during the day. It's really hard to motivate myself to go and get things done sometimes. Pain in the ass. Hey, I'm always willing to help out, and hey, I can play. I can play four chords and shout. Sorry, I'm just jesting about. Do a bit of pop punk, just four chords, nothing else. You know, I don't actually know how to play any pop punk songs. I think that's the flex I'm gonna use. I did write a punk song once with some 80s punk rockers. Was it? I can't remember how it goes, but yeah, no, it's non-conformity, fuck off society. And then I also wrote a song called Corruption to Destruction. What is it? I can't even remember how it goes. I used to always remember this song. Yeah, Corruption to Destruction is a song that I wrote that started off like I was gonna first call the band I wanted to do called Black Death, and then it changed to eventually to over time to Red Cunts, and then people advised me that wouldn't be a good idea, so I was like, okay, Red Punks, but I didn't get away with that. I I thought that it was supposed to be bombastic and not give a fuck, but people were really gonna be that much of a fucking bitch about it. But Red Cunts was what I was thinking would be great. It certainly at least caused controversy. But and that's always good for the punk movement. It's always giving it a bit of breath, eh? What's it? Get all those scared ads on the Is that Anord went into hiatus and I plan to resurrect it again. More angry political people needed. I'm absolutely game for that. I actually know another guy like guitar who would be game for that. Another Maoist. So what's it? That sounds like an absolute plan. Um, we need some great music on the Guan. What's it? Bring back the scene. Corruption and Destruction. Eventually, the lyrics turned into criticism of imperialism. It started off as a criticism of just the system, but I changed the lyrics around and had it more of like corruption seeping across the nation. So, well, that doesn't really make sense for the first world because that's the way the system runs. So it makes more sense to have that appeal to the international domination of capital. So a bassist might be needed more than two guitarists, but who knows? He just sold his bass. Bad timing. But he has more strings than me. I only have 6. He has a 7 string. He's cheating. Not allowed. Banned. Oh, sorry. It'll go up because I've got it sensitive, so it'll pick up. Because condensers aren't really good for picking up guitar. So I've got it really sensitive. Sticky knee sausage, eh? You want to stop humming? Sounds a bit out of tone. See, I can't do solos though, so if you want solos, you are going to need a second guitarist. I used to be able to play the Anarchy in the UK solo. If that means anything. Can't remember anymore. No, solos aren't for me. I don't even like having to go through the pain of having to flip up to the neck pickup. I'm the kind of guy who'll just make it sound horrible on the fucking bridge one because it's just not for me. Um, Can I do the tapping? Is it going to happen? No, it's not. God damn it. Nah, D standard. D standard. I have a bad thyroid, so for me to be able to ever sing along with music, I need it in D. Probably should move to C actually, but no, D standard. I'm the disability support guitarist. I'm the comic relief for everyone. I'm just jesting about. What's it? But no, I'm a bit repetitive with the way I use guitar because I'm not very verberated in music theory or anything like that, and my disabilities limit my creative and physical outlet. So I can sometimes play some pretty complex riffs, but I can't write much very well anymore. Like that's sort of been beaten out of me, and I very slowly have touched new songs, and I end up just going back to the same old ones, like playing a few Megadeth, playing a few Metallica songs, and probably leaving it at that. Maybe trying a few, commie songs out, the ones that you can find. Oh, I forgot one that would be really fun. Is one for you. turn the gain up on the amp. Because I like a standard tuning. Drop D is not really my sort of thing. I like standard tuning. I got my mind set with how standard tuning works. I got a bit confused with the drop tunings, but not because I don't know how they work. I know how they work. It's just they're not what I'm comfortable with, muscle memory wise. Too used to being able to just. It's a really good way of getting anger out, and I'm hitting notes. They're easy notes, but I know where they all are, so I just bugger about and get a bit of anger out. You ever angry, get electric guitar. It's my advice. I don't use it enough. I just yell a lot, but it's good relief when you do use it. Trust me. I wish I used it more, but I never really have the energy. It's one of them off times where I'm like, yeah, and I thought I'd do something cool with it, but I got carried away. What's it? But I guess it's a nice little way to end it with a bit of music. Music's always a way to bring people together. I should have fucking what's it? I should have tried to learn some Arabic, but what's it? I'll end up butchering it. Like I fucking can barely play. What's it? Anything that's really technically European, and what's it? My one of my trans mates from that I've known since I was 16, 17. They are they showed me to some pretty interesting Arabic music. Some of it metal, and fucking hell, they got some good skill behind them. Like Jesus Christ, like it's technical stuff. It's like really, really nice, like this nice blend of like taking the metal style but doing it in a very sort of what's it? I can't remember what I think they were from Egypt, but I'm not. I might be wrong. But an Arabic musical style to it, and it just brings this liveliness to metal that you don't get from European metal so much. And not liveliness in the sense of major key. I mean liveliness in the sense of like just sort of uh, impossible to play fucking music. It's like fucking someone. It's like someone. I don't even know what a really good example of a musician would be to do this. It's like fucking took some of the Randy Rhoads type musicians or someone like that and just made the whole band out of them. That's what it's like. Anyone who's like the best musician you could think of creatively, just slam them all together in a band because the fucking music's complex. I beyond my capacity to learn, and my mate's better at playing the guitar than me, and she wouldn't even go into it. So it's one of them things. One of them things. Um. So that's it. I probably shouldn't just fumble about fucking that up. Um, trying to think of something else to close on because I sort of ruined the closing on Holy Wars. I guess I could close on the really heavy riff again. Um, I don't want to say this though. Like really, this stream is very very important and it should be shared about. Like, and every time I do this, it should be this is the Palestinian struggle. It's gotta be defended. It's gotta be struggled for. There's a war to fight. I wish I could have ended with the lyrics that I use for Holy Wars on top of the fucking guitar work because that would have been because it's on topic when it's like that. I mean, it even says we must bring down Israel with my rewritten lyrics. His version does not, but his version instead is a sarcastic coy at anyone be like, oh well, it might be your homeland too. It's him being sarcastic about the fucking the claim. I don't know. It's hard to tell what Dave's position is on Zionism. I try to ignore the problems and these things, or well, by ignore I mean I get rid of it. Like in the other thing I did, the that's hook in mouth, and I changed the lyrics to that to be revolutionary centric. Like it's always don't always think that yeah, media's bad, so we just got to abandon everything a bit of it. No, there's things you can change. You can make some the opposite of what it is. So be it. The only defense that these people have against you is that they can sue you for being offensive if you make it into a copyrighted product that you can sell and stuff, and that you're using their name for a label and a company and stuff like that without paying them, etc. That's all they got. That's all they got. They can't stop people performing music with different lyrics, though. They can only stop you from producing it as a sellable thing. They can't stop you from performing it. What are they gonna do? They're gonna be everywhere looking for you. Find you something from performing that. So change the lyrics and songs, especially if you are like musicians playing bands and you're playing live and there's some songs you used to like from your youth, but you don't associate with them now because they're either politically dull or not, or they're political but they don't go right. Change it. I changed it from going on about the PMRC to going on about the bourgeoisie. It's we the proletariat are the ones who direct the culture forward, but I have to go. Take care, Stone, and freedom to Palestine. Absolutely, freedom to Palestine. Silence on this issue is genocide. We must stand firm and strong. The Palestinian people need all the respect and solidarity we can get. We need to be looking to, doing what we can to get involved in protests and stuff. That's the next process forward. Because it can't be on. We can't just let this keep continuing. And it's not this on and off protest crap. Like just it needs to be ended. It can't just be we'll protest until the current fighting stops. No, settler colonialism is a war against the people. They are occupying their land. They are murdering their people. They're killing their culture. They terrorize them all the time, all the fucking time. They saw it into the articles I was reading where it gets into this is common practice. I mean, the terrorizing of Palestinian farmers, the breaking into refugee camps, the storming of the mosques on holy days. This is common practice of the Israeli occupation force. They operate from the rule book written out by the English and all their all their projects, the Spanish and all their projects, the French and all their projects, and all the other European empires, etc., 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 etc. We got to really, really look to. We've got to look to the fact of the matter that this genocide has been a non-stop genocide. It's been ongoing continuously, and it's been for the most part, regardless of what outrages may have occurred in the past, has been mostly ignored and disregarded. Not even just talk shit of, like just disregarded, thrown down drain, not known about. Get out of mind, get out of sight. That's the mentality about a lot of people with Palestine and a lot of other struggles around the world. Get out of mind, get out of sight. Like they've been able to do that is privilege. You can't just people who are having their house bombed can't just get out of mind and get out of sight. No, their house has just been bombed. People who are being gunned down for peaceful protests, they can't just turn it off. They can't just shut away from it. When it's the last Friday of Ramadan and they're going to celebrate in prayer like they've done for centuries, and they get battered, gunned down, and treated like shit. In the aftermath of that, it's the sorry, I can't English well. It's double standard of fucking white people. I guess that's the really big driving issue of all of this. Look at how they're dealing with Ukraine. They're using Ukraine as an excuse to be anti-Semitic to Arab people. Then again, Israel's always been built on the excuse of anti-Semitism against Arab and Jewish peoples. Anglo-Saxon colonialism built on the Hungarian fucking atheist who was promised the land of Israel by God. Don't know how that works. Complicated, but that's Zionism in a nutshell. They're atheists, but they believe that the land was given to them by God. You can't like this isn't having your cake and eating it. This is eating a cake that doesn't exist. That's what it is. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna eat this cake that ain't real. That's what they've just turned around and said. It's not like the same thing of like being a bastard and being able to sit in your shit. Like these guys are like fucking. Oh yeah, no, we don't believe in God. 5 seconds later, yeah, but God did promise us this land. It's like, but wait, didn't you just say you didn't believe in Him? We promised you this land. You've not been there for like was it, somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 years. I can't remember the exact time. Don't quote me. But a long time. Arabs have been there also for a long time. It's a bit sus to use the modern vernacular. Bit sus. A bit sus. Can't think of anything that would be interesting to go off on other than maybe repeating the same fucking thing because I'm not much of a brain dead douchebag. Think, McFly, think! There's post-truth era. I mean... I can't play that. Oh, I didn't downtune it either. I got this confused with a different song, man. I thought that was post-truth era, not fucking... I went to click on post-truth era, but... Retune, D standard. I was wondering why the song was a bit weird. I can't do click size apparently. DC designed, the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. I got that fucking wrong, yeah? I can't play. Fuck. There you go. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. See design, the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Phone's gonna die. Where's the charger? Quick, get the charger. There was another riff that's really fucking cool. It's also in another song that's pretty topical. I mean, Post-Truth Era is pretty topical. It's the way things are. Like, I'm sorry, I'm flatlining. Sorry about that. I just deafened everyone. You know, with the way that things are, with a lot of these media things, the way capitalist realism works, we are in that post-truth era where everyone's gone their conflated bullshit idea of how the world works, and they're not really thinking on the basis of how, you know, we operate internationally. They're too cooped up in the first worldism. Be my favorites though, wouldn't it? Let's Havoc. Is it Ingsoc? Ian Sock lives forever. He controls your every move. Running feels plastic ever. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance. Yes, strike. Next thing you know, they'll take my thoughts away. And that's it. Next thing you know, they'll take our thoughts away. So we must stand and be as loud as we can and be with the people. Like, you know, struggle might not die so long as people can still keep pulling the flag up and revolutionary suicide keeps taking its path. But remember, there are lots of people that have already been annihilated out of existence through genocide. This is not something that has never happened before. There's going to be a new thing to experience. This is something that our horrific empires have done to many peoples. Many peoples. So what we can do to mitigate these problems and stand with these people in struggle is absolutely paramount. Should be our top priority. But, you know, it's good to get this stream on the go. I'm going to cover the rest of those articles in another follow-up stream. I couldn't keep speaking anymore. It was nosing my head off. I mean, that's why I only wanted to do the quick Holy Wars thing originally on the guitar, but I got carried away with my autism. Because I wanted to sing the different lyrics because it would have gone well. My singing's terrible, but I would have just done some clean singing to go along because it would have the lyrics that I used differently would have gone really well with this discussion, and I thought it would be a really nice way to meld in something that I love with the Palestinian issue as a show of respect, and so plot my art in it, but I throat, so I couldn't do that bit, and I couldn't keep continuously reading because I felt like I was suffocating. That's the problem with people with ADHD and autism is we don't breathe very well when we're speaking, so speak too much and get really lightheaded and exhausted. That's it. So I'm probably gonna go lie down and do something else for a bit, but before I end up probably. I don't know. I've got things to do today, and I don't know what one I want to get to. I don't like Saturdays. Actually, to be honest, every day's a bad day for me, and it's already 5 o'clock. I just noticed that. The stream has gone for 6 hours. No. What's it? Do I have the Which one's that? No. Not the screenshot. Oh, but no. Okay. Files. Saved pictures. Okay, I've gone past it. Huh? I've sorted these things alphabetically. Where is it? Oh, there it is. We'll go for that one. Oh wait, more like that. Let me resize that. Sorry. You know, how am I gonna do this? I don't want to be too much over the flag. I find that a bit. There we go. That'll work. We've got a dynamic. Move me to the side of it. Move that up. Move the camera around. There we go. So you can see me speak and hear the guitar going off like mad. We must keep speaking out on this issue. We need to get as many Marxists opening their fucking eyes. Sorry, I was sitting in a way that would damage the guitar. Sorry. We need to get Marxists to open their fucking eyes. The ones that don't want to talk about Palestine are too busy focusing on this and the other. I mean, some of them it's not even as bad as like. Some of them not even bad. Sorry, some of it's even worse. But it's not even like they're focusing over on Ukraine. Some of them don't even focus on any of it at all. They're stuck in their own little bubble. It's the same with a lot of different people. People who call themselves socialists. You should be against Palestine. I get there. English against Israel. Fuck. I did that earlier where I kept saying Israel instead of Palestine. Sorry, fucking autism is such a fucking pain in the ass at times. So, to be a good socialist, you must be against Israel. You must support Palestine. Like that's the outlet. Like if you care about the freedom of the people, you will be against settler colonialism wherever it is, no matter what they try and fucking flag you as because you're against it. I know fucking. If anyone actually engaged with the Jewish community rather than just engaging with the Zionist community, they might understand that a lot of Jewish people don't like the Israeli settler colonial state and what it does to the Palestinian people. So to call people who are anti-Israel and anti-Semitic are morons. Israel is an anti-Semitic state. Learn history. Or the fact that Arabs are Semites. Like, genuinely, this the level of, like, grotesque racism where they just don't even give a shit. They just throw shit around at people. It's like what you calling me an anti-Semite because I'm criticizing Israel for genociding Semites? That's fucking that doublethink is weak compared to that. That's some next level fucking fucking. You have to take a shit in your own skull to learn those magic powers of fucking quadruple thunk, or whatever the fuck is going on with their fucking interconnected arse and head. But we can't be quiet on this. Those who those who are politically active and commit to silence are committing to the genocide. They have the voice. They have the vision. They've seen the shit. They've looked at the shit. They think they're politically active. They say you want to represent this and that. Well, if you want to represent the people, you got to represent the fact that, okay, well, this empire is oppressing other people around the world. That's not on. It can't just be, oh, more for us and more for them. You know, we have to. Sorry, I've got a really dry mouth. But we have to. We have to show our solidarity and be strong and be loud and be proud. Don't be afraid to speak up. And those who are using Ukraine as a way to distort the narrative and move away from this shit to the point where they're using Ukrainian Jews who are going over to Israel to go into new settlements. People that are opposed to that, which, mind you, settle colonialism, even by the fucking evil bourgeoisie that still like to have it in certain areas of the world, is supposed to be this big illegal thing that no one's allowed to do. But Israel's not only allowed to do it all the time, but now they've been, you know, if you criticize them for what they're doing, that is always anti-Semitic because you're stopping the Ukrainian Jew from being able to steal Palestinian land with the Israelis. Being persecuted does not give you a right to persecute others. That is not. That is not okay in any fucking way like that. No, you got a right to stand up for yourself and fight against the persecutor. You don't go to a different country and persecute different man. Them that's not how it works. That's hypocrisy, not liberation. Look what the Anglo-Saxons did to Irish culture in America with the Irish's help. They just like a lot of culture, like a lot of European culture in America, they fucking basically put them in a position where it's either be discriminated or sell it out to the stereotypes, and that, so like a lot of Anglo-Saxon stereotypes are just seen as normal to Americans. Like there are some idiotic Americans that think Irish people say top of the morning to you. There's a lot of English people who do it. It's like, no, you go and say top of the morning to you to an Irish person, and they'll fucking hit you. Do you know what typically say Irish people who are speaking in English when they're speaking English they say stuff? They'll say stuff when they greet. A lot of it's like Northern English or good day. That's the easy one, good day. You know, don't if you're trying to be like culturally respectful, choosing a stereotype is not how you do it. You know, how you do it, you listen and you learn. You're like, okay, oh, that's the thing there, and then you don't act like you know the thing, or like in the sense that you're like, you know, you're on the same level as them. You're just a visitor who's having to respect their shit, or you know, someone who's met someone of a diaspora group, and you're not getting no shit. You can't be pushing this fucking, yeah, absolutely Red Fenian punk. Oh yes, big trigger when they say top of the morning. Absolutely, this comes from like all the racist trope that's used against Jews and Arabs, the whole money grabbing gold thing, that was used against the Irish people too. They're leprechaun and there's a good pot of gold, all that sort of crap. All that America really likes that crap. They went and made films with in like the 90s and the 2000s that had leprechauns as like the main character as a protagonist, and it's racism. But you know, if they did this with anyone else, it was obvious. You could visibly just see with the colors. Oh yeah, they're doing it to someone who's like that. Then people would have gone in uproar. But when it's done to the Irish, and I'm not trying to. I understand that slaves have gone for harder stuff, but the Irish have gone through some trial and trouble, and when their shit gets trailed out with racism like that, and then it gets undermined because I've spoken with Americans who believe Irish racism is over. It's like what America thinks is Irish is a lot of the time racist, not all the time, but a lot of the time racist. B, fuck off. Go to England. Go to England and tell me Irish racism is over. Go to Northern Ireland and tell me Irish racism is over. Oh fuck. A third of the country's occupied, and racism's over. Yeah. Oh, the bit that isn't occupied is dominated by finance capital anyway, so it's a neo-colony of two different empires. It's half in the British Empire and half in the European Union. But we gotta steadfast. We gotta keep low. We gotta keep pushing at it. Um, uh, and God bless the people of Palestine. This isn't just Muslims. This is Muslims. This is Christians. This is even a lot of Jews as well. Don't get mixed up with Israel. They're attacking Jews, especially some. They've already got a problem with the Samaritans. But the struggle continues and continues, and it's been going on for long times. You see. The fuck just happened? Someone just changed on my picture screen. I don't like that. Someone tapping into my computer. Thought VPNs were stronger than that. But, the struggle continues and continues. It's been continuing for a long time, and it may have actually already reached success if it wasn't getting railroaded by a lot of these contradictions, a lot of which come from ignorance of people who could be showing support. Like, we're not going to turn the tables like that, of course. Don't people think like that? How everyone in the first world thinks like that? Oh, well, you can't just end it. Oh, yeah, well, we could at least make it contentious. We can at least have Israel, treated in the same way that South Africa was, but more so because we didn't go hard enough with South Africa. It was very obvious. And this is the same thing that we're going to really think about with Israel. It needs to be the absolute end of the settler colonial state, name and all. They want to live in Jerusalem. They live in Palestine or Syria, however Palestine wants to go. But Palestine, nonetheless, their land, their freedom to do what they want with it. What's it? So we'll leave it at that, I guess. It was great engaging with your sorry for the static. It was great engaging with your comrades. Keep up the voices on Palestine and pressure other people, other creators who ain't speaking up about Palestine. Speak up about Palestine. Anyone and everyone, just pressure them. They need to be. It's paramount. We should have been doing this yesterday, so it's time we really start kicking people up the arse on this one and not letting it fall by the wayside. But absolutely stand by the people of Palestine. Silence is genocide. Red salute, comrades, and stay rebellious, stay strong, and keep your voices open and keep your hearts open for Palestine, and look for protests in your area. Look for people who might be willing to organize protests in your area. Get involved. That's the best thing that we can really start doing now, is just making a ruckus about this war, about this depression. War is even too it feels too classy of a word. Just genocide. That's the better word for it. Genocide. Because that's what it is. So rather than just letting this genocide fall by the wayside again, after, it's not even yesteryear, it's yesterday 100 year, we can't. We need to be standing by Palestinian people. I see why Caleb gets so caught up on the interruptions. He probably is medicated for his neurodivergent. Because I heard someone say he was neurodivergent, and I thought they were just making a crash joke, but they don't seem like the type of person who would have made the crash joke, so maybe he is. I don't know. Just figuring out pathology, because I'm like, oh, when I'm on my medication, I get a bit even more repetitive than I already am. But I'll play us out now. Red salute. Oh, God. I did the Jason salute then. A red salute, comrades, and a respect, brothers and sisters, and MBs in between. singing, Lord, take my thoughts away.